with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, July 27th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is a lovely Wednesday outside. Great to be alive. We're on the road to UFC 277. I was thinking about the buzz heading into UFC 277 because I remember when they first booked the Amanda Nunes Juliana Pena rematch, or I should say Juliana Pena Amanda Nunes rematch, because Juliana is the champion right now. They were billing it as the biggest fight in women's MMA history, or at least women's UFC history. I don't know if it feels that way right now. Certainly big stakes, certainly a lot of questions to answer, right? Was the first one a quote-unquote fluke? Was Amanda off? New training camp, new team for her, smart move, bad move. Can Juliana do it again? I mean, there's a lot of questions. I'm very intrigued, but I don't know if it feels that way. There's a lot of interesting things on the card with a lot of big stakes attached. I was talking to someone yesterday associated with the flyweight division who told me that they believe the Kai Kara France versus Brandon Moreno fight is the real flyweight title fight because they don't think that Davison Figueiredo is going to return. We'll see if that remains true. So there's big stakes attached to that. The Anthony Smith fight is a super interesting one. There's a lot to like, especially on the main card. And so I'm curious to see how it all is going to play out. We're going to talk about it on today's program, but we've got some great guests. I'm very excited about today's show. You know, I'm going to Nashville tomorrow. And if anyone has any Nashville recommendations, I'm all ears. I'm going for WWE SummerSlam. I'm not staying for the event. I'm going for the Thursday, Friday media festivities, couple sit downs, the stuff that we've been doing. It's a lot of fun. I haven't been to Nashville since the Jim Miller UFC on FX card, the first one ever. Remember that back in 2012? I believe that's the last time I was in Nashville. So I'm looking forward to that. And one of our guests on today's show is sort of tied to the festivities. So I'll tell you about that. We got a little bantamweight focus as well, men's bantamweight division. And of course, we love Wednesdays here on the program because we get to answer your questions on the nose. Monday was a fun show. Appreciate everyone who checked out the program. Khamzat Chimaev interview seemed to be well received. Dan Hardy interview seemed to be well received as well. So a lot going on as always. And as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of the UFC and, of course, this program, the MMA Hour. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code the MMA Hour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code the MMA Hour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Please support them because they support us. So back into the show. We're going to answer your questions. arielhelwani.substack.com is where you can leave said questions, although the deadline has just hit. Moderator Lewis is working very hard to compile the best 21 or so questions. We'll answer them at around 3:30 or so. At around 3 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Sugar Sean O'Malley. Yes, one of the biggest stars and most popular fighters in the sport today. As you may have heard, last week we found out he's going to be fighting Petr Yan October 22nd in Abu Dhabi. You guys ever see that episode of Garfield when he sends, I think, Nurmal to Abu Dhabi? Anyone ever see that?
No.
I always think of that when I think of Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, that's what it's called. Abu Dhabi, that's what it's named. Abu Dhabi, Abu Dhabi. He basically sent his nemesis to Abu Dhabi. And that's the first time as a kid that I ever heard of Abu Dhabi. And every time I say Abu Dhabi, I think of the Garfield episode when he sent Nurmal to Abu Dhabi. It's a great song because it's like when you're, a kid in 1990 and you hear of Abu Dhabi, it sounds like the most random place in the world. Now we're still calling it Fight Island, and I don't know how to feel about that. Is it really still Fight Island? Like, isn't that over? Can we just call it Yaz Island like it should be called? Or are we still going to do the Fight Island thing? There's going to be fights on the beach. It's going to be great. Anyway, speaking of Abu Dhabi, TJ Dillashaw, former bantamweight champion, man who is going up against Aljamain Sterling for the bantamweight title on that same card, October 22nd in Abu Dhabi. That's what it's he's going to be joining us at 2:30. So looking forward to talking to TJ. I remember we were supposed to have him on a few months ago, and unfortunately he had this whole camping trip, didn't have service. Anyway, we're back on good terms. He'll join us at 2:30. At 2:00, Big E, former WWE champion, former tag team champion, one of the nicest guys in the history of mankind, is going to join us. He's a WWE superstar. He's in Nashville working as a talent evaluator for WWE. But one of the main reasons why I wanted to have him on was back in March, he broke his neck, legit, shoot, in a match. And it was very hard to watch. It was very sad. And this is a man who has been through a lot mentally, physically, and to see him go through that and maybe, life-threatening, career-threatening, it was very scary. He's in good spirits. He is hoping to return to action. He hasn't, of course. So he's working as a talent evaluator for WWE. He's a gigantic MMA fan. Anytime there's a big UFC card, just go on his Twitter page and you can see that he is like live tweeting. Like this past weekend, London, he's live tweeting the event. So wanted to talk to him, of course, about the neck, what he's doing out there. They're signing college athletes. They recently signed Valerie Lareda from one of these tryouts. That was back in Dallas in... Actually, Austin. No, was it Dallas? No, it was Arlington. Arlington, yes, where the Cowboy Stadium is. WrestleMania weekend. So they're doing it in Nashville this weekend. It's a really cool thing. James Kimball, who used to work for the UFC, used to work at the PI as well, is leading this alongside Paul Levesque, a.k.a. Triple H, head of creative now that Vince McMahon has retired. So there's a lot of interesting connections to the world of MMA. We'll talk to Big E about all of that at 2:00. And at 1:30, Megan Anderson, the former title contender at 145 pounds, someone who fought Amanda Nunes in her final fight in the UFC 2 years ago, is going to join us to talk about that experience, talk about what she's doing as of late. She's working in media. She's also doing some acting. She's working for the UFC. She's doing a lot of stuff these days. She's working for ESPN. She's working for Invicta. So we will check in with Megan Anderson at around 1:30. But everyone knows the big draw on today's program. Forget about Sean. Forget about TJ, Biggie. The big draw is Mysterious Frank's inclusion in the official MMA Hour parlay. So I didn't want to waste any time. I wanted to get on with this right off the bat. Everyone wants to know who Frank is going to pick with his number one selection. And the stipulation is this: he has to get it right. If he gets it right...
Wait, what?
Because you turned down our invitation last week. I was just going to invite you to be a part of it because I'm big on inclusion and I want everyone to feel like they're a part of the family. You turned me down somewhat rudely, but we don't need to get into all of that. Now you say you want into the whole thing, but we've decided that you're going to have to work your way into it. So the stipulation is, you're going to make a pick first. If you lose, you're out for life. If you win, you're in for life. And even if we lose, we're back next week. But all the pressure is on you.
Wow, that seems not in balance at all.
So, is someone cracking open a Steve Weiser back there? What's going on?
Joe is having a soda water.
What timing? It's like, all right, let's sit back and
he
listen.
He was just watching me answer you while cracking up.
A Steve Weiser?
Steve Weiser.
All right. So do we have what are we doing, GC? Is there some sort of rollout here? Is there a graphics package? What do we do?
Wait, I'll look at the screen.
Hey guys, how are you?
A little something too.
Wow. New York Rick, how's it going?
Hello.
Hi. Wow. Okay.
Very, very.
This is not the rehearsal, by the way. This is the actual show.
We're on the air right now.
Just for the record. All right. So here we go. I'm very excited about this, guys. Honestly, because there it is.
It looks nice.
Now, okay, there is a "the" at the top of MMA Hour, right?
Yeah, it was just darkening to make everything white. There was also a little sound effect, but I guess Frank didn't want to play it.
Wow, Frank.
Wait, that was with it.
Very nervous, I guess, about your first pick.
I thought it was after everybody's picks.
Oh, okay. No, it's for the animation. You want to try again?
It's included in the animation.
Go ahead.
Oh,
give it a shot.
There we go. Nice.
No.
Very subtle. I heard it.
Oh, no,
you heard it?
Yeah, on the back end.
I heard it as well.
You did?
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, whoosh.
Too
I
bad
didn't hear.
that
Wait,
wasn't
try one
brought
more
up in
time.
rehearsal.
One more time. What is going on? What is happening, guys?
I had nothing to do with that.
Should we start over? What was that? Okay, let's not try it again, okay? Maybe for the best. All right, so to remind everyone, GC, tell us what we have to do here. We're doing a parlay, and
Yes. Everyone here, we will. Frank, obviously, he gets the honorary first pick because he's fighting for his life right now. He's fighting for his job. But after that, we will randomly generate the order between me, you, and Rick. We will select in those order. Everyone has to pick a parlay piece. We will combine those pieces into one parlay. That will be the official MMA Hour parlay.
okay. What did that Slack message say? Anything important? Or?
Rick can't hear Frank anymore.
Oh, where? Okay.
So
Perfect.
it's not important. This is, yeah.
All right, Frank, you're up first. Pressure's
Right,
on.
So pressure's up, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know where to pick. It's my
Wait, are you playing music for your own pick?
I love it.
This is amazing.
So I decided, look, this is my only shot. I might as well just pick for the main event,
Oh no!
Right.
Really?
And I have chosen Amanda Nunes.
Wow. Amanda Nunes, who's currently a minus 275 favorite. Give us some, insight. Break this down for us. Why are you
So-
going with Amanda Nunes?
I'm going to be completely transparent here.
Please.
It's not that I watched a bunch of tape or read a bunch of data. Connor, can you mute
I
yourself?
did give him my tape account, though.
Okay.
Yeah, he did do that. But what I decided was to go off of my gut. But let me explain this. I also went off of like the zeitgeist, right? Like I know Amanda Nunes' name, even from being a former non-UFC fan, right?
Yeah.
I knew her name. You look at her fighting record, you know that she's coming back. I feel very confident that this is the one that's going to deliver.
And you thought that the first loss a few months ago was like whatever.
Just like a fluke.
Fluke,
Yeah.
all right.
Right. So you got to have one of those, right?
All right.
That's my pick. Do you
Hey,
guys want to
Guys, reaction?
apart, or?
No, I'd like to hear from the panel over here. Reaction, thoughts to
I like it.
Minecraft Frank's first pick.
Something in my
I
head
dig it.
tells me
It was
she's gonna do
definitely
it.
something I was considering as well. So well done, Frank.
I actually believe GC predicted this. Did you not?
Something of the sort. I think this is perfect.
I
Hopefully
think we were kind of all
Yeah.
discussing it on
Hopefully
Monday.
we can carry our weight and make it 3 for 3 going into the main event.
That's what's
and
gonna be
All the
interesting.
pressure is on Frank, and it's
Oh, that's
Yeah,
going to be
they-
great. Yes.
well, we got to make it there first.
Wow. Okay.
Now Rick cannot hear me.
Yeah, Frank's just very focused on his picks right now, so he can't
Yeah,
be
yeah.
bothered.
A little stat to throw out to you.
Yes.
We've talked about this on the show before. You made me aware of it. It is now grown even more. Newly crowned UFC champions are 11-2 in immediate rematches with the fighter that they took their belt from.
Oh, it's a great stat.
11-2. Davison Figueiredo snapped the streak. He got the belt back from Brandon Moreno. And Randy Couture back in 2004 took it from Vitor Belfort. But then Aljamain defended as a huge underdog. Juliana Pena currently sitting at plus 230.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't bode well for
That
Frank.
is not in our favor.
Now that you hear this, Frank, this stat that the fighter who just lost the belt typically loses in the immediate rematch scenario, how do you feel about your pick?
2-11.
Changes
2-11
nothing.
all time.
Changes nothing. All right.
Changes nothing.
All right. I like the confidence. All right. So officially, that is Frank's first pick. We get some breaking news music. I mean, it's a big deal. Thank you. What about now we have to do a draft order for us.
Yeah, I will generate the names right now. I'm clicking, generating. It's
Oh, wait,
in
so
the
I'm still not in
matrix.
the rotation here?
No, you got first pick.
Your first
I mean,
pick.
you got the
Same.
ultimate honor.
So-
you got the easiest one of them all.
First in the random order, second in the go will be Connor. Second will be Ariel. Third will be Eric. So kind of an inverse of last week.
Okay, interesting. All right, so you go first.
I will go first. Wow, I love this.
This is great. This is like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
I will once again be taking a prop. Rick just asked, "Who is you?" We're really struggling over.
I got it. Don't worry.
I will be going with another prop as I try and pull it up here. DraftKings really making it tricky on me here. I will be going with the under 2.5 in Derek Lewis, Sergey Pavlovich at minus 400.
Wait. Oh, you're going with the... okay, sorry. I thought you went with Derek Lewis.
No.
Under 2.5.
2.5 in Lewis Pavlovich.
Wow.
We are 2 picks in, and we are now at minus 145. Much better than last week.
Okay. You know why I reacted that way?
Why?
Because I was about to pick Derek Lewis.
Wow.
Bad pick? Wait, but I'm allowed to, right?
Of course, it's your pick.
No, but it's
Your
not the same
pick.
thing, right?
No, it's not the same thing. I actually
you guys
wonder if we can
also
parlay that.
By the way, why can't you?
Wow, we can't parlay it, so I guess we would have to.
Wait, why can't you? Why can't you? Same fight?
It's I guess it's the rules. It says sorry, unfortunately, your picks cannot be parlayed. So I guess we would have to combine me and you and do Derek Lewis.
No, Derek, no, it's ruined. The whole thing's ruined. I'm out. I got to pick something else. My pick was going to be Derek Lewis.
Wow.
And because you remember on Monday you said, who's going to be the underdog? Who's going to be the first guy to pick an underdog? It was going to be me.
I didn't say that, Eric.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
So Derek Lewis, H-Dow.
No. I'm not doing it.
You're not going to do it at all.
I can't.
You're not going to pick somebody else.
I have to pick someone else.
Yeah, so.
All right, just give me a second here. I want to defer my pick to Eric. You go third.
Rick, you are now up.
You can hear me, right, Eric?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just relaying everything. I've been thrown for a loop. I was going to pick Derek Lewis. He picked it. So I need a moment. I want to see what you pick, and then I'm going to go last. I can make this trade, right?
Got it. And what was the limitation?
The issue was apparently, according to DraftKings, because he picked a prop, I can't pick the same fight.
Yeah, we can't add Derek.
He picked Derek Lewis. Pavlovich fight under 2.5.
A combination of Derek Lewis inside the distance. Ariel has denied that motion and passed the pick on to Rick.
So I can't take an Amanda Nunes and Juliana Pena prop.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Yeah. This is crazy. This is
Here's
real
that
controversy.
Because that is where I was going to go. But okay.
Rick, can you hear Connor
now I'm shifting. Connor, speak.
Yeah, you got me, Rick?
Yes, I can.
Oh, sweet. All right. What were you thinking of taking?
I was going to take the over 1.5 in Nunes and Pena.
Wow.
Because I think that's I mean, I'll just throw that out there for anybody else who wants it. I mean, it's sitting on DraftKings minus 200 right now. Yeah, I think that's a tasty one. Mm-hmm. I don't think that one's gonna end early. Alternate round one. Let's dig a little deeper here then.
It's a lot.
I gotta admit, I like a lot more dogs on this card than I like parlay pieces. Truthfully,
do your thing.
Well, no, I'm not. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't on good conscience put in a dog unless it's a close one.
I'm surprised
What
you
is
didn't go with
Jed saying?
Kai France. GC.
I don't want to parlay up a plus 190.
Wow.
It's a coin flip fight.
Anthony Smith?
Jed is saying we can do
Yeah,
it, and I'm not saying how.
No, you said no.
You can do.
I've moved on from it.
No, wait.
Wait, I like the music.
Yeah, well, he had 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
You just played
Matt
again.
Lewis. Oh, he's saying you take the legs as.
All right, I got my pick. I'll just go.
All right,
back
you
to-
just go back to taking.
Yeah,
your pick.
this Jed thing is not working out. I don't understand what he's saying.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Remember, no one
Go
else
back to your
can
pick.
read what Jed is saying, so they're all confused.
I thought you said you had.
I got it. I'm gonna go with money line Drakkar Close over Rafa Garcia. I like that. I was. Can I tell you what I was debating? I was debating. The first pick I wanted was Derek Lewis. Second, I was debating that or Alexandre Pantoja over Alex Perez, but that one feels more of a toss-up to me, so I'm going to go with Drakkar Close. I have to say, after the main card, this whole card is a toss-up to me.
I agree. As I said, I like a lot more dogs here. I also have my eye on Pantoja, but
Right now,
I'm
he's sitting at
reluctant.
plus 152.
Who is?
The parlay is
the
sitting at
parlay
gotcha,
total.
gotcha.
The parlay is sitting at. So I don't really have to go out on too big of a limb here. We're already getting some good plus money.
All this talk about coming prepared with multiple legs ready to go has been
Well, yeah, I mean,
futile.
a wrench has been thrown in when
Let
we
me
can't.
offer one up to you that Jed Mashu.
No.
No.
I didn't know our picks were
Get outta
a
here
group
with that.
effort.
Yeah,
Maybe
what the
next
hell?
time I'll
No,
just
get outta here with
You're
that.
just offering a leg.
By the way, is it too late? Can
No.
I change my pick or is it too late?
It's too late.
All right, what are we changing it to?
Can I change it?
I think you
What
can
are we
change
changing
it.
it
You
to?
can change it.
Yeah.
If I had went, you
Yes,
couldn't, but
yes,
now you
exactly, Exactly.
All right,
Rick
fine.
has not picked.
Okay, good. I'm going to go with Michael Morales.
You son of
What? Why is that
All right.
bad?
All right, everyone. The parlay that was just plus 152 is now minus 103. Rick, bring us home.
Yeah.
Let's
I'll-
go.
I'll take Pantoja. I'll take Pantoja.
Oh,
Pantoji.
What do we got?
I mean, that's really going to bring it up here. Minus 180. That brings us to plus 207.
Let's go. All right, so
I'll
to
do
recap,
it. I'll take the.
is that
I'll
your
take the
final
shot.
answer?
Yeah. I'll take Pantoja.
So, to recap, in his very first pick, Mysterious Frank goes with Amanda Nunes money line, right?
Yes.
Wow.
His money line.
Then GC goes with Derek Lewis, Sergey Pavlovich under 2.5 rounds.
That is correct.
Anyone can win, just has to be
Just
under
gotta
2.5.
2.5. Yep.
Then Helwani comes in with the sleeper pick, Michael Morales.
I don't know if I call it that.
It was originally Jakar close
Yeah.
at minus 12.5. He switches it to Michael Morales minnis 600.
Yes,
Should we keep a running tally of
All
the
the
average
changes.
odds?
that I
What
picked.
was yours last week?
I think it was 500 or 450.
Yeah, I definitely had the highest though with Usman Nurmagomedov
Yeah,
last week.
650.
So
Mine was pretty damn
I
high,
can't
too.
criticize.
I think he was 450.
criticize.
Listen,
Mohaev.
Wait,
we're
what?
at plus 207 right
what-
now. We are tripling your money if you put it down.
And last
We
pick
would've-
is Alexandre Pantoja money line, New York Rick.
Minus 1.
Money line.
All
It
right.
would have been nice to get what we really wanted.
What do we really want?
I mean, if you had gotten Derek Lewis at plus
Yeah.
105, that thing would have skyrocketed.
And you
instead of
wanted
minus
what?
600.
You
I
wanted
wanted
what?
I wanted the over 1.5 rounds. It would have been minus 200. So actually, I took one that was a little steeper.
Okay. All right.
That pays a little bit more, but not by much. But I'm not as sure of it. I definitely would have liked to have. I think Nunes and Pena goes significantly longer. I think at minus 200, that's a really good value right there.
I'm dying to know who GC is picking in that fight. Do we have time to get in your picks here, or do you want to save them for later?
123. Yeah, we could run through them real quick.
I don't want to shortchange you.
I don't think you're shortchanging, man. I think we can.
Okay, we can save it for the for pre on the nose. I do have breaking news.
Yeah. Go ahead.
According to our good friend Shaheen, he has just relayed the information that the MMA Hour has been nominated for Best MMA Programming in the World MMA Awards. So we're back.
What?
We're back, baby.
I,
Let's
for one, am
go.
excited by this news.
When does the winner get announced?
Well, it's a fan vote, and you can vote over at the voting is live right now and will conclude on September 31st. There's a problem with that, by the way.
There's not 31 days. in
There's
September.
no September 31st.
Winners to be announced on
Come
February
on.
29th.
Oh, golly. The
Yikes.
nomination period is live right now till September 31st. Come on. Alan, how can you do this? Let's see who we're going up against here, guys. I'm just scrolling down. Dun, dun, dun. Best MMA programming. Okay, UFC embedded. Dana White Contender Series.
Oh, come on.
I always think
Especially
it's
after
weird.
Last night.
But like, how are we up against Contender Series? Like, that's a show with live fights. That's not the same type
not
of
a-
programming.
Not a
It's not even
comparable
close.
product. I
It
would,
should
I
be
would
like-
agree with that.
Like Contender Series should be up against the Ultimate Fighter, should be up against the PFL Challenger Series, should be up against I don't know, something that won championship does. MMA Hour and Contender Series, and even MMA Hour and Embedded are two very different things. Now the rest, Morning Combat, that's like MMA Hour. JRE MMA show, is that even still a thing?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I
very
mean-
occasionally it is.
Personally, I think that No Bets Barred got screwed. I think
would
Between
agree
the
with
Links
that.
got screwed.
I agree with that.
I think On to the Next One definitely got screwed.
No doubt. Damn.
I
they were
think
good.
I'm going to say Guilherme's Portuguese podcast name, but I don't know how to pronounce it. He had Kenny Florian on. I was listening to it. Kenny Florian speaks tremendous Portuguese.
Yeah,
It's pretty
I
impressive.
love that. I love that he has the Spanish.
If you just want to listen to Kenny
Love it.
Florian speaking Portuguese and not understand what he's saying, I suggest you download it. MMA Media Source of the Year, MMA Fighting. Congrats.
Let's
Frank.
go.
Frank?
You said something about Frank?
Yeah. Breaking news. MMA Fighting guy.
Please, man.
You okay? Are you on
I'm
vacation?
trying to train somebody.
In the middle of the
Frank?
show? Junkie, ESPN, BT Sports. It's actually BT Sport. And Sherdog. Sherdog still around? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. There's more, guys.
Hit us.
Journalist of the Year.
I mean,
Yeah.
okay. I was just gonna say, it's all for naught because we're not gonna find out because it's September 31st.
That's
It's not
right.
even-
Wow.
It's not gonna. This is all perfunctory.
Guys, how about this? Mysterious Frank nominated for Journalist of the Year.
Wow.
They heard your breakdown of the Amanda Nunes pick, and they were very impressed.
It doesn't take much.
His investigative research from my couch has got to be putting him on a higher pedestal.
Our very own Shaheen Al-Shadi.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hey.
Let's go.
Can we get Aaron Bronstetter, great guy, met him.
Great guy. Never met him.
Mike Bond, fellow Canadian,
Two Canadian.
as is
Yeah.
Aaron Bronstetter, John Morgan, and Hilwani.
Who's that?
Hey.
That's exciting.
What are the betting odds
No
for
music
that?
though.
No,
I
no
mean,
music.
Ariel, we clap when you get here on time. Like,
No, listen, you don't have to do anything. All right, so there you have it. There's the breaking news.
Congratulations, everybody.
Yeah. Now, how are we going to find out?
on
Oh,
September 31st.
We ain't finding out.
the 14th World MMA Awards. I'm trying to find out here in this press release that I just got when it's going down, but I can't.
Are these the ones that the fighters vote on?
No, fans.
Oh.
Means
Wait,
more,
there's
right?
ones that the fighters vote on.
Well,
What
I
are
think what
those?
you're I think what you're confusing it with is it's called the Fighters Only World MMA Awards.
So the fighters don't vote.
I was about to say, I would
the
like the
fighters
fighters
actually-
voting on it.
The fighters actually have nothing to do with the Fighters Only World MMA Awards.
Wow, that's quite the conundrum.
I mean, I'm gonna encourage Israel Adesanya to start the fighter voted awards because I'd
This
like
is
to
the
see
big
what
time
the
now.
result of that.
This is the big one, yeah. WorldMMAAwards.com. You know, here's the thing. MMA Hour has never won. In the history of the program,
I know,
we've been nominated a bunch, but we've never won. Be nice to win. Can you guys go out and vote for us? I feel like all the other shows go tell everyone to vote for them, so I feel like we should do that too.
Oh, voting now open.
Yeah.
Fighter of the Year award, Johnny Eblin.
Serious?
He's nominated.
That's a weird one. In any event, WorldMMAAwards.com. Thank you for the nomination. We appreciate it. Congratulations to the rest of the team, MMA Fighting, Shaheen, the crew here, MMA Hour. Hey, if we win, should we all go to Vegas to accept the award?
Absolutely.
By the way,
What
you
is it?
you always
I think
know.
Frank should
Just
accept
imagine
on the
Frank,
behalf. Just Frank.
Imagine Frank goes up on the stage to accept the award and they blur out his face.
I mean, how else would they do it?
This gimmick would be tremendous.
They would
And-
just put me like in a side closet with like just a silhouette and a voice changer.
I would pay top dollar to send you there on our behalf if they give us the heads up. Because you know when you see people at, like, if you see someone who wouldn't usually be there, you know they got the heads up that they won, right? Because, like, why are they going to show up if they're not going to win? If we find out that we won, I'm going to send you, Frank, just you alone, to accept the award on our behalf.
I'd be honored.
I support this.
That would be incredible. Well, this is great. I think it's been one of our best segments to date. The MMA Hour Parlay is officially in the books for this week. Thank you very much, New York Rick. By the way, I feel like you're a Southern guy. Do you see any recommendations on what I should do in Nashville?
Yeah, go on Broadway.
Is that the spot?
That's the main strip.
All right.
Going to Bridgestone?
I don't know. What is that?
That's the arena.
Oh, no. It's where the Titans play.
Oh, Nissan.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
about
Broadway's
that?
right across the river.
How about that? All right. Well, we'll check back in with you after Sean O'Malley to get your official pick. So now everyone's waiting with bated breath to see who he's going to pick. Is he going to pick Amanda Nunes? Is he going to pick Juliana Pena? I'm actually very, very curious because I don't know how the top two fights are going to go. I'm torn. The whole main card I find is a tough one to pick. I know Anthony Smith is a very big underdog, and I'm not so sure that he should be. Now, Sunday night, getting ready for the Monday show, I happened to stumble upon a tweet from our old friend Megan Anderson, who wrote something to the effect of, I want to get on some podcasts to talk UFC 277. Now, I know we're just a rinky-dink show. We're just trying to get our, feet wet in this business. But I said, hey, if you haven't been booked on 47 other podcasts, why don't you jump on and let's talk not only 277, but maybe a bit what's going on in your career. We haven't seen her since March of 2021 when she fought Amanda Nunes. So seems like a good person to talk to heading into this Nunes-Pena rematch or Pena-Nunes rematch. And so without further ado, let us say hello to the former Invicta champion and the former UFC title contender, Megan Anderson. Hello, Megan. How are you?
Hello, I am good. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's good to talk to you. I was looking at our text. The last time we spoke was like a week before the pandemic. Weird.
Right? It was such a long time ago.
It was. Not only that, it just like feels like a whole different universe, right? You're like, oh, we think that life is just so normal and nice. And then, of course, everything changed. But I did see your tweet, and I'm curious what prompted the tweet. Why were you itching to talk a little 277?
I would say I'm just trying to branch out into the more analyst side of things. Like I do stuff with ESPN, so I want to kind of continue doing stuff on that side of the sport. And I thought the best way is to connect with people doing podcasts, and I'd love to jump on a couple. So yeah, that was kind of the reasoning behind it type thing.
Now we're not seeing you in your famous location that you're usually at. Like you've got this setup with the blue light and the gamer chair. I feel like you're crushing it online, like with the Call of Duty and the Twitch and all that stuff. How come? I thought we were gonna get the the famous spot here. Why not?
Yeah, I don't know. I just was last minute on my phone. I just got done working out, so I quickly got dressed and didn't have time to put my fucking millions of computers on. But
I get it.
It's actually really set up. I mean, everyone's always like, you need to hang more things on the walls. I'm like, I don't trust myself to not put a hole through the wall. And I don't want to have to repair a hole in the wall.
Right. And what are you doing online? Because the guys were telling me, they were showing me some videos where is it true you streamed for 11 straight hours?
I don't normally, but I did that day. Yeah, I stream on Twitch pretty much most mornings, usually for a couple of hours, but I did a really long one last week because I was kind of away for Invicta in Denver, Colorado, so I wasn't able to stream all week, so I just did a really long one, I guess. And I mean, I don't think I've done anything more than 11 hours. There's some people that do 24-hour streams and stuff like that. I'm like, you guys are crazy. I couldn't do that. No way.
How did you feel after the 11 hours? And did you take any breaks?
No, it wasn't even that bad. I ate, while it was happening, make sure I drank water. If I needed to, I'd go let the dogs out, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it was during the day, so it was from 8:30 a.m. till 6 p.m., 7 p.m. or something like that. Yeah, so it was just during the regular day. It wasn't even that bad. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, much respect. It seems like there's a huge community there that likes watching this sort of thing, right? Do you play Minecraft, by the way?
I don't play Minecraft, but I primarily do Warzone, and I also do a fight companion type stream. So obviously I can't show the fights because of copyright and ESPN and all that kind of stuff. So, but you could hear the fights through the stream, and that's weirdly enough, that's my biggest numbers is always fight night streams because people wanting to sit and talk with a fighter. about fights that they're watching. A lot of people like the one-on-one that kind of brings to the experience.
Yeah. So they can actually talk to you on these things?
So I would say it's kind of like the YouTube live, like
Okay.
you can't hear them, but like they can type
Got it.
like questions and comments and that type of stuff.
I saw the videos that you posted on your Instagram about the weird DMs that you get.
Yes.
Golly.
Funny.
It is actually funny content, but why do you want to magnify that? Because I feel like that only invites more weird DMs. Am I wrong?
Yeah, like we're very selective with like what we choose. Obviously, like we're not going to do anything that's like really bad. And most of the time, like if I get any bad and I see it, I usually just block them straight away anyway, because I'm like, that's just gross. But yeah, we're very selective with the ones that we pick because we want it to be more of like a funny, like comedic factor and, you know, entertainment type thing, which I feel like it's a lot of people think they're funny. I mean, I laugh most of the time whenever I get them.
No, it's good. It's funny. It's different content. I appreciate it. And that almost feels like where you're headed right now. You're not fighting anymore, right? Like, are you officially retired? Is that a fair thing to say?
I am not a big believer in having like a retirement fight or a retirement post and stuff like that. But where I'm at is my desire to compete in MMA isn't there anymore. And I've seen it time and time again where like people, they fight for the wrong reasons, like for money, and their heart's just not in it. And this is a sport, like you can't fight with your heart not in it, because the damage that can be done, you know, in that moment is, you know, it can be a lot. So for me, like my desire isn't there anymore. So I'm just happy doing other things. And if I get it back, I get it back. If I don't, I don't. But you know, I'm happy doing all the other things. Like the opportunities that I've had, I wouldn't be able to do if I was still training full time, like going and doing shooting 3.5 months in Prague in Europe for a movie. Like I wouldn't be able to do that if I was still fighting and stuff like that. So there's still a lot of great opportunities. And if I decide that I want to fight again, whenever that may be, like maybe I will. But if I don't, like I'm also okay with like how my kind of life and career trajectory is going as well.
But by the way, did PFL try to sign you?
They did, yes.
How'd that go?
My decision with that was I didn't really I felt that they were only wanting to sign me because of the name factor that I brought for Kayla. And I was at a point in my career that I'm just like, I don't want to be anybody's stepping stone. Like I've done everything that I've wanted to do in this sport. Obviously it didn't turn out how I wanted it to, obviously. But like I was at a point, like I've done it all. Like I did the Invicta and I got the belt. I fought for the UFC. I fought for the UFC title. If I didn't want to fight, like I wasn't going to be pressured into signing to an organization if my heart wasn't in it.
No, I understand that. I had heard that, so I just wanted to clear that up. And by the way, I'm going to get to the 277 stuff, but I just wanted to have this little catch up here. I saw that you did Extraction 2. Is that the movie?
Yes.
That's the one in Prague?
It comes out. Yeah. So we filmed it in predominantly in Prague in the Czech Republic, but we also went and spent like 13 days in this hotel in Vienna in Austria that, you know, the big fight scene is kind of designed around this hotel. So we had to go do some filming there for like the outside stuff that they couldn't replicate back at the studios. But yeah, I spent a couple of weeks before Christmas, came back for 2 weeks over Christmas and New Year's. Then I pretty much the 2nd of January, I flew back and I didn't come back until the start of April. So I was there for 3 months.
And is this a new career path for you? Like, do you want to do a bunch of movies?
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'm interested. My particular role is it's like a stunt acting type role. So a lot of like fight scenes, that type of stuff, which is kind of up my alley. So that was the reason why they wanted to bring me in, is because the film was actually supposed to be shot in Australia. So the director and all of the stunt team were in Australia And they're like, oh, Hank, why don't we get like a female to be a bad guy to fight one of the good guys? And they found me, and they found me thinking I was in Australia, but I wasn't in Australia because I live in the US. And then thankfully it all worked out. But yeah, it was COVID really, put a damper on the production in Australia, because like every other week Sydney was going on lockdown, and they were back open, then lockdown, then open. So they ended up making the executive decision to move it to Europe. So yeah.
Okay. And like you said, you're doing stuff for ESPN, also Invicta. By the way, how great is that open scoring, huh? I love that open scoring. What do you think?
I love it. So Invicta has been utilizing open scoring for a couple of years now. The Kansas State Athletic Commission connected with Shannon because she wanted to start implementing that. And I think the way that she does it is such a great way, because it puts, it takes care of the athletes, because some athletes want to know the score, some athletes don't. And so the way that she does it, it protects the athletes that don't.
I love it. And they just had an event last week, and I think they're going to go to Colorado, right, and do it there as well, which I think is great news. Yes, am I wrong about that?
Yeah, so the event last week was in Colorado as well, and it was the first event that the Colorado State Athletic Commission has utilized open scoring. Okay. But I think the next event will be on the road somewhere. I'm not too sure yet where, but I'm sure Shannon will talk to the commission wherever it may be about open scoring, because she's a firm believer in it.
Now, let's get to 277, because I'm really torn on this main event, and you're a great person to talk to about this main event, because you know Amanda Nunes. She was your last fight in the UFC, albeit at 145, but still, I don't know what to think, because Juliana was so confident going into the first fight, and we saw how it went down. And historically, we just read the stat before you joined us, in the UFC, when a champion loses their belt and then immediately rematches the person who beat them in that second fight, the now ex-champion is 2-11. So this has happened before. For whatever reason, that person tends to lose. Now, Amanda has changed a lot. She's changed camps, management, all this stuff. She's no longer with ATT. Who knows? Was it a fluke? Give me your whole spiel on the fight. Like, how do you feel like this is going to go down? What are your thoughts heading into it?
Yeah, when I watched that fight, the Amanda that I seen in that fight was not the Amanda that I fought. She didn't look like herself, and like the best way for me to describe it is, I remember once I trained with like a head cold, and because one of our guys was fighting one of Habib's guys at World Series of Fighting. This is like back in 2016, and he was like, "I need you, to help me with rounds. There's nobody here. You're the closest person." I was like, fine, okay, I'll do it. It literally felt like my whole body was discombobulated. Like I would try to throw, as fast as I could. It felt slow. It felt sluggish. Like the lightest jab felt like my head was like bouncing around inside of my skull. Like the lightest punches literally felt like they were going to knock me out. So that's kind of what it looked like when you watch Amanda in that second round. Like it's like she couldn't really move her body correctly. And so I think, okay, there's obviously a reason for that. Was she training enough? Was the weight cut? That's the first time she'd cut to 135 pounds in 2 years. She's not a small bantamweight, and we've seen her have issues making that weight before. So could it be the length of time between cutting that amount of weight? Was she able to rehydrate properly? COVID, she had COVID before. A lot of people have come out and said that they've had respiratory and cardio issues post having COVID for a while. And that's just like a long-term side effect that, look at Hamzat Chimaev, the same thing happened with him as well. So I think it really just depends on a lot of different factors. I like that she's changed up her training, because that could be a good thing. That could be the reason. She could have had a lot of yes people around her, and she needed to change that up. Who knows? Only her and her team know that. But I definitely think that this fight's going to look very different, because I don't think Amanda was like 100% herself in that first fight.
So it sounds, at least to me, correct me if I'm wrong, you're leaning towards Amanda.
I mean, this is the fight. Anything can happen. But I think if Amanda goes into this fight 100%, there shouldn't be any area that she is at a disadvantage. She's very well-rounded. She's shown she's got a tremendous amount of power, but she can also go 5 rounds, like she did with, I think 7 of her last 10 fights have gone the distance, I think. Don't quote me on that, but she has the ability to, so that's why it was very odd the way that it worked out. But I think for Pena, she was really smart. She capitalized on the mistake that Nunez made, but I think she's going to have to, it's going to be a little bit harder, but I see Juliana taking a similar approach in this fight because nobody's really forced Amanda to wrestle and to consistently wrestle since Kat Zingano beat her back in 2014. No one's ever done that. Everyone's just stood with her, and the occasional times it's gone to the ground, she's initiated it and was able to be in a dominant position. She didn't really have to work off of her back or to get back up, that type of stuff. So I think Pena is going to do the same thing, but it's going to be a little bit harder, and we don't know how well Juliana can keep that pace up over championship rounds because she's never done that before as well.
What about that stat that I just told you about, 2-11, all that? Does that factor into anything here, or do you feel like every fight is different and you can't really look at things like that when you're talking about this particular fight?
Yeah, I feel like everything is a little different. Like I got from this fight, particularly the first fight, I got Rose Namajunas versus Joanna Jędrzejczyk 1 vibes from it.
Yeah.
Like, how Joanna came out, she was like, had a horrible weight cut, didn't rehydrate properly. And then she come out, obviously she didn't win the rematch, but it was a lot more competitive and a closer fight, and it also went the distance. So I'm not saying like Amanda will win it, but I think if she comes in 100%, it can play more into her favor because I feel like she has more well-rounded skills to beat Juliana than Juliana has to beat Nunez, if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense. I do think that there's something to when you fight that person, like there's something about building your confidence back up. And if you go right back in there to try to beat that person who just beat you, who might be in your head, and in this case, perhaps under your skin a little bit, because Juliana knows how to press those buttons. I often feel like it's a mistake for that person who just lost the belt to go right back in there rather than taking a quote unquote tune-up fight. I know there aren't necessarily tune-up fights in the UFC, but more often than not, I'm like in this case with Amanda, new team, new training partners, new surrounding. Had she gone and fought someone a little lower down, get the win, get the mojo back, maybe you feel better going into the rematch.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, every fighter is to themselves, but like I think it's kind of one of those situations like she just wants to immediately like, okay, it's a fluke. It's a fluke. And so like I don't, I can understand where Amanda's reasoning is. Now, I completely agree with you. You've changed so many things about your camp. How do you know how well it's going to perform in an actual fight? Like all of these changes that you've made. So obviously big risks for her, but sometimes it can be a positive thing.
So ultimately, like, do you make official picks or do you try not to make the pick? Fighters are very sensitive. You pick against them, they'll remember it and never talk to you again. I know this.
Oh, I know.
Has someone gotten mad at you? Have you made a pick and someone got mad at you?
Yeah. I think it was, oh my God, I forgot his name. He's a bantamweight. He has long hair, kind of looks like a mullet. Ricky Simone.
Ricky Simone, yeah, who just won.
This was years ago, and I had made a prediction, I think, and I picked against him, and he was really upset about it. I was like, I'm so sorry.
Jeez.
But I mean, like, he didn't like say anything. He just said something to like a mutual friend, and mutual friend was just like, yeah, he was really upset that you picked against him. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Come on. Would you get upset? Would you get upset if someone picked against you? Would you be offended?
I think it depends on who it was. It was like a close friend. Yeah, obviously I would get upset.
Okay.
But I mean, I've been an underdog for most of my fights. So like, I'm so used to people picking against me. I'm just like, whatever. Like, I get it. If you want to pick Amanda over me, like, I understand it. I probably would too.
Right. Fair enough. So back to the question, will you make an official pick?
I probably won't on this one because I feel like there's so many, like, outside influences that affected that first fight, that have they been addressed? Have they been changed? We don't know. We're about to find out on Saturday, but I think there's just so many question marks going into this second fight that, I can't confidently make a prediction, but I would probably lean towards Amanda.
Okay. By the way, how do you feel about the state of the women's featherweight division? Like, is that a thing in your mind anymore, or is it not?
I gave up thinking about the state of the women's featherweight division when they did the Ultimate Fighter for the featherweights, and then they all dropped to bantamweight.
Yeah.
I kind of gave up after that.
Yeah.
I was like, you aren't interested in. My dogs are going crazy.
No, it's
but
okay.
yeah, I was like, you aren't interested in this division if you aren't going to make them stay at 145. So I'll just fight out my contract and we'll see what happens.
Sure. Now, do you think she ever goes back up there?
I mean, who is there to fight?
Yeah. Well, I thought it was going to be Kayla.
Problem. Is she going to the UFC though? I thought
this is before she re-signed with PFL over the winter time. Yeah. By the way, who do you think wins that fight, Kayla or Amanda at 45?
I don't know. I would say, like, if Amanda can keep it at range, it'll be Amanda. Mm-hmm. But I think it'll be a lot more competitive if it gets to the grappling exchanges. Because I mean, like, Amanda is no joke on the ground. She's a black belt. She's very high level, but she's just not used to that up down cardio that the wrestlers are, or like Kayla is. But I think if she can keep it at range, Kayla's striking is still developing for her style. I definitely will give Amanda the advantage in the striking, in the power department.
Also wanted to ask you about the co-main because there's an Australian/New Zealand connection there. Oceanic connection, is that the fair thing to say? Like, sometimes I feel like you guys are on the same page, but not on the same page. But if you're not fighting, like if it's not an Aussie versus New Zealand matchup, you'll root for the Aussie. Is that, or the New Zealander? Is that fair? Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. And I like, that's like whenever Israel and Rob have to fight each other, I'm like, oh, why? I don't want either of you to lose. Like, I'm the type of person, I'm like, I just want all of our region to win, and let's not fight each other so we all can win and all be successful.
Well, in this case,
so few of us.
Yeah, in this case, it's New Zealand against Mexico. It's Kai France against Brandon Moreno. How do you see this one playing out? Because they fought back in 2019. I think Kai France has improved a lot since then.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I think of the two, I would say Kai has improved his overall well-rounded game more than Brandon has in that time. And I think for Brandon too, he hasn't been training to fight anybody else but Figueiredo for the last 2.5 years. So I think for him, this is going to be a bit of a change too, because he's been preparing for one guy for so long that, mixing it up to different styles is going to be interesting. I know he's changed camps too, right? I've seen he was training at Glory a little bit as well. So I think that's a really good move for him. I know Kraus and them will technical up some of his striking because he can be a little bit wild, a little bit loopy with his punches, relies on his chin way too much for my liking, like on his toughness. But I think that'll help him, particularly in his striking department. Would love to see him, throw a little bit more higher volume because Kai, you have to shut that, that striking down. Like, he's got a ton of power and he knows that he can hurt Brandon. And so I see him, landing that big right hand a lot in this fight.
By the way, you're still in Kansas City, right?
I am. Yeah, I still live in Kansas City.
Do you still go to Glory or no?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you train at all?
I mean, I have like a trainer. I do work with Phil Daru.
Oh yeah.
So I do stuff with him. So yeah.
Okay, but you're not like doing active MMA training right now. Like, you're not sparring or rolling.
No.
Like that.
No. I had to have a complete nose reconstruction.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why?
So I had to have 2 surgeries for that. It was completely broken in like multiple different places, and one side of my nostril was 100% blocked, and I couldn't actually breathe out of it. So yeah, I had to get a reconstruction, and so I had like a minor one done, like I would say middle to end of March, and then I did the full one in July. So yeah, I've had a lot of time off with that. Also, I tore my elbow, completely tore my UCL in my elbow in the Amanda fight as well, from that armbar that she hit me with. So a lot of recovery. Like weirdly enough, elbows surprisingly have a long recovery time.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I remember one of the last times we spoke, you spoke a lot about mental health and dealing with that, anxiety and whatnot. How is that for you now? Do you feel like now that you're not fighting, you don't deal with that as much, or do you deal with it maybe in other places? How are you doing in terms of your mental health?
Yeah, I would say like it's something that, I mean, I'll probably always have to, deal with in some form or another. But it's definitely a lot better. I've removed myself from a lot of toxic environments, and my mental health is in a much better place because of that. And removing myself from those situations was, the best decision. So, yeah, I've just, getting better at setting boundaries.
And not fighting probably helps a little bit, right? Because those are such anxious moments that you don't, you just don't have that anymore.
Yeah, like I was at Invicta this past week. Like I was sitting there with Julie Kedzie, and it was like fight day, and you see all the fighters walking around, and you got, you can see the nervousness and the anxious energy. And I was like, I do not, like I was like, I don't miss that. Like not being able to eat on fight day because you're so nervous, like having cut weight, all of that kind of stuff. I was like, I don't miss that at all.
I don't blame you. So now, when does the movie come out?
So I don't know exactly, but I just seen like a tweet or something about it, that it's supposed to come out at the start of 2023.
Oh, okay.
It's the projected release date.
And that's the first one for you?
The second one.
No, but for you, is that like your debut?
Oh yeah, first movie. Yeah.
Wow. And anything else in the works?
Possibly.
Okay, all right.
Maybe.
You don't want to jinx anything.
Yeah, it's still in the work. Like they're still in. They're in the stage right before casting, so they're finalizing all that. But we're trying to hopefully get another role. But in the meantime, just working Invicta, doing ESPN, all that kind of stuff, streaming. So yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, try not to stream for more. As a parent, when my kids are sitting in front of the computer playing their Minecraft, more than an hour, they tend to melt down. So 11 hours gives me a weird feeling inside. So, not trying to be all dad on you here, but I just feel like you need to go out and play a little bit. You know what I mean?
Touch some grass.
Touch some grass. Yeah. Just, fresh air, sunshine, vitamin D.
Right.
11 hours is just a lot.
I mean, you're not wrong,
Okay.
and I probably won't do it again.
All right. You probably didn't feel too great after that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Great to have you on. Great to connect again. Happy for you. And good luck with the movie as well. I'm looking forward to seeing your debut, and keep up all the great analyst work that you're doing for ESPN, for Invicta, all over the place. Well done, Megan.
Thank you very much.
All right. Talk to you soon. There she is, Megan Anderson, joining us, the former Invicta champion, the former UFC title contender. Great to catch up with her, and great insight, I thought, into the Juliana Pena versus Amanda Nunes fight. Of course, in case you missed it, earlier today, one Mysterious Frank picked Amanda Nunes. The streets are still buzzing over this pick. They can't believe that he actually made the pick. Are you questioning it, Frank, or are you still
not at all?
You feel good about it even after her
her
breakdown? Okay, all right. Well, there you have it. Mysterious Frank with the official pick of Amanda Nunes. Now, I'm so excited to talk to our next guest. He's in Nashville right now. We spoke about him at the top of the show. He's doing great work for WWE. He's a legend. He's one of the nicest human beings that you'll ever meet, and he also happens to be a gigantic, massive MMA fan. Dare I say, an MMA mark. as they say in the business, tweeting up a storm about all things UFC. London this past weekend, tweeting up a storm. And so it's a great honor to welcome for the first time to this program, the MMA Hour, the one and only, the former champ himself, Big E. There he is. What's up, my man? How are you?
I'm good, man. The legend thing, it's very kind of you, but I'm not a legend.
You are a legend.
So I'll have to retract that. I can't accept that. I won't accept that. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're a legend. Wearing a colored shirt here? Wow, you really got dressed up for us. Thank you.
It's very strange. I know you're used to seeing my pecs out.
Yes.
And straps to the singlet. But yeah, I'm an adult now. I'm 36, man. I gotta grow up a little bit.
Now, I know when you wear the singlet, no underwear. Do you wear underwear when you wear outfits like this, or is it always...
I got drawers on. Because the thing is, I always do my best to make sure the orifices are all clean.
Right.
But you never know. Like sometimes you make mistakes.
That's right.
I don't want to take off my nice slacks.
Yeah, right.
And find I had made some errors.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But yes, I have that level of protection just to make sure I'm good.
It's great to have you here. It's wonderful to see you. Truly, I say that sincerely. It's wonderful to see you in good spirits. We have a lot to talk about. I have to say we had a nice little back and forth about UFC London. Agree to disagree on the flow of the show, and I'm surprised that a pro wrestler would not appreciate the mic time for these guys. I said that I felt like it was a shame that a lot of these guys weren't getting the mic time, and you said that you appreciated that the fights were happening fast and furious. But isn't it good to get that mic time? Isn't it good to get over with the crowd, get a pop, especially in the local, scene?
It is. I was being a silver lining guy. Like, okay, we don't have the promos, but at least the show's moving well. Because I will say, like, sometimes some of those Fox cards I really love, but sometimes, as we all know, if you're trying to watch those cards live, like it's half an hour packages. It feels like between fights. So I like the promos. I like that it was breezy as well.
Did you enjoy the card?
It wasn't the first UFC. The first UFC, the March London card, it was March, right?
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
It was sensational. It felt like every single fight was a home run. This one, there was a lot of, I really love grappling. I love great grappling exchanges, but a lot of it was for control. I think both of the Scourgers, obviously, they did their part, and they're a ton of fun to watch. And man, I'm such a big Aspinall fan, and Blaze as well, and I was so excited for that fight, and it started so hot and heavy, and I hope Aspinall, I haven't heard, it sounds like PCL, maybe,
MCL.
I'm not up to date. MCL.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a broken leg, so hopefully he won't be out long.
You like Patty?
I like what he brings. I like the energy he brings. I'm intrigued to see if it translates when he's fighting in Vegas, when he's fighting in the US regularly. But yeah, he can't miss in the UK. It's insane. I get like chills when they drop the lights and you see all the cell phone lights. Yeah. It's that energy. My bucket list, one of the bucket list things is I need to go to either a UFC or a big boxing card in the UK at some point before I die, because the energy is unparalleled there.
Yeah, and by the way, you did an incredible job with those, I don't want to call it a boxing promo, like the stuff that you did before the Fury fight in,
Fury Wilder 3.
Incredible, man, incredible. By the way, was that off top of your, you obviously had a script, right, that you memorized, but for the most part, were you, how many takes did that take? Because that was incredible what you did there.
No, thank you, man. No, that was one of the coolest things I've ever done. So the team, they did such a great job. They had the scripts already prepared. And usually I'm so used to with WWE, we get scripts, but I like changing things and putting them in my voice, but they already understood my voice. So they had that down. And we did multiple takes just to get different shots and from different angles, me standing. But beyond that, it was such an efficient process. And that to me is one of the greatest honors of my life, is to be able to be a part of that. And then the fights delivered, the Fury Wilder 3 was incredible, and that was one that a lot of people weren't really clamoring for because, kind of the consensus was Fury was going to run away with it. But such an entertaining fight.
So I remember I saw you in New York, Survivor Series. You were the champ. You were going up against Roman Reigns. Life is good. Everything, you're realizing your dream. You're on top. And then, of course, March happens. And it was very scary to watch. And I hate to ask you to, relive all of that. I know you've done some media, but I'm just dying to ask you a little bit about it, if you don't mind. Could you even possibly put into words, do you even remember what you thought? So for the fans who are watching this and may not be fully up to speed, because it's, an MMA audience for the most part here, you're wrestling a guy named Ridge Holland, and he does, I guess, was it a belly to belly? Would you call that, or a German suplex? What would you call it?
It's an overhead belly to belly suplex.
Okay.
Yep.
And you end up falling on your head and breaking your neck, correct? Do you remember anything about those moments, like immediately after the move?
Yeah, no, I remember it all vividly. So I didn't go out at all, but yeah, so this was on SmackDown, and we did this is something that I do in my comeback all the time, something that's very routine for me, and it just went awry, and I landed on my neck and I guess axially loaded my head, and it's an injury that often occurs in like diving accidents when the pool is very shallow and you're going head first and you're making contact with your head. And so I had a Jefferson fracture of my C1 and then also broke my C6 as well. And the Jefferson fracture means my C1 was broken in a couple places. And for a lot of people just die instantly from this. But to backtrack a little bit, so the bump happens and I can tell right away something went awry. But I didn't think it was that severe. I thought maybe I had a contusion or sprain. I've had no neck issues before. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. But immediately, EMTs rushed over, and salute to all the doctors and EMTs and everyone, because they made sure I wasn't going to move. My thought was, let me just make sure I'm okay. My fingers, I was so thankful that I could move my hands. I didn't seem to have any, there was no nerve pain, no tingling. So I wasn't that worried. Thankfully, also, there's such our go-to for people that get injured, for so many of the injuries, is people get sent to Birmingham because they have such a great staff for orthopedic injuries. And we happened to be in Birmingham that night. So it was a very short ride to the hospital. And I really just expected to be told that, hey, your neck is sprained. It's, be out for a month. But they told me, pretty soon after running a battery of tests and everything, that I indeed had broken my neck. And they let me know how severe it was. And in that moment, I felt, in many ways, it felt like a bullet whizzed by my head. I felt like the breeze of a bullet went by my head, because I very quickly learned that a lot of people die instantly from the same kind of injury. And if they don't die, if your C1 is displaced in a certain way, it can travel towards your brainstem, and it can either lead to stroke, it can lead to paralysis or death. And for me to come out of all of that with no nerve issues, no atrophy, to still be alive, honestly, is pretty incredible. So it's interesting. I didn't spiral or have these feelings of why me. I just really was wildly thankful that I'm still here, and that my body functions the way I want it to.
Wow. So I just have a few follow-ups, because that's obviously an incredible story. If this happens to, say, someone who looks like me, probably one of those things, right? Like you are a huge guy, a strong guy, massive neck, massive upper body. That probably saved you, correct?
Yeah, I had multiple doctors tell me that, I was amateur wrestling in middle school and high school. So I've been doing neck bridges since I was a kid, doing neck exercises in college football, also in wrestling as well. And actually, one of the things, it's one of the things that I just lapsed with. And in a roundabout way, thankfully, I herniated a disc. It wasn't a big deal a couple years ago with my neck. And for rehab, they had me start to get back into doing neck exercises. So I've been doing stuff with stability balls at the gym the last couple of years. And who knows if that would have saved me or not. But to think that if I hadn't been someone who had constantly been doing neck exercises, I could be dead right now.
And no surgery.
No surgery. Yeah. I did talk with the doctors recently, and surgery's off the table. So I'm thankful for that. And in the moment, they didn't suggest surgery either. So it's interesting with this fracture. I've learned a lot. There's a lot of differing ideas. There's some doctors who will say surgery right away, and the way they do surgery is very different. So there's a lot of different approaches to how to treat a Jefferson fracture.
And did they tell you back in March, and have they told you something differently now about your return to the ring? Will you be able to resume wrestling?
Well, I was told initially at the hospital in Birmingham, it was, in 3 months, you'll be back to doing what you always do. But I think when we got our first set of scans at the 8-week mark, actually the doctor I saw said my neck actually looked worse after 8 weeks, because I think sometimes with the healing process, it's not always linear, and sometimes it just didn't look the way that they wanted it to. And then we got another look at about the 12-week mark. And unfortunately, the bone wasn't ossifying. So my C1 looks like it healed fibrously. So it was intact enough where they weren't worried about someone bumping into me and me re-breaking my neck. But it's not solid enough right now for me to be able to go back into the ring. So I actually got a chance to talk to Dr. Maroon in Pittsburgh, who has worked with WWE for a long time. And the plan is to look at my neck again at a year, so March of next year, and then make that prognosis of whether I can wrestle again.
What are you thinking? What are you feeling right now? Do you think it happens?
That I'm unsure of. I've also talked to a couple of doctors who told me, like, hey, if you break this again, it could be even worse. It could be even more catastrophic. And these are spine specialists. I also think I had this sobering moment where I was in the hospital, and I've been an athlete my whole life, and it's all I've known, and it's what I've loved. But when they asked me my medical history, the first 18 years of my life, completely fine. But since then, I tore my left ACL playing college football at Iowa, tore my right ACL almost a year to the day. I've torn my left pec. I've torn my right meniscus, left meniscus, broke my right patella. While wrestling, I've herniated discs in my lower back. I've had the herniated discs in my neck. And also now I have a broken neck in multiple places. So I put my body through a lot. And I think when I got hired at 23, when I was 23, you just have a different perspective of life. And also, I just had a lot of struggles with my mental health as well. I think, not that I had a death wish per se, but I think there was a time in my life that if I died in the ring, cool. I got to do what I loved, and I went out in the ring. But now at 36, after working through a lot of those things, after being mentally healthier, man, this job has allowed me to meet so many incredible people from so many different walks of life and have so many different experiences. And now, I don't know, man, I think of life after 36. And I see so many of the guys that I grew up watching in wrestling. I think, too, of the athletes that I love who, participated in MMA or were boxers. And you see them at 50 and you see their body ravaged. And that's not the life that I want. My hope is I feel great now, and I'm grateful for that. But to keep putting miles and damage on my body, like that's something I have to think about. And I feel like I have a lot more to live for now than I did, years and years ago. Or at least I have a lot of things that I want to do in my life. So that's something I'll have to think about. But again, I'm not going to make any decisions anytime soon. But I have to weigh the damage that I've already done to my body.
That was one of the first things I thought about when obviously this happened, and I think a lot of people did as well, because you've been so open about your struggles with mental health, and I was worried about how you would, once the adrenaline wore off and you're home and you can't travel and you can't be out there with your friends and, you don't feel the crowd, like how would you be, how would you deal with it? Would you fall into a deep depression? So how was it? How, you see, every time you posted those videos, I have to say, like I would show them to my kids. I'm like, look how happy this guy is, and he's in a neck brace with a broken neck. Like I wish I could be like this when I break a nail. Like it was incredibly inspiring. But I wondered honestly, like what happened when you turned off the camera? What was it like at night? So what was it like for you?
Honestly, it was cake, and it feels crazy to say it was cake. But I had the best support system. I had so many people. For weeks and weeks, I was getting something new in the mail from whether it was, everyone. I won't shut up about meditation, which has been a big reason that I've been so good mentally. That's helped me a ton over the last couple years, is being consistent with meditation. I use Headspace, and honestly, it's like 10 minutes a day. So I was getting meditation books. I had Ali, who's a great human being. He sent me a Seinfeld Lego set because, I had like 6 different Seinfeld things sent to my house. So I had so many people who were regularly reaching out, who were calling, who were texting. So I had that support system. I had people dropping in as well. I have the best teammates in Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods constantly checking in on me. So I felt loved, I felt supported. And then I also felt like over the last couple of years, I've had this, I feel like I have this mental toolbox. And I don't think I have this kind of, maybe it's a little arrogant, but I have this like unbreakable, mentality. I don't think, there are times where life isn't perfect, but I don't think anything is going to break me or devastate me. I truly feel like if I had to deal with paralysis, I'm not saying it would be easy by any means, but I think over time, eventually, I would learn that, this is what life is now. And, kind of one of the things I've learned with meditation is the only constant is change. So I have just allowed myself to be ready for life and all its permutations, and that it's going to change. And there will be a time where I can't wrestle anymore. There will be a time where a lot of the things I love change. And so with the support system, with having those mental tools now, honestly, things have been really, really good. And I also I've had some other things as well that I've been able to work on during that time. So it's not like I have this massive void where I'm not doing anything in my life. I was able to kind of shift my focus a bit, but it's been a great time. And I've been able to step back a little bit. It's the WWE is incredible, but it's a hamster wheel, man. You know the schedule. That schedule is just constantly going. I can't think of the time I've consistently have had Saturdays and Sundays off. And just the fact that now, I get so excited, these afternoon MMA cards that I'm home for now are incredible. They're the best. I keep old man hours, so I can't be staying up till 1 a.m. all the time. But afternoon, where I have nothing to do, it's the best. So life's been good, man.
Will you be at peace if you never wrestle again? Do you think that you'll be able to accept that?
I'll be at peace with whatever happens, honestly. I think that's kind of my mentality. I'll make sure to find peace with however life turns out. But I think so. Man, I haven't had the perfect career by any means, but I've had one I'm proud of. We've been able to do with Kofi and Woods. We've been together for 8 years, which is an impossibility in this industry. And I've made some lifelong friends. I've had some incredible experiences. I've traveled the world. This last year, we had shows in the UK. I remember, man, I was in London as WWE champion, closing the shows, matches with Bobby, and doing the "thank you guys for being here" speech that I saw John Cena do when I first got on the road. So it's been an incredible run for me. It's been 13 years with the company. I'm still here. I still have a lot of life to live. So I'll be comfortable with however things end.
It's a weird thing, but so many people wanted to see you finally get that championship, and for it to happen 5 months before this accident. I don't know if you believe in that sort of weird stuff, but to me, I'm just so happy that you got that moment before this, that you could at least say that you reached the mountaintop. We could talk all day long how it ended, this and that. I know your fans were upset about all that, but you had that moment, you got it done, and no one can ever take that away from you. Do you think about that a lot? Thank God I at least got that. So now at least, maybe that makes you not wrestling again something easier to swallow. All right, I at least was able to realize my dream of being the champ.
Yeah, man, completely. Because I feel like I didn't get to be Cena or The Rock as far as Acclaim or The Undertaker, as far as I would never put myself. I'm definitely not in that top tier of WWE performers of all time. Probably not even in the second tier either. But I got a chance to be at the very top of my industry, and it was something that I think for a while I would have been okay just being the guy who had the potential to be WWE champion, the guy that all the fans, or a bunch of the fans clamored to one day get that shot. I was like, okay, this is going to be my lot in life. Someone who people really wanted this for, but it never happened. Sure. But the fact that I got to do it, and like you said, we could talk about the way it ended, the way it went, whatever, but it happened. And I have a good deal of peace about that.
And just curious, if you don't wrestle again, that wouldn't preclude you from just returning as a on-screen talent, as a manager or something like that, right? Would you be open to something like that? Or if you can't wrestle, you do not want to be on screen anymore?
I think it has to make sense. That's something I'd have to be able to carve out a role that I think is that makes sense for me. So yeah, just because I'm not wrestling anymore, if that is indeed the case, that doesn't mean that I can't find a way to still be involved with the company.
And how about exercising? Can you go for a run? Can you lift weights? Are there any restrictions based on the neck?
I've been in the gym since day 15.
Oh, wow.
As soon as I met with the doc and said, as long as you're in the brace, you're good to do what you want. So the only thing I couldn't do really was squat with a bar. Everything else, I was pretty much doing with lighter weight and higher volume for a while. But I've been working out 6 days a week, every single week since
Wow.
like 2 weeks after.
Have you lost weight?
I have,
Yeah.
but purposefully. I
Oh.
was tired of being fat. I was fat for a while. I was a fat power lifter, and that was fun. I enjoyed being strong. I'm not strong anymore, but I'm about 245 to 250 right now. And I was 300 pounds, about 305 for most of the early like New Day run, and I started slimming down to like 280, 270. But I was also paranoid that one day my heart would explode because I'm like 5'10", 5'11", being 310. Not the best recipe for health. So I feel healthier now.
Wait, so how much did you weigh during the title run?
I was still slim then. I was like 255,
Okay.
255 to 265.
It might be the collared shirt or something because you seem a lot. I don't know, the hair, something. You look a lot slimmer. I don't know.
It's probably the hair too. I decided finally after like 13 years to put some. I got a little bit of a fade.
Yeah,
here.
I
I
like
have hair on the side of my head. It was very much a pro wrestling haircut, and now that I'm not currently pro wrestling, I felt odd walking around like that.
Fair enough. So you're back in the mix. You're in Nashville. You're working with Paul Levesque, aka Triple H, whose life has dramatically changed. He's now the head of creative. I mean, it's an incredible thing. And you're working with James Kimball, who used to work for the UFC as well. I remember him over at the UFC. And you're working as, is it fair to say, a talent evaluator for these tryouts that are happening this week in Nashville?
Yeah, that's fair. We actually just took a break. The first session, it was cool. We got to see a bunch of just kind of the talent, the athletes cut promos. And, Triple H called me and asked me if this is something that I wanted to do. There was no pressure. He's like, if you want to just stay off TV, stay away for a bit, I get that. But this resonated with me because I remember they told me too, like, I guess the average age is 23. I got signed at 23 as this is all college athletes. This is me in 2009 as a college athlete who suddenly like that was over. And now what, man? You devote so much of your time and your life to your sport, the way you eat, the way you sleep, the way you train. And then suddenly it's gone. And I was so thankful, like wrestling saved me, WWE saved me. And then I had something else to pour that desire into. So as soon as he talked to me about it, and I already had a really good relationship with James, because we did the NIL stuff as well in Las Vegas. There was a bit of a conference. They had me out there to talk about that. So I just so resonate with young athletes who, their sport is done and now what? And I just thought like I would love to come in and lend my experience or whatever I can do to help out at all. So yeah, man, we're here right now for it's today, Thursday and Friday, and then obviously that leads into SummerSlam on Saturday.
Greg and PR sent me a packet of the people trying out. Like these are impressive athletes, a lot of college athletes, men and women, of course. Anyone stick out so far? I don't know if you could say any names because you don't want to, tip your hand. But like, are you see? And a lot of these people, if not all of them, have no background in pro wrestling at all, right? Like they're just freak athletes who are trying this out for the first time.
Yeah, that's the case. I don't want to. It's still so early in the process, and there's a lot more evaluating. And that's the only thing that's happened is grab a mic for a minute and tell us about yourself. So I don't want to say anything yet. But it's a really great group of men and women right now. So I'm intrigued to see how they separate themselves. But yeah, and I know for a lot of the hardcore fans, I get it. Like so many of my favorite wrestlers are on the indie scene or spent time on the indie scene. But I was also someone who came in with no wrestling experience whatsoever and was able to make something of myself. So I hope people are patient, especially the hardcore fans. They're patient with the former college athletes who are being brought in because they're going to need some time to grow. But there's a great track record of college athletes who come in with no wrestling experience and have killed it in the company.
I alluded to this moments ago, and sincerely don't want to put you in a weird spot, but I would be remiss if I don't ask you. I mean, massive seismic, company-changing news last week with Vince McMahon retiring. Could you even describe, like, when you found out about this, he's gone, everything's changing, Stephanie McMahon, Nick Khan, co-CEO, Paul Levesque, head of creative. What was your initial reaction when you found out about this?
There was a lot. My phone was really just inundated with people wanting to talk about it. I'll just speak to my experience with Hunter as a boss. You know, in NXT, I think he's an incredible creative mind. I think there are a ton of talent who have a great rapport with him. And I'm just hopeful that I think this next period in the company's history and in this run, I think it's got a lot of people excited. I think it's an exciting time. So I'm intrigued to see how things shake out. But I think it's going to be good. I really do think it's going to be good, and I think it's going to get the fan base ignited. And for people who became lapsed fans, like hopefully they'll give us another shot. And for people who've already been there, I think they're going to be excited about what's to come.
Can you describe what the mood is like among the wrestlers, the boys in the back, as my friend Chael likes to say? Like, what are people saying now?
Well, I don't really know what. It's weird because I've been at home, man. I'm not in the locker room like that. I haven't been there, so I have people texting me, but I don't really know exactly what the atmosphere is. But it's been. Everyone has an opinion on it, of course. It's hard to say, and the problem too is I feel like there are things. There's only things that I can either get through this interview smoothly,
I
can get in trouble. So I'm just going to try to.
Respect.
This is the part where I try to say the PC things, and I know that's not great for you.
That's
and
fine.
For your audience. But I don't want to get in trouble because I have bills to pay and I like money.
I respect that. By the way, could I ask, and you could tell me to go take a hike, when you're not performing, do they still pay you?
Yeah, I'm still getting paid. I have no complaints with the way they've taken care of me. I've been paid very regularly. My money hasn't gone down at all. They've also helped me. They sent me like a bone stimulator as well to help accelerate the growth of the bone. Medical has been there. They've done a great job. I've paid there's been no expense either with my medical stuff. So yes, I've been taken care of for sure.
Now, what are you watching on Saturday? SummerSlam or UFC 277? Can we stop with this head-to-head on the pay-per-views? What are we doing here? I need to call up Uncle Nick and tell him to stop doing this. Like, I like the Saturday pay-per-views, by the way, for WWE, but not the same night as a UFC pay-per-view. Why do we have to choose?
I'm with you. I was supposed to be there. I have a friend in Dallas. My buddy John lives in Dallas, and we've been talking about this for months. So the plan was to be there. But even beyond that, I'm actually my favorite album is Below the Heavens. I actually got to interview those guys, Blue in Exile, and they have their show. They're doing an anniversary tour on the same day in San Francisco, and I'll be there for that as well. So I'm actually I'll watch everything later. So I'll be late on both UFC and SummerSlam.
Wow. I thought you were going to just say I'm going to be at SummerSlam. Who do you like though? Pena or Nunes?
I like Nunes. I've been watching. I rewatched that fight, and Amanda made some choices, especially near the end of the fight, that were very un-Amanda-like as far as her striking. It just seemed like she just bit down and was throwing wildly, and I expect her to be more measured. And that's not to take anything at all from Juliana, but yeah, I'm going to go with Amanda here.
By the way, before I let you go, what about this one that everyone's talking about? Khamzat and Nathan Diaz, because it's very pro wrestling like, right? They're trying to kill the guy as he leaves the territory. They're trying to get him to do the job on the upstart, but it doesn't really sit well with the audience. What do you think?
I just actually, before I had to leave my hotel for the tryout, I was just listening to the end of your interview with Dan Hardy.
Oh, thanks.
And his stuff is awesome. I love his stuff on YouTube with BT Sport. It's been great. But I echo his sentiments. It feels, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's a great, incredible fight. But it feels like the beloved veteran, just being thrown out as a lamb to slaughter. And I hate that. And I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. But that's what it feels like.
Yeah. Well, most importantly, it's so great to see you in good spirits, healthy. Everyone was super worried. That must have been weird in its own right? I'm sure at some point you get on Twitter and like people are eulogizing you and saying all these really nice things, but you're okay, right? Isn't that a weird thing?
It is weird. It's really weird, man. I had so many people reach out. And the cool thing in a weird way is I feel like I'm a part of this neck club because so many of the greatest wrestlers ever have had serious neck injuries, because I had Edge reach out. Steve Austin called me. Had great talks with Kevin Nash on text, and so many of us have just had these neck injuries. But yeah, man, I'm good. I'm alive. I'm fine. But everyone, the outpouring of love was really eye opening. It made me a bit emotional.
Oh man,
to hear all those said.
Well, people love. I mean, you saw that when you won the belt, so now, and then you got to see it in a different way a few months. By the way, last thing, what about Ridge? Because I'll be honest, like when I saw him at Mania, and I'm like, this guy, I'm not really happy with this guy right now. Like, how are you guys? How do you feel about him? And did he reach out as well?
Yeah, he's definitely reached out, and he sent me a box of, I think it's organic meat, just red meat, which bless his heart, I don't eat red meat. Very, but I couldn't in that moment. I couldn't say, because it was already like sent to the house before. It wasn't like, hey, is this something you consume? But I sent it to a buddy of mine, and he and his family enjoyed the steaks and whatnot. But we're good, man. Like, things happen. It's a part of what we sign up for. Like, it's not something I ever would have wanted, but it happened. And me hating him or holding a grudge, it doesn't help me at all. He's been very apologetic, so we're good, man. I hold no ill will against him at all. And I generally think he's a good human being. I truly do. I've enjoyed our interactions prior, and I wish him well, man. I don't want this to be the albatross around his neck, whether I have to retire early or not. I'm good. I can hug my loved ones. I can live my life. My life is good. So there's no ill will whatsoever.
All right. I'm glad to hear that. Much respect, my friend. Good luck out there. Great to see you out there. Keep doing your thing. You're an incredible positive light to so many people. Thank you for writing that great book, the Budios book, which I gave to my kids.
I didn't write that, by the way. So if there's anything that's odd, we had ghostwriters. I got to be honest. I didn't write it.
All right.
I'm glad you're giving your kids some empty calories, because there's nothing in there to gain or nothing of any value whatsoever, but good for you.
I love it. And perhaps I'll see you out there in Nashville. Thank you so much for doing this. I appreciate it. And keep up the great recovery, and hopefully we'll see you back in there. And if not, much respect on how you're handling everything.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, Ariel.
All
Thanks,
right.
man.
There he is, the great Big E. What a tremendous story. Inspirational stuff. And happy to hear that he is okay, because honestly, when that happened, it was very scary. We've seen this in pro wrestling before with the likes of Stone Cold Steve Austin and Owen Hart back in the day. Remember that one? Tough sport. SummerSlam, 8 p.m. Peacock. This Saturday, going head-to-head with UFC 277. Dual screen action, baby. That's what I'll be doing. So it's this Saturday, not Sunday, 8 p.m., Peacock, SummerSlam, Nissan Stadium, I believe it is, in Nashville. That's home to the Tennessee Titans. And our good friend Brock Lesnar is in the main event against Roman Reigns. The one that I'm most looking forward to is Patrick McAfee going up against Baron Corbin. Also, our other good friend Logan Paul going up against The Miz. And a slew of other great matchups. I wonder if GC, you doing any SummerSlam picks?
He slipped away for 1 second.
My good friend Liv Morgan up against Ronda Rousey, defending her title. Bianca Belair, Becky Lynch, the Usos against the Street Profits. Bobby Lashley, another good friend, against Theory. So a lot to like there. Interesting times in the world of World Wrestling Entertainment. Appreciate Big E stopping by. Now, as we said, October 22nd, huge night, huge afternoon here in the United States. A slew of matchups announced last week. Of course, we know about Islam Makhachev and Charles Oliveira, but then we found out about Sean O'Malley and Petr Yan, and then we found out that there was a second title fight that would be added to the card. We thought it was going to happen September 10th. It's now happening October 22nd. It's Aljamain Sterling defending his title for the second time against the former champ, TJ Dillashaw, who we were hoping to speak to a few months ago, but unfortunately he was out on some sort of camping/hunting trip, but I do believe we have located him. So let's go to the Zoom machine here and say hello to TJ Dillashaw. There he is. Hello, TJ. How are you?
Doing good. You?
I'm doing great. Thanks for joining me, man. I appreciate it. Congrats on getting... Hey, bud. How are you?
Oh, this is Bronson. I'm on daddy duty today.
Hello, Bronson. How old are you? 4.5. 4.5?
Yeah.
How many kids do you have?
I got one.
One. Okay. Does he want to be a fighter too?
No. That's funny you actually bring that up. He always tells me and my wife, and when I get older, Dad, I don't want to be a fighter. Like, oh, buddy, you don't have to be. You do whatever you want to do, you know?
Look at this guy. Wow, is that a puppy?
Yeah, so he also told my wife about 3 or 4 weeks ago that his whole life, what he wanted which is 4.5 years.
Yes.
Is a wiener dog, and he wanted to name him Chubby. And so now we have a miniature wiener dog named Chubby. So
Wow.
Little chubby wiener running around the house.
Wow. When did you get the chubby wiener?
Where did we get him?
Yeah.
Just from someone locally around the street. Down the street.
But like how long? Because he looks super young.
He's only like 11 weeks old.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, congrats. By the way, I wanted to start with congrats on the wiener, congrats on the title fight, on all that stuff. It's a great name. September 10th. Did you think you were fighting September 10th?
Yeah, man. That was definitely I got the sent the bout agreement and everything, right?
Oh, wow.
We just didn't know where the location. We didn't know where the location was going to be at. We didn't know if it was. We didn't know if it was going to be Boston or Atlanta. They were trying to figure out where they were going. Then I saw the morning that the Diaz fight was announced. I was like, oh, it's Vegas. I was like pumped, like I only have to drive 4 hours to Vegas. It's going to be awesome. But then got told I'm getting pushed to October 22nd in Abu Dhabi, right? So I think the only downfall is that, longer training camp, right? So I had to pull back a little bit. I was in full steam ahead, getting in training camp and, getting ready for September 10th, and then, having to pull the reins back a little bit, making sure that I peak at the right time and take a little more time down.
Oh, were you upset?
Yes and no. I mean, upset just because I've been training my butt off, right? Like expecting September 10th, trying to peak yourself for that. I mean, I do everything from, my sleep goals to training to nutrition. I mean, I don't cut any corners, do it all the right way. So, a little bit of a bummer to have to, put a wrench in that, but it'll be cool to check out Abu Dhabi. I mean, other than the 19 hours to get out there, I think it'd be pretty cool to visit another side of the world and win my world title out there.
Yeah. So you go from driving 4 hours to a 19-hour flight. The date maybe wasn't a huge pain, but what about the location change? Was that more annoying?
No, I mean, I guess for certain reasons, yeah. I mean, I'd love for my family to go and all my friends and family and all that stuff, right? Could pack Vegas, it's a super easy drive for us. But obviously, still have the super committed. They're going to go out there. I've already had so many people tell me they already bought their tickets to go out to Abu Dhabi. But I'd like to take my wife and my 4-year-old, and that's a serious challenge to put them on a 19 hours of flying. So we'll see if they're going to come or not.
Okay. So I remember you were in attendance when Aljo fought Petr Yan, so it seemed like, they were positioning you as the next guy. Honestly, were you surprised at the result? Were you surprised? It seemed like a lot of people were picking Yan that night to win. What did you think was going to happen?
I definitely was picking Yan. I mean, that's why I was showing up to fight too. I knew Yan wanted to fight me, right? He was like very verbal about he wanted me next, and so I wanted to be there at the fight. I wanted to be front row for when I thought he was going to win, right? But it kind of surprised me on two ends. The fact that he, I don't know, was like overly aggressive, looking for that one big shot on his feet and being able to get those takedowns on him, as well as him not being able to get out of the body triangle surprised me a lot, right? Like, you're a world champion. I know he knows his stuff, but wasn't even going the right way on the body triangle. He was just worried about not getting submitted rather than getting out and let Aljo stay on his back for 2 whole rounds. It was kind of crazy. And then props to Aljo for getting the fight where he needed it, So I was surprised. I mean, the decision, after the fight and after watching it again on TV, that's definitely the way the decision should have went in my mind. But I did not expect it.
Did it change your opinion on Aljo as champion? Like, were you more impressed with him after the fact? Were you like, all right, like this guy, I felt like until that fight happened, people weren't ready to accept him as champion. Now maybe a lot more so.
Well, I mean, he won the fight, right? The first one kind of is a shitty way to win the belt, right? I mean, and just the way he kind of handled it kind of made himself really hated, right? But still, I don't feel like he gained that much more respect to the fact that he's not like a dangerous fighter. He's not someone you have to go out there and be worried about getting finished or put to sleep, I've always known he's great. He's got some great skills in what he does, right? But to me, if I look at him, he's not a fighter. He's more of an athlete, which, our sport is professional athlete. But look, man, we're all raw. We have to be fighters, and I want to go out there and get that finish.
Who do you think would have been a tougher matchup for you, Yan or Aljo? Like when you were thinking about
I think they both have their difficulties, right? Just different aspects. to when you fight someone like Yan, you got to go out there and you're ready for someone to get put to sleep, and he's kind of like that gangster in your face, like ready to go, right? When you're fighting Aljo, you got to worry about him not putting the fight where he wants it and controlling it and kind of making it a snooze fest, right? So it's a little bit different, but I think I match up really well with Aljo, to be honest. I think it's a very good matchup for me.
Obviously, the last time we saw you was a year ago, more than a year ago. And by the time you fight, it'll be like, a year and change, a year and a quarter. How's the past year been for you?
It sucked, to be honest, right? Blowing my knee out. I mean, I didn't even like. I remember doing the post-fight interview, like, hey, I don't want to wait too long to get in there and fight. Like, let's get this done. I'd limp out the cage. I think I just had a lot of adrenaline going. And then the next morning when I woke up, I couldn't even put like an ounce of weight on my foot whatsoever. I didn't realize how bad I blew my knee out. Like, I knew I effed it up in that first round. Like, I sat down on the corner, was like, hey guys, I fucked my knee up. Like, Dwayne's like, ignore it, let's go. The second round was pretty rough, coming out and like not having any footwork whatsoever, having to change my game up. So yeah, it sucked that I had to go through 2 surgeries to get to where I'm at now.
Wow. 2 surgeries in the past year?
Yeah, 2 surgeries on my knee. Yeah.
Damn. What was the issue?
So I mean, I tore everything. There wasn't anything I did not tear. The only thing I didn't tear was my ACL. And I thought that was a good thing. I was like, oh, sweet, I'll be back faster. And I'm thinking like 3 months, beginning of 21, I'll be good. But no, man, my meniscus was flipped all the way upside down. Like, they had to like stitch it back to the bone. My LCL was fully ruptured. My PCL was fully ruptured.
Damn.
MCL torn. So I mean, I tore everything but my ACL.
Wow. And then why'd you have to have a second one?
So I had to clean it up, right? So I had so much work done in there that I created a lot of scar tissue in my knee. And so I couldn't get my full flexion. I was getting back to work and it was swelling back up. I wasn't able to like get explosive and jump off it and things like that. And the doctor told me, Dr. Morris said, like, when I got my knee surgery, that most likely I'd have to get in there and clean it up again. So the second one wasn't like a super extensive surgery. Quiet, buddy. It was more of a cleanup, He just scoped me, had to clean it up.
In a perfect world, like, when could you? I know September 10th was the original date, but like, in a perfect world for you, when were you ready to return?
Yeah, I probably could have fought. I could have fought like by now, right? So for a year, like I could have fought in July. Right?
Okay.
But September was fine too. I mean, it gave me time to make sure I can get back to work and sparring, and everything was good to go. So now I got even extra time. So yeah, everything's feeling good.
Was there ever any talk of you not fighting for the belt? Like, did you have to have a negotiation about this, discussion, whatever, or it was always you're coming back for the belt?
Yeah. I was hoping to come back straight for the belt after my suspension, but unfortunately, the Yan and the Sterling fight ended the way it did the first time, right? So after that happened, I told him I wanted the #1 contender fight. And I wanted to get myself, look, man, I'm 36 years old. I'm going to get back to getting that belt back. I ain't going to take a long time, right? So I wanted to fight the who's who in the weight class, and going after a guy like Sandhagen. I knew he was a killer, train with him. But that's what I want, man. I wanted to go right back to action.
Any part of you, I mean, obviously you've dealt with long layoffs and whatnot, but any part of you, I don't know, worried, concerned about the long layoff going into a title fight? Like, usually you're on a roll, you fight, no concern about that.
No, I mean, I was 2.5 years off of my suspension, coming back into a 5-round fight against Sandhagen, which I think is a way more of a dangerous fight than I'm going into now, right? Ring rust happens if you let it happen, right? If you like exactly, if you're scared of it, if you're mentally there, if you're worried about not performing the way you should, as well as, man, like for my Sandhagen fight, I pretty much almost did like 3 camps for that fight. I did like a test camp. I did a couple of test camps. I did a mini camp because I got 4 cuts in my eyebrow before that fight, so I had to postpone it, right? So I do a good job of almost overtraining, with being able to pull yourself back and doing a camp before a camp.
And obviously, as you know, like everyone has an opinion on you fighting for the belt. Your old friend Dominic Cruz said you were gifted this. Henry's talking about it. You see all this, you hear all this. How do you react?
You just gotta ignore it a little bit to extent, but it's also to be expected, right? Like I fucked up, right? So it's all to be expected, and it's an easy it's just an easy thing to put someone down. Like everyone wants to talk shit to put their name on the headlines. It's a very easy thing to do with you, right? So like we already know what Aljo is gonna try to say the entire time, right? It is what it is, right? But no, it's definitely not gifted. I never lost my belt to a man. I came back and I defended against Sandhagen and won. See, let's have. I don't think he's going to get through Cheeto, to be honest, with Delmer Cruz. But if he does, let's have him fight Sandhagen, see how that goes for him. You know what I mean? So you tell me what's good. I mean, he was praising me the night of the fight, but now he wants to talk crap because he's not up to where he wants to be. And unfortunate for him, I don't know if he ever will be again. You know?
Do you think Cheeto wins that fight?
Dude, Cheeto's tough, man, and I really like the way he fights now that he's been with his camp at Ruka with Perillo. He's a lot more aggressive, and you know, Cheeto's tough, man. He's got that mindset, you know. I just really like Cheeto, so I'm obviously rooting for him. Hey.
It's all right. I get it. Okay. I have 3 little ones as well. I know what it's like around that same age.
Wednesdays are my day off from training, so the wife gets the stuff done. She needs to get done. I'm on.
It's all good. I appreciate you doing it during your day off as well, doing the interview. By the way, are you surprised that Sean is fighting Yan? That he, you know, Dana said even yesterday at the post-fight press conference at the Contender Series that he didn't want to make that fight, that Sean Shelby had to convince him to make the fight. Are you surprised that Sugar Sean O'Malley is fighting Yan on that same card?
Yeah, I'm surprised on his accolade-wise, right, of him not even beating someone in the top 10 to get a fight guy like Yan, right? But he's done a great job of promoting himself. You know what I mean? Like, he's gotten the attention. He does the stuff that a lot of us don't want to do, right? Like the stuff that I don't want to, like, I'm at a point in my life to I'd rather be a dad, be a husband. I got you know, businesses I'm working on. So I'm making my income elsewhere to where he's fully a character. He's, you know, doing the YouTubes, the Twitch, whatever it may be, and putting himself out there and being colorful. So he's promoting himself hard that way and working hard. So, you know, more power to him. He's bringing a lot of attention to the weight class. I'm not sure if it's a great fight for him, but maybe he'll prove us all wrong. You know, like, I don't know. I mean, I don't think he deserves the fight on accolades, but he does on the hard work he's put in.
And also, the knock on him was always like he's not fighting anyone ranked. Now he's fighting. Yeah. So you got to give him props for that, right?
Yeah, but it's a win-win for him, though, to be honest, right? Like, he goes out there and loses. He loses to the number 1 contender or something in the world, right? He goes out there and performs well, then everyone's. I mean, no matter what, his stock is going to rise because of this. You know, win or lose.
Speaking of someone who's very popular, what's up with you and Patty going back and forth?
Dude, I didn't even mean to be an asshole either. My wife told me for sure you're a dick, but I didn't mean to be. Like, I was talking on Schaub's podcast, I believe it was, and Schaub's a big Patty fan. I was like, yeah, man, the UFC's doing a good job promoting this guy, and he's doing a great job himself. But the thing I'm worried about is like how fat he gets after fight camps. Like, I don't think he'll be a world champion because of the fact that he's got no dedication in between fights. Like, when you're coming up in this UFC, like, you should be able to take fights on weeks' notice, right? I fought fights week to week. I mean, 7 days apart, I fought a fight when I was coming into the UFC because I was always in the gym, always getting better, always ready. But if you balloon up 30, 40 pounds, how can you take a fight that fast or be getting better all the time? You're obviously not in the gym. You're all, you know, being, you know, living life and getting fat and eating and drinking, which, you know, obviously I know how these fight camps go and you want to let loose. But I feel like when you're first, especially this guy, he's building a name for him. He's about to be, I mean, he's a superstar already, right? Like, be in the fucking gym. Like, you have a chance to make some serious fucking cash right now. And they're going to start throwing you to the wolves. You're about to get in the top 15, top 10, which I don't know if he's really ready for. But so I wasn't trying. It was a dick thing to say, but I wasn't trying to. I was trying to say, like, that was my concern, is that he's got this opportunity and he's blowing it by being a fat ass, you know?
And then he didn't like it. Then he came after you.
Didn't. And he's pretty witty, man. His comebacks were great, you know? He's a pretty little witty guy. So.
Man, you let all this stuff just roll off your back.
You kind of have to, man. I mean, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
Sit here and not sleep about it? I mean, this is, I've learned, the suspensions actually taught me a lot to where this is a small part of my life now.
Really?
You know, I have a lot of businesses and I'm an entrepreneur outside the cage. I want to be as good outside as I was in. You know, I got Clean Juice and developing all of Southern California with Clean Juice. Owner in Muscle Farm now. We're creating a lot of great stuff with Muscle Farm, a supplement company, sports nutrition company. I've now helped create and found a cannabis company called Zook that we're about to hit the market with next week.
Wow.
We're in California. It's been a way of life for me. So hitting in the ground with cannabis. Yeah, man. So I got a lot of income coming in outside of fighting, and fighting's just a cherry on top. And to be honest, just prove that I'm still the best in the weight class, best in the world.
So, given all of that, have you thought about how much longer you want to do this for?
Man, I feel young. Even though I am 36 and said I want to get back to the top, I feel good. I feel I've treated myself right. I've recovered the right way. I've taken care of myself to where I could fight for a while. No concerns of retiring yet. We'll see what life presents it. You never know, right? Life always present what it's supposed to in my mind. I think that I handled the suspension I was supposed to, and I took some positives out of it. It was something I never would go back and choose to do, but a lot of great things came from it for my life outside of fighting. And knowing that I don't only identify myself now as a UFC fighter, right? I can identify myself as so much more.
So you don't say like I want to be. No problem. Is that Wiener? The Wiener?
No, that's our Pekingese. We got some killers here. We got a Pekingese and a Wiener dog.
Golly, you got a whole farm over there. So you don't say like 40, I'm done. 45, you're not thinking like that. You're just gonna go.
I'll never put a number on it. I'll never be one of those guys that retires inside the cage either. It'll be like one of those things that I'll decide when I'm like,
really?
I don't know, man. I gotta have some thought around it. I have no idea now of retiring, so why put a number on it?
Yeah.
It'll happen when it happens.
Is it weird for you to see all the guys that you came up with? The vast majority of them are all gone now. They're all done. Is that strange?
Yeah, man. It's been a long career, and it's funny. I was talking with Diaz. We were in Hawaii for the Bellator fights for Juan Archuleta. He's like, man, how crazy is it now? You're one of the OGs, right? Like you're one of the guys that've been around for a while. It's like, it really is, man. It's crazy how fast this career has gone by. Fast and not, right? But it's insane.
Does it, just curious about like the criticism people, one thing that I find strange is, and people can say whatever they want, when they criticize you, they don't just criticize you for the Cejudo fight. They try to like put that cloud over the entire career and take away all the accomplishments, which you never, tested positive for anything after the Barao fights and all that. Does that annoy you?
It does, right? And I'll probably have to answer those questions a bunch throughout this lead up to the fight, right? It does annoy me, especially not only was I drug tested, one of the most out of anyone in the UFC, is that they even went back. So they collect 2 samples when you get drug tested for every fight. Every time they come to my house and they drug test me, there's an A and a B sample. You always got to give 2. And so they can keep it on file and they can retest it if they want to, right? So when I failed that drug test, they want to know if any of my accolades or anything else I did in the past was ever tied to that. So they went back and retested all of my tests all the way back to 2016.
Wow.
So not only did I get tested once, they retested everything from 2016 up, and obviously nothing came up. So
wow.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. People, like I said before, it kind of comes with the territory of messing up in the public eye and knowing you're going to get a lot of scrutiny because of it. You just gotta roll with the punches a little bit, right? I'm the one that fucking made that horrible decision, and now I gotta own up to it. And I know that's part of it. Even if you are crystal clear otherwise, that's just the narrative, right?
I never knew. I don't think a lot of people know that about the 2016 stuff, like going all the way back. That is.
Yeah, you saw it came out and mentioned it after the first failed drug test. They went back and retested everything.
Okay.
But people are going to pay attention to the big headlines, and who's going to pay attention to that? But yeah, they retested everything. I remember because you get an update in your email every time you get drug tested and the results and the notifications that they show up to your house. And then through my email, I just got like 20 emails saying that I've been tested again.
Wow.
And I had to go back and scroll through them and like, oh, those are all ones all the way back to my Dominic Cruz fights being retested,
By the way, have you thought of this? You win October 22nd, Cejudo's back, and you get to kind of right that wrong against him, but at 35, like, have you thought of that scenario?
Oh, 100%. How could I not?
Oh.
I feel like the chips are all lining up perfectly, to be honest. Get the belt back. Cejudo was coming out of retirement, which I knew was all bullshit anyways. Come on. The guy retired. I don't feel like I knew from the beginning it wasn't really retirement. He was trying to get paid more.
Right.
But it kind of backfired on him. And, now he's coming back, right? So kind of perfect timing, to be honest.
One of the worst retirements I've ever seen, like the way he handled it. He retired in the cage. 45 minutes later, he's at the press conference and he's like, well, if they pay me more, I'll come back. It's like, what, man? You got to at least pretend.
It was the worst. Yeah. for sure.
Would he
Everyone knew it was a fake retirement, you know?
Would he be your pick for first defense if it all goes, your way on the 22nd of October? Like, would that be the perfect thing for you?
Yeah, man. We have some killers in the weight division
Yeah.
too. Yes, I mean, I definitely want that one. We got the Jose Aldo as well too, right? Like, that's the guy that I've looked up to before I even started fighting. I started to go to Alpha Male, start training, and Uriah is fighting him, Mendez is fighting him. That's a guy that I've looked up to for a long time, right? Which is crazy that he's still a gangster in the UFC fighting. So Jose Aldo's there. I mean, we got a weight class that's amazing, right? But my first choice, I'd probably be Cejudo.
Yeah, Jose Aldo has a tough one in August. I don't know how much you know about Merab, but that dude is super tough.
Who's he fighting?
He's fighting Merab Dawalishvili, Aljo's teammate, the Georgian guy.
That's right.
That guy's tough.
I think Aldo would just fine.
Yeah, all right. You're not impressed with Merab?
I've just been impressed with Aldo lately.
Yeah.
Like when he first came to the weight class, I was concerned, right? I don't think he looked that great. And I think the weight cut was more than he imagined, right? And now he's actually, like when you see pictures of him walking around in between fights, he's walking around light.
Yeah.
So now I think he's got it all under control and he looks a lot better.
Last thing for you. So where do you train? Like I know you train in California a little bit. I also saw you with Dwayne recently doing some videos. I don't know when. So are you still splitting time?
I have been, yeah. But mainly Dwayne's been coming to Orange County.
Okay.
He flies out for half the week. But I like my whole last camp, actually 2 camps in a row because my fight got pushed back. But I was doing half the week in Colorado, half the week in California, just flying back and forth, which has its perks, right? So I get to be completely selfish when I'm there. I got a 4-year-old that it's hard to get all your training in all the time, right? So kind of get that distraction and just fully be like the old days when I first moved to Alpha Male and I was living on Uriah's couch, living in the living room, doing nothing but training. It's kind of that same feeling when I go out there, right? But it is nice not to have to leave and do the traveling. So Dwayne's, we do most of the traveling to Orange County here at this camp. Okay.
Well, I wish you the best. Good luck to you, October 22nd. Thank you for doing this while you're on daddy duty. Good luck with everything, my friend.
Yeah,
and appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, no problem at all, man.
All right. Thank you so much, TJ. All the best. We'll talk to you soon. There he is, TJ Dillashaw, October 22nd. Big fight from UFC 280 in Abu Dhabi. It's a tremendous card. Even yesterday, I saw they were saying that they're even going to potentially add a couple of more fights. Listen, they pay top dollar over there in the UAE for these fights. They better get a good card. The difference between 280 and 279 in terms of name value, quite stark. Charles Oliveira, Islam Makhachev, Beneil Dariush versus Mateusz Gamrot, TJ Dillashaw, Aljamain Sterling, bantamweight title, lightweight title at the top. Bilal Muhammad against Sean Brady is a really interesting one. Petr Yan against Sean O'Malley. Golly, what a fascinating fight that is. Marina Rodriguez against Amanda Lemos is a great fight. Caitlin Chukagian against Manon Fiorot, which was supposed to happen in Paris on September 3rd, and then someone else, and then it was Andrade Fiorot, and then Andrade got injured, and then they put Caitlin on that date, and then they moved that fight to this date. Been a lot of changes as far as that fight is concerned. That being said, though, it's now happening on October 22nd, and it's a tremendous card. And in a matter of moments, we're going to talk to Sugar Sean O'Malley himself about that fight, which yesterday at the Contender Series, Dana White revealed that Sean Shelby had to convince him to greenlight that. Look, these types of fights, Dana really isn't involved in. I spoke about this already. You've got Shelby doing his weight classes. You've got McMaynard doing his weight classes. Hunter Campbell is very involved as well. But, big names, obviously Dana's going to be involved. And the quote is, we were in a matchmaking meeting and Sean Shelby actually came up with that fight. Sean Shelby wanted that fight. I said, are you out of your mind? You don't make that fight now. He told me why you make it, and O'Malley's ready. O'Malley's about to be 28 years old in October in his absolute prime right now. He hits like a truck. He ended up selling me on it. And more importantly, both guys wanted it. So how about that? Without further ado, let's say hello to the Sugar Show, one Sean O'Malley, who returns to action October 22nd. There he is. Hello, Sean. How are you? I love that.
How's it going, Ariel?
Wow.
Yeah.
Harmonica. I wasn't expecting that. Yes.
Man of many talents.
Who's behind you over there? Is that Tim?
No, that's not Tim.
I don't see his face.
24/7 bodyguard.
Oh, okay. Hello, sir.
His name, his undercover name, he goes by Schmitty.
Schmitty, what's happening? Does he speak?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Nice Prime. I got my own Prime as well here. Are you signed by Prime?
Oh.
Oh no.
No, that's an accident.
Okay.
Yeah, that was an accident.
How is that?
I do enjoy Prime though, but
you don't want to.
I enjoy it. I like it.
All right. We don't need to give him a free plug though. Let's
I like
not get
Logan.
crazy.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I feel like he's a friend, so
Yeah.
I like Logan.
All right. Well, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for doing this. Appreciate it as always. You're always very kind with your time. How was London? How was it over there? Did you feel the love? Did you enjoy it? Long trip from Arizona? How was it?
Yeah, it was a long trip because I was in Miami with the boys, the Nelk boys, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and I get a call Monday from the UFC. Said, "Hey, you want to go to?" I'm talking into my mic when it's not even the right mic. I got a call and say, "Hey, you want to go to London on Wednesday?" And I was like, "Yeah." So every time I went to Miami, I've came back sick. You not a lot of sleep, a lot of alcohol. So I came back and I wasn't feeling great, and I toughed it out, made the trip to London on Wednesday afternoon, and it was a quick trip. It was good. London was fun. The press conference was fun. I had a good time, although I was feeling like dog shit.
Really? By the way,
yeah.
Why did they call you last minute to go over there?
I think they wanted to announce the fight. They needed that little boost for Charles Islam. It's a big fight. Not it's a big fight. TJ versus Aljo is a small fight, but it's it should be a bigger fight. They just needed that extra boost. They needed that Sugar Sean versus Petr Yan. They needed that hype. They needed that energy. They needed that that spark on the card, and that's really what kind of is putting this card over the top. Is me versus Peter. So they wanted there. You didn't see TJ there. You didn't see Aljo there. They'd sell 37, maybe 38 pay-per-views combined.
And I'm going to obviously ask you about the fight in a moment, but I did read, did you feel like lightheaded? Was it because you were feeling sick when you did the press conference?
It was.
Or I thought it was because of the lights, or you were wearing a jacket, I think. What was going on there?
Well, I think it was definitely a mixture of everything. I had not been sleeping. The flight, right when I landed in London at noon, I did media all day till like 7, pictures, interviews. Went back. I slept decent that night, but woke up, wasn't feeling great. And then I was just like having a little bit of hot flashes, and I was wearing a jacket. It was warm in there, and then the lights, and yeah, it was just a mixture of everything. I was still recovering from Miami. I still might be recovering from Miami. So I think it was just a mixture of traveling a ton, not sleeping a lot. But I feel great now, so that's all that matters.
Before I ask you about Yan, I haven't spoken to you since the Pedro Munhoz fight. So just curious, how do you feel about it now? Obviously, it went down. It ended unceremoniously. I don't know if you saw, he was on the show. He gave his account of what happened and how he was feeling and whatnot. How do you feel about how the whole thing went down?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to just feel like I won. That's just how I am. I feel I dominated. I didn't get hit once. And I was healthy, booked the flight. I went back to the UFC. I said, I want to fight again. I'm like, that wasn't satisfying. That's not the way, obviously you want to fight to end. I wanted to get the dub in a different way. I wanted a spectacular fashion. Didn't quite get it, was ready to go. Everyone in the top 10 booked out. Everyone in the top 10 has a fight. Petr Yan was the only one that didn't have a fight. And going into that fight, he said, "Hey, call me out if you win." Joe Rogan forgot to hand me the mic after I won, so I wasn't able to call him out after that. So it kind of just got, there wasn't a good way to call him out. UFC was like, all right, well, we'll see. We'll see if Peter, wants that fight. And for some reason, I wasn't expecting him to accept it, to be honest. So
why weren't you expecting him?
I just, it's a risky fight for Peter. He's not stupid. He looks at, well, maybe he is. he looks at me and he's got to be he's a high level boxer, he's a high level MMA fighter. He's got to look at me and know that I have legitimate skills. I'm not really in the top 10, but I think in his mind, a win over me is a huge win. Even when Cheeto supposedly beat me, he got a fight. He fought Jose Aldo, who was coming off a title fight. So a win over me isn't nothing. A win over me, I'm the biggest name in the bantamweight division. I'm one of the biggest names in UFC. So, I guess in those terms, I'm not surprised he took the fight. Stylistically, we get to see how that plays out October 22nd.
We actually just spoke to TJ right before you. He didn't talk smack or anything like that. He did say he thought it was a win-win for you because, hey, if you lose to him, he's Petr Yan. He's one of the best bantamweights. If you win, it's a huge win. Do you view it the same way?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to look at it like that. I don't really want that to be my mindset going into this fight. Well, I lose to the number one guy. I mean, that's how it is. That's what it is, though. But I just believe in creating these powerful moments, these magical moments, and I think this is how superstars are created. I go out there and starch Petr Yan October 22nd in Abu Dhabi. That's massive. That is how superstars are born. And I just feel like this is a perfect fight in my career. Perfect time, perfect opponent. It's just my time to go out there, and I'm already dialed in mentally. I'm 12 weeks out. It's I only fought 3.5 weeks ago, and I'm already mentally ready to get back into camp and dial in and train for Peter. So I'm just excited about the opportunity, and I believe I'll capitalize on the opportunity. And I think the higher level guys I fight, the better sugar you guys are going to get. I've not been able to show my true MMA skills inside the octagon. I really did think Pedro was going to be the one to bring it out of me. It wasn't, obviously. That went how it went, but I think Peter's the guy to really let's see how good I really am.
So if it was up to you, would you actually be fighting earlier?
Like same, if it was Abu Dhabi, same card, same everything, I wouldn't mind bumping it up 4 weeks. So these next 3-4 weeks is, I'm going to have to be disciplined and not being as disciplined, because fight camps are very mentally draining, and you can only be so disciplined, so dialed in for so far out that I don't want to these next couple weeks that they're going to be like a pre-fight camp. So I'm going to just, my sleep, eating, everything's going to be dialed in, but I'm going to have a little bit of wiggle room to have maybe some chips with my dinner.
Right. Chips with your dip, as Drake once said. Remember?
Yep. That was a good one.
Right. By the way, Bodyguard, is he getting bored back there? Like, I almost feel like I need to offer him a drink or something. Is everything okay?
He's on clock. He's doing what he needs to be doing right now. And that's watching over me, making sure no one busts into my gaming apartment while I'm streaming on YouTube right now.
Wait, are you streaming right this moment?
Area safe. I am streaming this moment, but they can't hear you because I have my AirPods in. So it's kind of like they're just looking at me and hearing me talk to you without no reply.
Wow. So this is like a 2-camera shoot here.
Yeah, we're on pretty much. I quit streaming on Twitch.
Why?
Oh shit. Just YouTube's just a sec. Ooh, YouTube's just a better platform.
Right.
Really, at the end of the day, I just really like YouTube. And it makes more sense to stream on YouTube.
You can make more money there too.
You can make more money. I find it's harder for people to subscribe. Like on Twitch, it's easier. I think you can do it on your phone, and on YouTube, I think people have been having trouble being able to subscribe on their phone. I think you have to do it on a laptop, which definitely kills the subscriber count. But YouTube is already an established platform for me. I already have 420,000 subscribers, so there's more eyes.
Right. And by the way, this is like a streaming apartment that you have? This is separate from your home?
Yeah, this is across the street from my house. Wow. I actually been waiting for Starlink for like 2 years now. The internet at my house is dog shit. The internet literally across the street, I can get the highest speed internet you can get. And so I had to do that. And Big Schmitty and his buddy Brendan actually live in this apartment now. But I just bought another house. So we're gonna have a little a little gaming house.
Wow, like a compound. If you will.
Yeah, so him, Brendan, and then another one of my subscribers, Sonoman, they're all moving down, and they're gonna live in that house. And yeah.
Do you feel like, I feel like you're the closest that, you mentioned Nelk Boys, Logan Paul, Jake Paul. There's this whole, I don't know what you want to call it, fan base, community, all this, this whole YouTube era, people that are your age, do you feel like you are the closest thing? You are the bridge to that community in the UFC. You're the closest, like you're their guy, you're their representative. You feel the most love from them. Is that the way? Like, do you feel like you have a connection to them more so than any other fighter?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you could even call myself a YouTuber in a sense. Like we make vlogs. We do a bunch of podcasts that stream live on YouTube. I'm just a YouTuber that likes to fight, Ariel. I think what the people
You're
are
not
saying.
that.
Yeah, part-time fighter.
No, like you. Do you watch like KSI and all that stuff? Are you down with that?
I don't watch much KSI. I watch all Steve will do its videos, all the Nelk Boys videos, obviously. Danny Duncan is one of my favorite vloggers. Gideon's popping off. His shit's hilarious. I keep up with like the top vloggers for the most part, or the ones that I like to watch. That was epic. That dude's always doing sweet shit. So yeah, I definitely of a fan. I probably watch more YouTube than really anything.
But you don't like the KSI fighting, like the YouTube boxing and all that stuff. Wasabi.
Oh,
and
yeah.
All these guys. You watch that?
Not super familiar with all the YouTube boxing stuff.
Blueface,
Jake Paul, Blueface, baby. I
don't even know what that is.
Guy?
I just hear his name popping up.
I think that was him. Yeah, I don't really watch YouTube boxing. I don't really watch boxing. I don't honestly really watch the UFC ever. To be like, there has to be a massive fight for me to watch the UFC. I would rather play Call of Duty. For the most part.
I saw you in a gas station at a Shell station with This Is Epic. You were doing a whole thing.
Yeah.
That was cool.
That was epic. Yeah.
That was epic.
Yeah, that shit's fun. That's on his channel. He just hit me up. He lives in Arizona. He's got a massive YouTube following. He's like, hey, you want to film and create some content? And I was like, hell yeah, that was fun. So that was fun. It was like kind of like acting off the top of the head, kind of just like, all right, let's just fucking be silly. So I really enjoyed doing stuff like that.
So just going back to the fight, did you see the reaction when it was announced? Kind of came out of the blue and everyone was like, damn, what is, it's funny because all you would hear is you don't want to fight anyone in the top 10. You won't want to fight anyone who's ranked this and that. And then you fight this dude who people view as maybe the second best bantamweight in the world now that Aljo's champ and beat him decisively. And it's like, oh, Sugar's insane. He's lost his mind. It's like, you can't win either way.
Yeah, I'm never going to be able to win either way. I can go out there and beat Petr Yan and people are still going to say, yeah, but he lost something. So it's always going to be something. Yeah, definitely announcing this fight kind of shook up the MMA community, got a huge buzz. Like my engagement on social media was absolutely insane. I know UFC's and ESPN's was looking good too. When we announced that fight, the people in Abu Dhabi are so excited that the Sugar Show is going to come there and perform for them. Yeah, it's a you never can win all the fans over. It's just not going to happen.
First time in the UFC not fighting in Vegas. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, first time fighting in somewhere out of Vegas. I believe I'm just a true professional performer. I believe I can perform anywhere as long as Uncle Dana, Sean Shelby are watching. I believe that I'll be able to perform. So, I think the main card will start at 10 p.m. in Abu Dhabi. I'm going to go a little over 2 weeks out, get dialed in, get settled in, make sure that, my sleep and everything's on point and ready to perform at 10 p.m. Hopefully, I'm asked to see if the UFC, how could they not want me opening up that card? I think they put the best two fights, the one that opens up the card and then the one that ends the card. So me and Charles are going to go out there with a bang and put on a show for Abu Dhabi.
By the way, have you looked into it? Not just curious. What are the rules in terms of marijuana and whatnot in the UAE? I just want to make sure everything's okay. We don't want any issues. Is there any rules about that?
I think it's frowned upon there. I don't think I will have any issues, though. I think, for me, dialing in is part of that. Is just kind of, I quit about 3 weeks out, which is perfect. A little right before I head over there, I'll be clean as can be, and I'll have no issues with that.
Is that hard to stop?
But thanks for looking out for me.
I am looking out. I don't want no situations where we find out Sean O'Malley, that was found.
I'm in jail in Abu Dhabi. Oof. No, I won't have any issues with that. I think it's just part of, I know where I need to be to perform at the highest level, and that's, as clear-headed as I can possibly be. And, that's for me, not smoking 3 weeks out before the fight. It's kind of been a sweet spot for me. And, I don't really have any issues with it. I'm not addicted to where I'm having withdrawals, and I use marijuana to enhance my life, to enhance what I'm doing. So it's not something that I need to, be happy. I use it purely to enhance whatever I'm doing. So for me, I don't need it. And cutting 3 weeks out is money, and I enjoy it actually.
Did you see this quote? I was reading it before you came on. I don't know if you heard Dana White yesterday at the press conference after Contender Series saying that he was not so into this fight, and Sean Shelby had to sell him on the fight. I was wondering if you saw it and what your reaction was to that quote. And did you know that?
I didn't know that, and I think I saw that this morning. Yeah, Dana saying something like that. I don't know. I'm not really looking at it either way. I think it's once I face plant Peter into the canvas, Dana will be like, okay, that was a good fight. Regardless, me versus Peter is an epic fight. It's a sweet, sweet kickboxing fight, if I had to guess. Two very high level strikers, two very high level MMA fighters, and it's going to be a very interesting fight. I believe I have what it takes to put Peter's lights out.
Anything like you say, like, I want to prove him wrong now. Like, this is extra motivation. He didn't think I could hang with Peter. He didn't think it made sense for me. Do you view it like that?
No, not at all. I think Dana really likes me.
Yeah.
I fucking love Dana. So I think with him saying that, it was no disrespect or anything. It's just, his opinion, and anybody can have their own opinion. I don't really care. But I think, Dana, I think that fight gets Dana excited. I think Dana's been doing this for a long time. He, could be getting burnt out of it. Fights every weekend. What fight's going to make Dana go, I need to watch that. I have to watch that fight. I need to know what happened. There's a very, very few fights. Me and Peter, Charles and Islam's an interesting fight. Those two fights are the only ones I can really think of coming up that are just so interesting. Like, how does this play out?
Diaz Khamzat.
I think a lot of people are just kind of writing Diaz off. I think 90% of people think Khamzat's going to go in there and ragdoll him. I don't necessarily think that's true. But I think that's kind of the narrative around that fight. Is I'm actually very curious to see how much that sells. Nate Diaz is a massive star, obviously, probably top 2 in the UFC right now. But I'm very interested in seeing how many pay-per-views that sells. If it does over 400,000, I think, do people want to pay to see Diaz get whooped? I don't know. I'm curious.
By the way, your guy hasn't moved. Like, this dude doesn't even flinch.
Yeah, no, he's frozen solid there.
It's crazy. It's like making me uncomfortable. Just the fact that he's like one of those guards outside of Buckingham Palace that doesn't flinch. It's incredible.
Yeah, hopefully his knees don't buckle and he goes tumbling down.
He just moved. Wait, can he hear me right now? Am I making him laugh? Is he laughing right now?
No,
I feel like I've cracked him right now. Can he not hear me?
I have an AirPod in, so I don't think he can hear you. He probably just farted.
I feel like he's about to laugh right now. I think I could crack him. Look,
I'm surprised.
Look, he's laughing. He's laughing. How is he reacting?
Make him laugh.
How is he reacting
to
this right now?
You could definitely make him laugh. I'm surprised he hasn't laughed or said a word in the last 20 minutes either, to be honest.
Wow.
He's
just as I'm praising him, he's about to crack.
Sugar service member.
All right.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see the Yan Aljo fight?
Yan Aljo fight. Yeah, the second one or the first one?
No, the second.
I saw both actually.
Yeah, what do you think of him in the second one?
Going into that fight, I had Aljo. I said, I think everyone's underestimating Aljo. I think he's coming out with a different game plan. He obviously learned from the first fight. He can't go in there like a fucking spaz and empty his tank in the first round. He went in there with a different game plan. I feel like he kind of got Peter a little emotional. Peter was trying to really swing, take his head off, giving up bad positions, got his back took a couple times. They're definitely 1-1. Peter whooped him in the first fight, I'd say. Well, maybe not whooped, but Peter definitely got the better of him in the first fight. In the second fight, Aljo didn't really hurt him much, but he controlled him. He took his back a couple times, which obviously is a dangerous position to be in MMA. Not a ton of damage, but you don't want to give your back up. You don't want to have someone on your back. It's definitely not how you win the round. So, they're 1-1. It's a fight. I mean, Aljo's not a star for whatever reason. No one really wants to see him. I think Peter's definitely a bigger star than Aljo. So, I think this fight is the fight people really want to see, is me versus Peter.
Do you Did you like the fact that you're on the same card as the champion? Aljo, I know you made the comment about how he owes you or will owe you a cut of the pay-per-view.
Yeah. He does contractually.
Right. But do you like that? Like, are you going to try to take some shine away from him? Do you want to prove that you're a bigger name, bigger star than the actual champion?
Well, I think that's obvious. I don't think there needs to be any proving that I'm the bigger star. But the thing is, October 22nd, who's going to shine brighter that night? That's what matters. I go out there and just get whooped by Peter, and he goes out there and beats TJ. You know, he's a fucking star of the night. So I need to go out there and get the job done. Let's beat Peter. So we'll see. The only thing that matters is October 22nd. Who's going to come and have a better performance? You know, Aljo's a tough motherfucker, but I think TJ is going to be a very, very, very tricky fight for Aljo. TJ is, in my eyes, a better striker. Maybe not a better grappler, but he's not going to give up his back like Peter, I don't think. And I'm interested in that fight. I'm talking it down a little bit. I'm interested in that fight, and so are about 38 other people. So we'll watch it after I beat Peter, and it'll be fun little fight to watch before Islam versus Charles, which I'm very excited about.
Who do you think wins, Aljo and TJ, ultimately?
If I had to guess, I'd say TJ. You can't write Aljo off, though. You know, he's the champion for a reason. He's the number one guy in our division, and you got to respect that. So I think TJ can get the job done, but I wouldn't be surprised if Aljo beat him.
By the way, before they booked you against Yan, was there any talk of you versus Cejudo? I saw that little thing backstage at T-Mobile. Was there any talk of this?
No, I asked for that fight. They said obviously the USADA thing was he's not eligible, and then Peter was all up there too, and I'm going to take the Peter fight. Henry's inconsistent. Who knows if he's even coming back? He's fat as fuck. Let's be real. He's not making 25 ever again. He might not be able to make 35 ever again. I think his eyes, if I had to guess, were up at 45. But you never know. Adding him to the division would be exciting. Who knows? Adding what's the 25 or the champ?
Figueiredo.
Yeah, Adam Figueiredo. He might pop up to the division. Bantamweight division's absolutely just stacked right now. I heard Cub Swanson might be coming down to hang out with the little boys, the little guys rather. Sounded weird. So yeah, the bantamweight division's just stacked. So much fun stuff in there. But with Henry, who knows? It's hard to take him serious.
But you did actually ask for him.
I would have took that fight 100%. The narrative of me not wanting to fight these guys has been just the narrative, and I could sit here and say that's not true, and it's still going to be the narrative because of the fights I was getting offered from the UFC. If you guys get offered Eddie Wineland, Thomas Almeida, the Chris Montino was a short notice, obviously, but all those fights of I'm not going to sit here and say no. I want to fight someone tougher for the same amount of money. I'm going to fight those guys, of course. Yeah. I'm going to add them a highlight reel. I'm going to take those guys out and put on beautiful performances. So the narrative now is going to switch to, I will fight anyone. The bantamweight division is the best division in the UFC, and I want to beat Peter. I want to become champ, and I want to defend the belt. So that's going to be the new narrative is I will fight anybody.
Do you feel like you're being taken care of now?
Financially or just relationship wise?
Both.
Yeah, I'd say I'm happy with where I'm at in the UFC, with how I'm being paid, how I'm being treated. I'm definitely happy. It's just really been a perspective change in looking at the UFC as more of this is a platform for me to sell merch, to do all this stuff. We've had this conversation before, but it really helped my perspective and the relationship I have with the UFC, looking at it as that way. That I'm going to take advantage of these opportunities. I'm not getting paid more now that I'm fighting Peter. On my last contract, I fought Pedro, and now I'm fighting Peter. So I didn't ask for more money. I'm fighting the number one guy. I'm just going to go out there and take advantage of the opportunity, and that is to fight Peter. I'm lucky to be able to be in this position, to be healthy, to be able to be 27, going into my prime, fighting these top level guys, and I'm just going to take advantage of that.
That's a very interesting perspective that I don't think a lot of people take into account. Don't sit and wait for them to push me. I'll use this platform in order to get over in different different areas like the merch that you do such a great job in and the other stuff. That's very smart. Another guy who's maybe doing that now is Patty. I know you were with Patty. What did you think of seeing the whole Patty show in person?
Yeah, I thought I was there for the weigh-ins. The weigh-ins weren't super crazy because they limited the capacity of how many people could be there. So it wasn't crazy loud. It wasn't like this crazy. It wasn't. I didn't stay for the fights. Obviously, I wanted to get home. I wanted to get back to my family. My little princess is growing like crazy, and like I said, I was in Miami for 3 days, and I didn't plan on going to London, so I didn't want to be gone any longer. So I didn't stay for the fights. I didn't feel hear the crowd from when he walked out. But just being there was cool. I met Patty, I think, one other time at the fights in Phoenix. He's a goofball. He's a character. He's a young lad.
Just a couple more things, and then I'll let you go. By the way, what do you think of Cheeto versus Dom happening in just a couple of weeks? Who do you like in that one?
Yeah. Also, I actually honestly completely forgot about that fight. That fight's happening. It's an interesting fight. It's a good fight. I'm excited. I will watch that fight if I remember to. It's a main event with zero hype behind it. At least I forgot about it. I don't know. I'm excited to see how that plays out. Dom, he's obviously getting a little bit older, but even watching his last fight against Pedro, he looks good. Doesn't look as fast, but he looks good. Looks sharp. Cheeto, his last fight. Remind me.
Cheeto just beat Rob Font in April. Remember that?
Yeah, beat Rob. Yeah. That I do. That was a good performance from Cheeto. Beat up Rob pretty bad actually. That was another fight I was actually interested in. Was the Rob Font fight after this one? They said he's not ready to go yet. So that should be a good fight. 5-5. I don't know. If I had to guess, it's hard to count out Cheeto. He's a gamer. He's tough. He's well-rounded. He's good everywhere. Super durable. Not very smart, which makes him like tougher, I think. And it's a good fight. I think he could definitely beat Dominic Cruz. I could see Dominic squeaking out a decision too. Maybe I don't really see either of them finishing each other. I'll be watching that fight.
At any point, is Pedro something that you want to do again? Just to no,
there's no way. I mean, I've seen guys take fucking fingers all the way through their eyes and like continue. They want it. They want to win. Like obviously it was an accident. I just really didn't feel like that did enough damage to completely stop that fight. Like just watching it in slow-mo. I don't even think the groin shot was a nut shot. Right after that, he was rubbing his eye, which I punched right before that. I don't think so. There's no need for that fight to happen again. It's not like he's a draw. It's not like he's a big name. The only thing was he was a top 10 guy, and people wanted to see me fight a top 10 guy. So I think I went in there, did what, it sucks, but I won. It's over now.
Okay. And finally, has the UFC explicitly said to you or your management, you win this fight on October 22nd, you're getting a title shot? Like, is that in writing or at least been verbalized to you guys?
I am my management. So,
are you solo now?
No, I guess. Yeah. Solo dolo.
Oh, wow.
No middleman, no one taking a random percentage for being a middleman. I do all my own deals and shit gets done right. So
can I ask about that? Can I follow up? I'm fascinated by that. Why do you?
Go ahead.
Are you just curious? Like, why do you feel? I actually think it's an interesting take on things, especially with the way the UFC likes to, do business. Why do you feel like that's best for you?
Well, say UFC gets a sponsorship deal, and then whoever handles that at the UFC, they're like, "Oh, this UFC wants Sean O'Malley. I'm going to go to his management," and then their management takes 20%, 15%, whatever, just to tell me about the deal, not to do anything, just to say, "Hey, UFC called. Do you want to do this deal?" I'm like, "Sure." It's the same thing. I mean, with fight pay money too. It's like, you want 15% of my money because you did what? No, that ain't happening. Oh, you want some of the bonus too? Yeah, not happening. It just makes sense. I personally enjoy doing all the business side of things. So there's some fighters that are probably like, fuck that. I don't even want to look at that stuff. You take care of it and I'll give you the percentage. Like there's people like that. 100 cool. I like to be a part of my deals. I like to be directly in communication with all my brand deals, the UFC specifically, just everyone. I don't want any miscommunication that always seems to happen when there's an extra voice in the middle. And it's just not necessary, at least for me. I don't want to talk for everyone, but it's nice getting that check, and it's not, you have to write your 15%. You pay the coaches. I pay Brandon. I pay Tim. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to write a check to a management team for really not doing much.
Okay, fair enough. Back to the question I was asking you, has it been said to you that you win, you get a title shot?
It has not been said that. I'm really not too worried about it. I go out there and put on a beautiful performance against, Petr Yan. I'm not really too worried about, hey, I don't get a title shot. I'm the biggest name in the division. I'm going to get a title shot. I got this fight. You know what I mean? So it hasn't been talked about. Also, I go out there and put Peter's lights out. I'm doing a media tour for 6 months. I'm going to be chilling. So I'll get the title shot.
Okay. But so for you, that's what you would want, right? To be clear?
Yeah. I mean, I think that makes sense. I go out there and beat the number one guy. Yeah. Give me the title shot. Even if I have to wait, respect to Jose Aldo. If he wins and he wants to fight for the title, I'll chill, train, get better, time to improve. I'll be 28 at the time. No hurry for me. Next fight will be the title if I go out there and put Petr Yan's lights out.
And you think, is that what you're expecting? Knockout?
Every time I get into a fight, I'm expecting a knockout. Someone this high level, I've never fought someone the level of Peter. Pedro was probably the closest guy, and I believe Peter's quite a bit better than Pedro. With that being said, Pedro didn't hit me. I think Peter will be very, very hard to knock out if I'm looking at it from like analytical, just like, mindset. I don't think he's been finished. He doesn't get hit very clean too often. If anyone's going to be able to put his lights out, it's me. And like I said, I believe in those special moments. I believe in those magical moments. So October 22nd, I would not be surprised if I put Peter's lights out.
You won't be sick, by the way. Your hair is in the UAE colors, like the green, the red, the white.
Yeah, last time I tried to do my hair, any country flag was the Cheeto fight. So I'm like, maybe that's bad luck.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know if I want to do that. But I did think about that. Someone also brought that up. I'm like, yeah, that would be sweet. I'm like, maybe I stay away from the country color flag.
Fair. I forgot about the Cheeto thing. Fair enough. I don't want to screw anything up.
Karma.
Yeah. Let's not go there.
Karma kicked me.
You're killing it, man. Keep it up. Congrats on all the success. Congrats on getting the fight. Congrats on everything that you're doing. Congrats to Schmitty back there for standing straight for 30 minutes. I mean, I can't even imagine
Very impressive.
What's going on in his mind. I see not even like a flinch, a fart, or anything. Nothing.
He won't even have to go to the gym today because I guarantee that's fucking. He's a big boy, so standing that long ain't no easy task.
I mean, his legs are probably exhausted at this point. And the YouTube channel is my guy just sent it to me. I see it right here. Let me give it a shot. What is it? It's
appreciate you. Should just be Sean O'Malley.
Sean O'Malley, yeah. Look at you. Wow, you know what? I clicked. It's a very nice quality stream. I see it right here.
Ariel, I see you too. Well,
oh hey,
through here, but yeah, we got the people popping up. It's nice. It's I enjoy streaming. I enjoy going live, even if I'm not gaming, just coming on and talking to the fans. I think that's why I do get along and have such a good relationship with my fans, though. It's because of streams like this. Like, we'll sit here multiple hours a day, 5-6 days a week, and hang out with the fans. It's pretty, intimate, and it's as close as you get without being in person. So I think that goes a long way.
Well done. Thanks for doing this as always, man. Good luck in training. Speak to you soon. Take care.
See you, brother.
There he is, Sean O'Malley with the harmonica. That was impressive. I didn't know he had those skills. A man of many skills, Mr. Sean O'Malley. Appreciate him doing the show. And yeah, check out the stream right now, Sean O'Malley. I wonder if he's going to do a post-chat recap. If someone can, I don't know, maybe break that down for us. Let us know. Take some cliff notes, something of that nature. That would be a lot of fun. That was a great conversation. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the TJ Dillashaw conversation. I really enjoyed the Big E conversation, Megan Anderson as well. Plenty more show to come, though. We got to answer your questions. Last I checked, let's see how many questions. And of course, moderator Lewis always does a great job. Over 100 here on the page. And I don't know if you guys noticed the picture that I used for the Substack page. It's Minecraft Frank and GC together doing the. Did you guys notice that, Frank? Did you notice that? Do you appreciate that? I gave you the rub on the page.
I did, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was cool.
Oh, wait. Shaheen is telling me, is this true? Where is he? Oh, he left. The guy left. Did he collapse?
No, yeah, he immediately left. They are like freaking out about it on the stream. I'm watching it right now. It's pretty hilarious.
What happened?
Like the second he finished the harmonica thing and like he closed out with you, like the guy immediately like ran off, got a towel, was wiping his sweat off.
Oh, I see him here. This is amazing. Look at this guy. Let's see. Okay, he says goodbye. Wow, that is amazing. By the way, that was impressive that he stood there that long, no? Do you know this Schmitty guy?
I was impressed.
I feel like this is your fan base, no? GC?
I don't know Schmitty, no.
Wow.
I subscribe to O'Malley's channel, though.
Yo, he took off the glasses and he was like, man, this poor guy, he's probably exhausted right now. Oh, he's sweating. I see him telling himself. I thought I broke him at some point. At one point, I thought I broke him. That's hilarious. By the way, should he have asked us if he can dual stream it or?
I think it's okay.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
It's a sugar show.
I know. I get it. All right. So we're going to answer questions. But first, I'm dying to know, who does GC have in the main event? Who does he have in the co-main event? Who does he have? And I'm talking about SummerSlam, of course. But who does he also have at 277? Before we get to that, though, we must answer this question. Where's the place to go this weekend? It's DraftKings Sportsbook. As you know, MMA fans, as the fighters face off during UFC 277, you can take down your own big win with DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC and the MMA Hour. This Saturday, new customers can bet $5 on any fighter to win and get $100 in free bets, win or lose. Want even more action? You can also double your winnings on a same-game parlay. Combine multiple bets like which fighter will win, how long the fight will last, and more. By the way, I saw a lot of people, Frank, clipping off this ad read, and I'm not sure why, especially like
Oh, yeah.
a lot of homeless cats were clipping it off. But
They
why?
were.
Why? What did they like so much about it?
Because it was you commenting on somebody else reading the disclaimer on air.
Wow. Way to break the fourth wall, Frank. I mean,
You
really.
just asked me to do that.
Here it says, please talk about matchups/pairings that interest you, who you'll be keeping an eye on, who excites you most. Frank, why don't you weigh in on that for us?
Amanda Nunes.
Just place your UFC 277 same game parlay, and if it hits, you'll win double. DraftKings is safe, secure, and reliable. Best of all, you can deposit and withdraw your cash whenever you want. Here's a call to action, they say. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code The MMA Hour. Bet $5 on any UFC 277 fighter to win and get $100 in free bets no matter what. That's code The MMA Hour this Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. See next page for directions for disclaimer. You must include... Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
I did that one already. Is it okay to do it again? I feel like it's okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
It's not dicey at all. I would say it's blockbuster. Now time to check in with 1GC. Oh yeah, here it is. The moment we've all been waiting for. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. You got the opportunity.
Sing it. Sing it.
Oh my God. What about that sugar show? What a character, huh?
Yeah.
I was really hoping that he wasn't going to mention your tweet.
I can't lie. I was a little nervous you were going to ask him about it. I think he would have found it funny. I think he would have found it.
I think he would have found it funny too, but I didn't want, I'm not going to throw you under the bus like that. When I did
Sabatello interview you did.
That was
Yeah,
actually,
you did.
by the way, no, I didn't. For the
Yes,
record,
you totally did.
No, I didn't. EK, he brought it up.
EK.
Yes,
forgot.
I did not do that. That's not fair.
No, I backed my words up with the Sabatello one, though.
You said it was boring.
It was.
Yeah. But
said that
for the
on air
record,
to him, too.
I didn't throw you under the bus. He did.
Yeah,
He tagged you.
true. Well, I appreciate you having my back. When's Sabatello coming in the studio?
Oh, yeah. We haven't talked about that yet. We need
we
to
gotta have a
discuss that.
face-off.
Anyway, we'll probably do that when Frank's out.
Wait, what?
Wait, you're taking time off, Frank?
I'm
I
used
used
to
to be the
me.
one to break the news to him.
I can't imagine what that was like.
It was not
great.
good.
That was not good.
He
He
was
was
trying to
like,
make all these. Yeah, he was trying to make all these jokes. I was like, "This is serious, Frank."
I'm like going to the refrigerator. I'm like, oh, and Nunes got injured. Okay, yeah, that's great. Because he was like, I have bad news for you.
I was like, "Whenever you stop joking, we can move on with this conversation. I can break the bad news."
All right, let's hear the picks. Dying to know, where do we stand? What are we feeling? What are we thinking? UFC 270. SummerSlam? No SummerSlam.
No SummerSlam.
There's a lot of tasty bets there. I mean,
There
Ronda
are.
underdog.
Really? I actually haven't looked at a single line for it.
Yeah, Ronda underdog. How about that?
I'm not even going to look at the line.
All right,
I'm
fair
not
enough.
betting on SummerSlam.
Anything on LFA or what about?
Almost talked me into that.
Right. Yeah, I saw you. I saw you. You were about to tweet.
I pulled.
Oh, sorry, you're about to Google it. Yeah.
I pulled up the site. I'm just not doing that. Yeah, I saw the Ryzen lines drop today. No, we're just sticking with 277.
Are there really Ryzen lines?
Yes.
Wow.
Ryzen lines.
Wouldn't it have been funny if for the MMA Hour parlay, if Frank dropped the Ryzen pick?
If he hit it, I wouldn't have cared.
Give me Hideo Tokoro at plus 257.
To break the fourth wall,
yes.
Frank wanted to take a plus 180 underdog in the parlay.
Really?
Yeah.
Who?
I feel strongly about it.
Who was it?
Kai.
Oh, Kai France, really?
And I was like, I don't know if you take a plus 180 dog, like it's a parlay, kind of build it out. He's like, okay, I'll take Moreno then. I was like, well, who do you think's going to win the fight?
Frank?
You know what? It's
you could do 2 picks.
I know. I almost thought about that too.
Don't do 2 picks. I've already taken the 4-pick one.
All right.
Frank took it as well. We're the real riders here.
Yeah, that definitely.
Oh, you actually did it?
Oh yeah, we both took it.
You didn't?
Oh, I've been doing a show. I don't
So
know.
Connor Loki muted his mic. He's like, "Look, you have to ride on this, or you're not going to ever be."
Wow.
I actually talked him off the ledge of putting 100. I was like, well, I only put 50 on it.
I listen. I appreciate the loyalty. All right, let's hear the picks.
Okay, yes, the picks. Let's start. Don'Tale Mays. Not wildly confident in Mays, but I really don't know how you could be that confident in Hamdi in this one. He's coming in on super short notice.
Can I just say something? I feel like the Photoshop has seen better days than this one. I mean,
okay, it's tough. It's tough to get the picture on the UFC website. It's just a black figure, a mysterious
you
Frank.
could put him on the left.
like Don'Tale, you see the belly button here. You just,
This is the only picture I
arm is
could
cut
get.
off.
And he's a relative.
But why didn't you
unknown.
put him on the left of the? I mean, do you have to keep it in the order in which they show up on the card?
What do you mean?
Like, why didn't you put the guy on the right on the left so his arm is cut?
They were actually both facing. I actually flipped Hamdi in this situation. I horizontally flipped them.
All right.
They were both facing the same way. Anyway, the reason I couldn't find a picture is because he is only 3-0 in MMA, technically 5-0 because he was in Masvidal's bare knuckle boxing league. Record is just kind of sketchy to me. He's really just been fighting cans. He starts out Masvidal's bare knuckle league, fights Matt Strickland, 39-year-old guy, looks like a dad. Shout out to McC Picks. He posted a picture of him right there. Not, the most ferocious looking fighter.
God.
0-2 career record. Knocks him out in 15 seconds. Fights Conor McKenna, amateur, hadn't fought since 2016, KOs him in 33 seconds. Now he moves to Icon, Jorge Masvidal's MMA league. Starts out fighting 2 500 fighters. One hadn't fought in 2 years, the other in 4. We're 2-0 now. We get the rematch against Matt Strickland. We bring Matt Strickland back in Icon FC, the rematch everybody wanted, Hamdi versus Strickland 2. Takes care of business again. Now he is 3-0. To me, it just doesn't really seem like he is UFC quality. Don'Tale Mays might not be the best fighter in the world, but he has at least fought and won in the UFC. He almost went 3 full rounds with Cyril Gane. I think he's just going to be able to capitalize on the striking, on the wrestling. I mean, he's going to have the reach advantage, 8 inches. He's going to have the height advantage, 4 inches, experience, cardio. I took him on Sunday, minus 115. I mean, I don't know how you could have a ton of confidence in Hamdi. I know people are saying he's a Olympic wrestler from Egypt. The last time I backed a wrestler from Egypt,
Didn't work out.
yeah,
That was in Bellator, right?
Yeah, Mamaf Fazi Sebi, minus 1100. He was also from Gamebred FC. So yeah,
They're very high on him over there. FRM, just want to say. And I have a rule, and it's not because my dad is from Egypt. My dad, of course, proudly from Alexandria, Egypt. Anytime we have is he an Olympian?
yes.
Olympic athletes from Egypt, the highest caliber athlete. So, Hamdi, who else? Can you name anyone else, Olympic athlete from Egypt?
Sebi.
Anyone else?
No.
Oh.
So yeah, that's
Sebi, Ali.
all right. Let's keep it rolling there.
Some of the
Next
great
up.
athletes of our time
Next
are
up.
Olympians from Egypt.
Next up, we're going with
Frank,
Dober
can we get a
Alves.
pching on that one? No?
It's not loaded.
No, damn it.
All right, Dober Alves. I'm taking the under 2.5 here. 12 of Dober's last 16 in the UFC have gone under 2.5, including 7 ending in the first round. He has obvious finishing capabilities. We saw it last time out against McKinney. We see it in almost every one of his fights. Alves has been finished in 9 of his 10 losses, the only decision loss being to Damir Ismagulov, who was just a decision machine. Alves, 4 straight wins by finish, including his last win over Mark Diakese. 15 of his 20 wins have come by finish. I think this is going to be a fast-paced, exciting fight, and I do think someone is going to put out, whether it's Dober knocking Alves out or Alves getting a submission. I just don't think it's going to go to the scorecards.
Okay.
Have you checked your calendar this week?
Is it September 31st yet?
Nope, not yet. Shout out to the Fighter Voting Awards.
Yes. Close enough.
Late July, special week on the TV channel.
Late July.
It's Shark Week.
Oh.
And who's fighting? The Great White, Alex Morono. Just for the sake of that, on Shark Week, I had to put a little sprinkle. I'm not wildly confident in him to win a half unit on the Great White, Alex Morono. No reason other than that.
That is a tremendous... See, that's a good graphic.
It's a great graphic.
That's good stuff.
You can't bet against Alex Morono.
Is it Shark Week?
Oh, yeah. Watched it last night. It's,
I never understood why this was such a big deal, if I'm being honest.
Hosted by Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
What does that even mean? It's just a bunch of shows about sharks and everyone cares about this so much?
Wow.
Remember Sharknado? That was a whole thing?
Unrelated.
How the hell did this become such a big thing is what I want to know.
Just like bird watching. Starts somewhere.
Listen.
No, like in 20 years, there's going to be shark watching, and you're going to be like, oh, I was,
I'm going to do a real sports story about shark watching. That would actually be a cool story. Imagine that. All right. Well.
All right. Alex Morono.
Okay.
Next up, Magomed Ankalaev. I'm going to take him to win by decision. I know you're upset with this one. I know you're upset with this one. Anthony Smith, H-Dow?
That's not bad. I told you I'm retiring the H-Dow.
I wish you wouldn't. Anyway, Anthony Smith, ton of heart, dude. He is a beast. He makes fight chaotic. I mean, that could happen here, but I just think Magomed is just going to be too technical with the striking. He's not afraid to mix it up. In his last 3 fights, he's gotten 5 takedowns, racked up over 11 minutes of control time. Anthony Smith, I know he is on a nice win streak, 3 straight wins, but Devin Clark, Jimmy Crute, Ryan Spann, I just don't think they're on the same level as Magomed Ankalaev. I rate Ankalaev in the same likes of Rakic, and Rakic was able to do what he wanted to against Smith, 30-26 them on one judge's scorecard. I do think it goes to decision, though. I mean, like I said, Anthony Smith, Lionheart, he's a beast. He is tough to get finished. Has not been finished within the 3 rounds in his last 10 fights. Last time was against Santos in 2018. In his last 23 fights, that's the only time he's been finished within the first 3 rounds. So I don't think Magomed, who's not the biggest finisher in the division, gets the finish here. So I will take him at plus money to get it done on the scorecards.
All right, fair enough.
I know you're pretty upset with that one. I know
it'd be nice for one last run for Anthony.
Listen, if he wins, man, I'll eat my words.
No, listen. I know it's not personal.
It is not personal. It is not personal. Next up, Alexandre Pantoja. I'm going to take him over Alex Perez. If you just look at Pantoja's record, I mean, he's fought the best of the best in this division. Figgy Moreno, Brandon Royval, Matt Schnell, Askar Askarov. While Perez, he does not have a single win over a currently ranked flyweight. He actually does not have a single win over a flyweight still on the UFC roster. I just think Pantoja is going to stay patient on the feet, use the jab, eventually mix in the takedowns, either win by decision or by submission. I think it's going to be an exciting fight.
That's a good one. Important one. I like the fact that they put it on the same card as the interim title fight because you can maybe make a case that if Figueiredo doesn't come back, the winner of this fight fights the winner of that fight, right?
Yeah, I think so. That's actually a good point that you make.
Yeah, thanks.
Main card's great, man. Main card's great.
Main card's great. Prelims.
So.
Hey, listen, watch SummerSlam up until the main card.
That's a good point. Yeah, maybe I will have to get some bets.
No one wants to see Brock Lesnar in the main event for the 4,000th time. So let's go.
All right, next up, you already know what it is. Co-main event. We had to do it. We've been on it for a while.
Yeah, this was an obvious one.
It's an obvious one. If you know anything about me, you knew this one was coming. I think it's going to be a war. I think it's probably likely to go pretty long.
Why do you like him so much, by the way?
I just started supporting him when the win streak started. That was the first time I bet on him. I think it was the Bontarine fight. And, I mean, two straight first-round knockouts. Got him at dog money against Garbrandt. Big dog money against Askar Askarov. Good story, the bullying thing.
Yeah, no, it's a great story. I just wanted to know. Guy. Yeah. I sent him a message yesterday.
Yeah.
we went back and forth. He said, I'll talk to you on Monday after the win. I love when guys say that. Love that,
Hopefully that comes to fruition. I am praying on it. I am very emotionally invested in this. I'm hoping it works out for us on Saturday night. Plus it's different,
Yeah.
Everybody's a fan of Moreno.
By the way, is that a Redbubble shirt?
No. This is the brand name is escaping me. The official.
Oh, Engaged?
Engaged. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're the best.
Official Engaged shirt.
Shout out to Ash.
Yes. Shout
That
out
is
to Ash.
official.
I mean, it's a sweet shirt.
Yeah,
Don't
it is
blink
sweet.
back
Don't
there,
blink.
Frank.
Yep.
It's got the.
It looks like he's got what is that? What is that behind him? It looks like the UAE flag.
No. It's the.
It's like a wave.
No, it's like the alternate. It's like a subset New Zealand one.
Oh, okay.
It has a name. It's a hard name to pronounce. I've looked it up many times.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a war. I think it goes along. I think it's going to be a super close fight. Last time out, it was a close fight, 29-28 on two of the judges' scorecards, close in the striking. I think Kai's got the takedown defense. I think he's got the get-up game to avoid this just becoming wrestling. I think it stays on the feet mostly. I think both fighters are going to have moments throughout the 25 minutes. And, go into the judges' scorecards, cross your fingers, and hopefully he can get it done.
All right.
Plus, I mean, the x-rays came back. I know you love this.
That's the best
Got
one.
that dog in him, baby.
That's the best. I've been waiting for the right time to tweet that one out. My
got that
favorite
dog
of
in
all
him,
the memes. My kids are now using like the word meme a lot. Yesterday I was playing a game with my kids, a card game called Coup. Are you familiar with this game? COUP?
I am.
No.
You are?
Yeah.
My son came back from camp and he's all into this game Coup, so we bought the Coup cards.
That's awesome.
Very confusing. Sort of figured it out. But then at one point, like you have to challenge him on something, and then he said to me, "Get wrecked." When he put it down, I was like, "Whoa, where the hell did you learn this?"
Wow.
Also, I don't know if this is appropriate, but basically, we were driving, and let's just say like one of the exits had a certain number attached to it.
Yeah.
And my son was like,
Nice.
that number. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Right.
I was like, how do you know this?
This generation just thinks they're funny. They don't really have the context.
He's 8 years old. All of a sudden, kid goes to camp and he started to talk.
8 years
Yes.
old?
Yes.
It's
What
yeah.
the hell, man?
Was it the 2-digit number or the 3-digit number?
2. What's the 3?
It doesn't matter, Ariel.
Three's probably going to be 420, right?
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Oh, 420. No. By the way, I'd be happy if it was 420. It's the other number.
Well, you gotta.
We
There
can't
was a
say the
rapper with
number?
the.
Like, are we
yeah.
being-
Yes.
We can't say it.
I don't know. I don't want to get
What?
called by HR. By the way, is our HR rep in the house?
No.
Nope.
Did she ever show up?
Yeah.
She showed up.
For how long?
She left right before the show started.
Wait, that 5-minute period that I saw her?
Yep. She said she wanted to come back and see Sugar Sean. Told her it was at 3.
There's very few people in the offices these days.
Yes.
You and I ran into someone, lovely young woman who seemed very excited about what we do. Very excited, very into it. Sent me messages, this and that, wants to help, wants to do that. I said, come on, we're here. Mondays and Wednesdays, 1 to 5-ish. Come on down. Said she was coming on Monday, didn't show up. Shows up today.
Yeah.
For 5 minutes.
5.
I even told the crew I might even throw her on the air because she told me she went to a UFC event. Which one was it?
We made her a lower third.
You made her a lower third.
Yeah. We had everything ready to go.
And nowhere
I
to
thought
be
she was
found.
going to hang around too. She stayed till like 12:55.
Didn't even stay for the start of the show.
Nah. I was like, the show's about to start. And she was like,
I gotta go. That was it?
Yeah.
What did she think she was doing?
She said, I'll be back at 3 for Sugar Sean O'Malley.
3:53.
If she's such a fan, if she supports so much, then she's hearing this right now and she'll just come down right now.
That's true. She's in the office.
I have no concern that she's not going to come.
Yeah.
She's not watching.
Wow. It's a little disappointing. I had high hopes. You guys didn't. I did.
Yeah.
And that leads us to the main event pick.
Yeah, I gave that stat out. People that take the belt, 11-2, going back at it. I'm a square. I can't let my brain do it. I parlayed up Amanda Nunes.
Oh. You didn't go with the single?
Nah, it's just too much of a price to pay. Those are actually the wrong prices. I messed up on the updating. But it's Michael Morales.
A lot of people are going to be very upset about this. Well, you know what's going to happen? Jedi's going to post this. Then you're going to have all the jabrones come out of the woodwork.
Well, no, this
post the slips.
It makes it look worse. It makes.
Okay.
I've just started posting the slips every Saturday anyway. Just.
I like how you just write slips.
Yeah, it's the slips, dude. It's not worth my time interacting with these people that say I don't take these bets. It's, I mean, I took her like minus 275, not minus 450. So yeah, actually half of our parlay I had already had parlayed up. I had Michael Morales as well.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I got a little prop bet. You know, you want to hear us get into it more. Listen to No Bets Barred.
Wow, look at that. You just ran right through that.
podcast.
Is it up right now?
I have not gotten a confirmation of that, but I'll shoot out the retweet. It's still the old logo there. I need to get the new logo up.
Golly.
Yeah, really
What's
slacking.
up with the background glitching out like that?
Huh.
What's up with the background?
Look, it doesn't. I mean, let's just fix it.
Yeah, let's just fix it.
You're right. You're
right.
All right. That's all my promos. That's all my picks.
I was opening. Start listening. No
Did our
bets.
lady hit you up?
No, nothing. Oh, Jed says it's up.
Oh, it is up.
See, here I am trying. I mean,
No
very
Bets Barred. Wherever you get your podcasts, right now.
respect. The updated logo is here, by the way. Just to let you know, like it's on. It's just over there that it's on.
No, I know. I'm the one who created the logo, so yeah, I do.
All right, so there it is.
Who are you going with in the main event? Can't say.
Yeah, who are you going with, Ariel?
Juliana.
H-Dow? We have
F it.
3 H-Dows this week. Anthony Smith, Juliana Pena, and Derek Lewis.
What's a parlay, Anthony
I'm
Smith?
doing it right now. I'm doing it
Wait.
right now.
Give me a parlay of. Stay with me here.
I'm following.
Derek Lewis,
Yeah.
Anthony Smith,
Okay.
Kai Kara France,
Wow.
Juliana Pena. Give me that parlay.
All right. Derek Lewis, Anthony Smith,
Yeah,
Juliana Pena,
yeah,
Kai Kara France.
yeah,
All parlayed on DraftKings right now.
yeah.
Just what is your
My guess plus 500. No,
That's what you think it is? I mean, Anthony Smith himself is plus
that's
400.
true. That's true. That's true. Plus 1100.
Plus 9,984.
Wow.
Plus 10,000. It's 100 to 1.
I'm going to do that. So if I put, let's say $10 on that, what is it?
You would win 1,000.
It's not bad. If I put $20,
You would win 2,000.
what if I
Do I
put,
need to get the flashcards out?
Yeah.
oh, my neck. All right, there it is. There it, I
You
slept
can't
on
give
it.
any
Next, all right.
context.
My neck is killing me. I slept. You know, sometimes you just wake up and your neck is just killing. I don't know why.
Yeah. Oh. Last thing.
Oh yeah, the birthday present. Yes, the
Shout out.
mysterious birthday
Whoever
present.
sent this, like you talk about mysterious Frank, this is 10 times more mysterious. We've got ourselves a Funko Pop. And the note says, "Happy birthday to GC." This is for GC Connor Burks from Ariel and the MMA Hour family. But you didn't give me this, and it got delivered to your P.O. box.
It got delivered to my P.O. box. I opened it up. Does it also say from everyone underneath there?
Yeah, so
I mean, I pitched it.
the way that this writes is that you purchased
Yes.
this, and it was a
Or you could read it as they're referencing GC from the Ariel and MMA Hour show.
oh, happy birthday to GC from Ariel and the MMA Hour family. Nah, no shot.
No?
Saying Ariel,
But it says from everyone underneath.
I know, from Ariel and the MMA Hour family.
And then underneath that, it says from everyone.
No, that's it.
Oh, there is no
All it
from.
says.
I got a slew of presents. In fact, I put some of them up here. There's a Soup Nazi from Seinfeld. There's a Jim Kelly Funko Pop. There's another thing somewhere there back in 1982. And it was just sent to me and it said from everyone. And I still don't know who this is from. I'd like to thank this person. And I
It's-
suspect it's the same person.
It's a little crazy that that was sent to your PO box.
Yeah.
Also, the Bellator event that I
Oh,
went to,
that's right.
signed poster from Sean Shamrock. Shout out to my guy. We got
This guy just sent it to you?
Yeah.
Wow. Who signed that?
All of them. Gegard Mousasi, Johnny Eblin.
Sabatello?
We got Sabatello's autograph here.
Wow. And didn't you get 2 signed
Look at all these
posters?
birthday gifts. Yeah, another one from the very same Sean Shamrock. I mean, we just look like the biggest Bellator fans out.
Wow.
Look at
Why don't you
this.
put that up on the wall?
I don't know, man. I don't have enough space.
By the way, you're very critical
Oh
of
my guy, Christian.
That's right.
Man
You're crit-
United.
You're critical of the posters. That's a sick poster right there.
No, this is a sick poster. What do you mean?
But you said the Bellator posters were subpar. I remember you saying that.
This one is by far the best poster I've ever seen done by Bellator.
Yeah, it is a really good one.
Meanwhile, this is the same exact one that they do for every single.
That is true.
I mean, this is just throw the guys in there. That's it.
Yeah.
Can't even get like a Mohegan Sun behind us or anything. Come on.
Nothing.
All right. You got some questions. Dan.
By the way, how was your weekend at the beach? You got to tell this story.
All right.
Very quickly.
So for context,
Yes.
BJG,
Yeah.
Big Joe, Crypto
Yeah.
Joe, Sloppy Joe. He's been recommending a beach to me for the last few months, honestly, since the weather turned. I finally was going to go. I hit him up. I'm like, hey, Joe, can you tell me where that beach is and everything? And he's like, oh, yeah, sure. You're going to go right here. It's called Fort Tilden. I'm pulling up the exact Slack right here. It's definitely a hidden gem, but now everyone knows about it.
Poor Joe. He's giving you a recommendation.
Great recommendation. Last thing he says, he says, anything goes at that beach. You'll see what I mean. I put zero thought into what that could possibly mean, But anyway, I go to the beach. I'm walking down. I'm getting ready to set up a spot, and sure enough, I see a topless woman, and then another one, and then a very muscular man walks up in like a Hawaiian type skirt, rips it right off, jumps in the water. And yeah, it was a full nude beach. It was
It was a full nude beach.
Yes.
And you had no idea.
Male, female.
You show up
no
there.
clue.
This is like that movie Euro Trip. Have you ever seen that?
I haven't, but that is what it's like. Yes.
This movie where these kids are there and they show up and it's a full nude beach. And so what's your reaction when you get there?
It was just more just like, oh, that's what he meant by everything went at this beach.
You didn't take it as such.
I just didn't know what he meant. I thought he meant like people were going to be partying and stuff.
No.
Oh.
Like,
Here he comes.
BJG here to defend
It
himself.
is not a nude beach. It's definitely not a nude beach. But
That's a good point.
what I meant was, yeah, people party there. There's no lifeguards, so you can like hang out, drink on the beach, and like no one really gives you any trouble. And I guess he went on a wild day.
Wow.
A lot of kids. The kids to nude people ratio was pretty equivalent.
What do you mean by kids?
Like small children.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And when he said anything goes, you didn't follow up with, what do you mean by that?
I followed up with, can't wait.
Oh, I feel like this is on you.
I mean, I'm not that mad at it. It was just it was a shocking thing, I guess. It's not what I was expecting.
Reaction to this?
I think everyone was just kind of like, oh.
Like, did
Not
you
what I
even
was expecting.
warn them before? Like, hey, I don't know what this beach is like. There could be something.
No. I mean, yeah.
Wow.
Once I saw the first one, I was like, oh, yeah, Joe mentioned that anything goes here.
Typical
The guy,
GC.
I'm talking like, this dude was built like Pujanowski.
Wow.
Yeah, he was like.
Oh, that's not
yoked.
bad.
He was yoked, yeah. And he had like a very small skirt on, and you could tell there was nothing under it. And I turned to one of my friends. I was like, he's definitely about to lose this skirt. And he just like, he got 10 feet away from us, ripped the skirt right off, and like majestically went and dove into the water.
This is incredible.
Majestic.
And by the way, how long did you spend there?
Oh, like 3 hours.
Wow.
I schlepped all the way down there. I wasn't going to leave just because, a few people didn't have clothes on.
And the big question is, did you partake? No, you just. So did you guys stick out like a sore thumb?
No. It wasn't like that. I would say it was like 30%.
Okay, it's not bad.
It was enough to where, like, when you saw someone that was nude, you weren't like, oh, what are they doing? Like,
Would you go back?
About to get arrested. Yeah, I'd go back.
All right.
I'd go back with Joe.
That is tremendous stuff. I love the idea of you like walking up there and being like, and then seeing the Pujanowski guy just.
Yeah, the
Share it all.
Pujanowski guy. That was probably the funniest moment of the day. He had no shame. And then a friend that looked very similar, like of similar stature, joined him.
Nice sand?
Decent sand.
Okay.
A little darker than I'm used to. A lot of shells. Very hot. Sand was hot.
Nice water?
Not really, no.
Not really.
New York water.
Yeah, dicey.
Dicey.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Now time for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived
killing me.
to hear from the man himself,
Frank, if you don't mind,
Ariel
just a little-
Helwani.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Beautiful New York
It would be
City.
very nice.
It's on the nose.
Is that an HR violation? You give
think
me a
so,
massage?
Questions. Get out of your
He's
seats
so
and
nice.
on your feet because here he is, Ariel
Da, 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 shabba, da, ba. All right, everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time to answer some questions. Moderator Lewis has been working very hard. I have the email right here. He always does a tremendous job. And I shall open up said email and we shall get rolling. I wonder what the people are going to ask us about this week. All right, we got some breaking news, Frank. Hit it. After a lengthy absence, El Cubano is back. He's back on top. Number one, Hola Ariel. This weekend's co-main event at UFC 277 is Brandon Moreno versus Kai Kara France for the interim flyweight championship. My question this week is, how likely is it that we see an interim title defense before unification bout with Davison Figueiredo? I am not in the camp of people who thinks Davison is done. No intel here. Gut feeling. I think the winner of this fight fights Davison. I think he will realize that he's the champ. There's money to be made as champ. There's a certain status involved with being champ. Pay-per-view points, blah, 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 blah. 35 is stacked. He's going to stick around. I say the winner of this fight fights Davison Figueiredo later on this year. That's my prediction. As of right now. Logan. Hey, Ariel, in your interview with Khamzat, you brought up pay-per-view points as you've done with other big names, fighters, and current champions. Are you able to quantify how much this is? Are they basically getting a fixed percentage of total pay-per-views that sell, or is it more of a tiered system? For example, if the pay-per-view does 500K buys, they get an extra 250. Between 500K and 750, they get an extra 500K, etc. I'm very curious to see how much additional money these big-name fighters can make off pay-per-view points alone. Cheers to you and the team. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Usually what it is there's a threshold. So historically, there have been situations where if it does say, usually I've heard 250, if it does under 250,000 buys, you get nothing. So there's an incentive to sell. And that's why some people in the past, i.e. Stipe Miocic, i.e. Demetrius Johnson, have actually said, you know what, you keep your pay-per-view points. I'm going to take the upfront money because I don't think this pay-per-view is going to do more than 250,000 buys. And so usually 250 is the floor. And then there's like a percentage where it's like, hey, between 250 and 300, you'll get X amount. And then between 300 and 350, you get X amount, a percentage of the points. Sometimes it's $1 a pay-per-view. So between 250 and 300, extra, 50,000 if it gets, to 300. If it gets to 275, 25,000, that sort of thing. That's what it's been. Oh, here's the thing. There's no set standard structure, so it could be different for everyone, but that's generally been the case. So yes, tiered system. Sometimes it's a bonus. Hey, if it makes X amount, you'll just get a flat X amount. Micro Panda, the idea of picking the right fights for popular fighters is talked about more and more. Does this worry you that it'll lead down the same path as boxing, where they feed fighters favorable opponents, ultimately watering down the competitive sport aspect of MMA? No, because as long as the UFC is involved and the system is what it is, you'll get Diaz versus Khamzat in his last fight. You'll get guys, and for the most part, it works out because we get the most competitive matchups. Cheeto versus Dominic Cruz, Merab versus Jose Aldo. There aren't any Nunes rematching right away. There are no gimme fights. There are no tune-up fights in the UFC. And yeah, I think for the most part, it works for the fans, for the consumer, but then sometimes you'll get these situations where fighters are fighting people they don't want to fight, like Diaz, Khamzat. So no, as long as the system is what it is, and as it currently stands, there doesn't seem to be any pushback in terms of really changing the system. I see no change in sight. By the way, I'm still waiting for my picture from Jessica Rose Clark, in case you're wondering.
Yeah, where is that?
She keeps saying she's looking for the right one. I don't know what's taking so long. I might have to go into business, for myself here and just print this thing out. By the way, a quick text from my good friend Freddie Prinze Jr. here. Just, no big deal. NBD, Nurmal should have stayed in Abu Dhabi, he says.
Did he really message you?
Yes. We're buds.
I don't believe you.
All right, fine. Do you know that song, by the way?
No.
If I play it, will we get flagged?
Yes.
Oh. Abu Dhabi. Brad Tyson. Hello, Ariel from Sydney, Australia. Maybe a little salty about the fanfare love affair the UFC has with London at the moment. As an Aussie that has spent tens of thousands of dollars traveling to every Australian event, I can't help but feel a little bit disappointed by the UFC and Dana White's lack of respect for one of, if not the biggest growing markets with the best current and up-and-coming talent in the business. It's not a bad point. The fact that Dana stated in a recent interview when questioned about a potential return to Australia, and I quote, "We can't go down there. Everyone knows what's going on down there," alluding to the fact that we are still in lockdown. A statement made only days after Australia hosted 400,000 people at a Formula One event and long after our borders reopened clearly shows a lack of interest in bringing events to Australia in the near future. This makes me sick, considering the UFC has had multiple cards in the same locations recently, i.e. London. I understand they are looking at an event in early 2023, but nothing yet confirmed. Considering we still currently hold the attendance records for UFC events, do you feel the UFC and Dana White have dismissed the opportunity to tap into such a large market without even considering the options? The next UFC event in Australia will break all records again. Love the show, your honesty and passion. Also, GC is a great addition. Thank you very much for that. I'll say this. Last I heard, they're planning on going in early 2023. So that is good news. Couldn't agree with you more. The scene down there is fantastic. Australia, New Zealand, obviously we know the names, you know the big stars. They all deserve to be fighting closer to home, especially with the time difference to travel. I mean, no one deserves it more right now than Volkanovski. And I know Izzy has said what he has said about New Zealand. He has been open to fighting back in Australia again. No one deserves that more than him as well. If you notice, the UFC is going to a lot of markets right now when they're not doing the Apex shows and they're becoming less and less, where they're being incentivized to go to these events. This is just facts. There's a reason why they keep going to Florida. There's a reason why they keep going to Texas. There's a reason why they keep going to Arizona. There's a reason why they're going to UBS Arena, New Arena. There's a reason why they're going to Utah and Dana White's showing up to a media day in Utah with the owner of the arena and the Utah Jazz. They're being incentivized to go to these markets. Now they're killing it. They claim to, be on 21 straight sellouts. That's incredible. What a streak. They deserve all the credit in the world. But there's site fees. There are markets, there are arenas that are paying extra for them to come. They're going to go right now. They are doing so well. They are so successful right now. They can sit back and say, you come to us. Tell us why we should come to you. So the days of having to go to, I don't know, Greenville, South Carolina, I always bring up that one, or any other random city in America, for now, not necessary, not needed. They don't need to do that. They're going to go where they're going to be incentivized. Abu Dhabi, incentivized. They have the deal with T-Mobile, incentivized. They have the deal with the Toyota Center, incentivized. They have a deal with Utah, incentivized. By the way, whatever happened to that deal with Tachi Palace? Remember that whole thing? Is Tachi Palace paying? You would think that they would go back there because they said they were going to go there. So yeah, I feel for you. Maybe Australia isn't paying, or maybe they are paying now, and that's why they're going in early 2023, and that's why, they just couldn't fit it into the schedule this year. Who knows? Or maybe they're not going to go because Volkanovski isn't ready. Who knows? But yeah, I get it. I can understand. You see them go to London twice, and you're like, man, what about us? We've got tremendous fighters. We've got all the CKB boys. We got the freestyle boys. You got the champions. I get it. Newman. Hello, Ariel. Hello, Newman. When discussing possible next opponents for Paddy Pimblett, you suggested someone like Jamie Malarkey. With all due respect, I think that's a bunch of malarkey. Wow. I want to see Paddy versus T-Rex. Terrence McKinney at MSG after McKinney gets another first-round finish next Saturday. All right. By the way, I don't hate it. I was just spitballing. All right. Chill out. Dana mentioned that the next step would be for Paddy and Molly to fight in NYC. I wonder where you heard that. Or Boston, with Paddy and Molly both mentioning they don't want to pay New York taxes. Do you think their relationship with Boston-based Barstool Sports will influence their next fight location and have them headline a fight night in Boston instead of being on pay-per-view at MSG? I don't know. Is Barstool Boston-based? I mean, I know that that's where it kind of started, but aren't they headquartered in New York City? I don't think that matters. I don't think they're picking their location based on that. But yes, Boston would make a lot of sense as well. This is something that's worked out for the likes of Connor. Also, last week in response to my question, you mentioned how the real Newman, aka the legendary Wayne Knight, follows you on social media and may be a fan of the show. I'm not him, but I did name myself after his Newman character. Shocking. I had no idea.
Pretty cool though, yeah.
No. It's shocking that he's telling me that he named himself after the character, his profile pic is Newman.
Oh,
the character. His name is Newman, and he starts with hell. I mean, what do you think? Born yesterday? Shout out to Wayne Knight.
Wait, though. In his defense, like my Twitter handle says Frank, and then I have a picture of a character named Frank from RoboCop.
Yeah.
But like my name is actually Frank.
Yeah, I know. But of course I knew the connection. By the way, I thought you were always named after Frank Costanza.
See, no.
This is Frank Costanza. Are you a big Seinfeld fan?
More of a Curb fan.
Ugh, that makes no sense to me.
It different. I mean, look, I hate to admit that, but you're 40 now, right?
Wow.
I'm not quite there.
Wow. So, really?
During my formative years, it was Curb Your Enthusiasm.
By the way, it was like 2 years later that show started.
Not quite.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever like actually watched full seasons of Seinfeld?
No, I've only seen full episodes of Seinfeld.
My God.
Look, I'm planning for a rainy day. You know, there's another.
It's on Netflix now.
There's another pandemic.
Netflix.
I have to stay home.
Mm-hmm.
I'll watch Seinfeld.
God forbid. GC, have you seen Seinfeld? Please say yes.
Have I seen it?
Like, have you like seen it?
Yes, of course I've seen it. I've watched dozens and dozens of episodes. I just haven't
Not all of
sat
them?
down and watched them all in order. No. I started
Calzone
one
episode?
time.
Have you seen the Calzone episode?
No. One time you mentioned, what'd you say, the Bizarro World one? I've seen
Tremendous.
that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
We should all make a group trip to the restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be fun.
I still
heard-
think the Bet one is the best.
The Bet one is a great one. I heard that the restaurant doesn't look anything like it inside, just like the outside.
The inside was just a set, yeah.
Yeah. God, I love that show. What a show.
All right. That's the next group trip.
All right, I'm in. Gilbert, Ariel, I'm a huge fan of yours. I've been a fan for over a decade. I just want to say, I think it's cool that you have fighters recognizing how important you are to the game. I remember when Mayhem was slapping your desk toys and treating you like crap. Going from that to seeing you stand up for yourself to Dana Ali and the Gringo Poppy himself is just really cool, man. My question is, thank you. Do you ever reflect on how far you've come? Also, are you ever going to write a book about your story? You could call it Who Knows? Get it? N-O-S-E. Thanks for all your hard work, Ariel. Gilbert Hill. Thank you very much, Gilbert. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's very nice. The working title has always been Highway to Helwani. Do you guys like Highway to Helwani or Who Knows
I like
better?
that one.
Highway to Helwani?
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone whose opinion that I really, really respect and admire, I won't say who, the internet would explode, told me that I need to stop making jokes about the nose. Now, that doesn't mean I'm changing the name of this segment, but they said it's time to turn the page on the nose jokes. What do you guys think? I was like,
You should keep them up.
Self-deprecating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like the self-deprecation.
It
All
takes
right.
the power away from other people trying to.
Yeah, he just said like it was good for one point in your career. Now it's time to move
Now
on.
his commenting career is over.
Yeah. Well, no, he's way.
It'd help if we knew who it was.
Can't say.
Was it Freddie Prinze Jr.?
Let me see.
It's like stop with the nose joke.
No. Anyway, do I ever reflect? Yeah, all the time. All the time, especially like these moments, you know, the real sports thing and milestones. And I can't believe it's been a year since we've been back here. I'm big on the anniversaries. I'm big on not celebrating anniversaries, but always mentioning them. I always mention to people I know, my wife, like, oh, a year ago this time we were here. I think about that all the time. 2 years ago this time we were doing this. 4 years ago this time. And usually I'm able to remember the anniversaries based on sports schedules. Like, oh, I remember that the Knicks did this in 2012, and then I became a dad, and they were playing the Heat, and Amari Stoudemire punched the fire escape thing on the day that my son was born. Like, I'm weird when it comes to that stuff. So you try not to smell the roses too much. You try not to rest on your laurels. But yeah, you do have moments. You definitely have moments. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support very much. It's been a fun ride, and I hope it continues for many years. And it's been a fun year. As we approach like the 1 year fully anniversary of coming back and everything, it's been a really fun year. It's actually, fun is not being fair. It's been amazing, incredible, tremendous.
Oh, yeah. What are some of the highlights?
Oh, geez. Well, I mean, this show, very happy with it. Happy to get I feel like I got my voice back. I feel like I got to rekindle connections with fighters that I hadn't, I didn't have the opportunity to talk to. it's nice to, it's like Dan Hardy on Monday. He says that thing about the Khamzat Diaz fight. He's not saying that if he's still working as a UFC broadcaster. And so you see the freedom there, the ability to just say what you want without repercussion, not recklessly, but it just feels good to do that. And to be able to work with great people. I think this iteration of the show is amazing. We've come a long way. So yeah, I'm really happy. Not traveling as much, but select trips here and there. Very happy about that. Yeah, it's been nice. Lewis, hi Ariel. If you had to challenge a member of the MMA fighting team to debate on the Between the Links show, hosted by the great Mike Heck, I added great, by the way, who would you choose to be your opponent? Who would you pick to be your tag team partner if you had to select anyone from MMA Media to debate the BTL Tag Team Champions? Golly, that's a tough one. I feel like I'm going to offend someone. Frank, I'd like to challenge him. I think that would make for... this would be the MMA debate show. Between the Links, I would debate you on MMA topics.
That doesn't seem fair.
I feel like you have a fresh sort of set of eyes on everything, and I feel like you would bring something really challenging to the table for me to try to figure out. You'd be like the Sean O'Malley, and I would be the old guard. As far as tag team champ, I feel like New York Rick would be a good one. I feel like we work well together. His knowledge of the game, obviously not as vast as mine, but I would put his knowledge of the game and certainly detailed moments, memories up there with mine. Casey has a great memory when it comes to stuff. I mean, he didn't know what MMA was, pre-2009, but now he's all in there. He could tell you who main evented LFA 113. So those are some names that come to mind. By the way, here's someone named Alex Moreno. I wonder if he's related to Alex Morono. Ariel, my man, big thanks for making Mondays and Wednesdays the best day at work. You're welcome. Quick question. Leading up to the Gilbert versus Khamzat fight, there was a video uploaded by Block Asset of the weight cut during fight week. Have you seen it? And do you think it will favor Nathan Diaz that Khamzat has to cut so much weight? Thank you and God bless. I have not seen it. GC, have you seen said video?
I have not.
I've not seen it, but obviously he's fought at 185. And he seems to be relatively good with the weight cut, but I'm sure he would love to not cut weight, maybe later on in his career. I don't think that would be a huge factor going to this fight. Perhaps I'll be wrong, but I didn't see that making the rounds. I didn't see that being a big thing. Nathan, what up, Ariel? Quick boxing question for you. Were you impressed with Ryan Garcia's recent performance, and do you think that Tank fight happens? I prefer to see Garcia versus Teofimo Lopez. I did see it against Javier Fortuna. It was amazing. He is incredible. His speed is incredible. His power is incredible. I think it's ridiculous that people call him like a YouTuber or an influencer or any of this nonsense. I would love to see the Tank fight. I've talked about on this show how I think the Tank fight could do close to $1 million. I don't feel very confident. There's a lot of stuff there between DAZN and Showtime. I don't feel super confident in it happening. Also, Golden Boy, and who knows what's going on with Tank and Mayweather and whatnot. Teofimo has a fight coming up, so we'll see what happens there. He's at 140. I could see, Garcia and Tank happening at 35, maybe 140 as well. I would love to see. Listen, I want to see Garcia start to fight the elite. I think he's ready for a step up in competition. I think we've seen him now fight like mid-tier guys, lower tier guys, and a Lopez, a Tank. All these guys would be great. A Devin Haney one day. Kambosos obviously still out there. They're rematching in October. That 135 division is incredible. But yeah, he is incredible. Like, his hook is just lightning fast. His hand speed, lightning fast. And he's got incredible power. How could you hate this guy? He's super good looking. He's got incredible power. He's got incredible speed. He sells his fights. He's fun to watch. What's not to like? Patrick McCray, favorite segment of the week. 2 quick questions. Ariel, according to Instagram, John Anik was also at the Boston Harbor Hotel over the weekend. Did you guys run into each other? And when can we get him on the show? I did not know that. And I didn't see him, obviously. I was there Friday through Sunday. We were eating outside. That is crazy. He was also there. That is wild. I mean, relatively big hotel. That would have been, I mean, that's crazy. I had no idea, and I didn't see him. Did you guys rent it? No. Can we get him on the show? Sure. He's very busy. He's got his show with Anik and Florian, also, of course, doing the work for the UFC. There's all kinds of stuff on his plate, but best in the game right now, best play-by-play guy as far as MMA right now. I don't think there's much of a debate. I think Moro's the best in combat sports history in terms of being able to do so many different things. MMA, pro wrestling, boxing, kickboxing, I mean, it's just unbelievable. But as far as like who is on their game right now, feels like Anik is very much in his prime and killing it. So yeah, he's been on the show before, and we text all the time. GC, choose one. Kaikar France, title win on Saturday, or another Georgia national title this year.
Wow. Back to back.
Feels...
Kai winning, though? Feels like more people in my life would be happy if Georgia went back to back.
Really? You got to experience it. What's the big deal?
Selfishly, I'm going to take Kai. This is going to be one of those more like when I wake up Sunday morning, if he wins, I'm going to be in a much more elevated mood than if he loses. I'll go like skip into the coffee shop. I will be very hype. I'm emotionally invested in this as well as financially. Let's take the Kai win. We're going Kai win.
I've never experienced my team winning a national championship.
Championship at all?
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, any title.
I might ride the Bills with you this year.
For real? What does that even mean?
I mean, the Falcons are terrible, so I'm going to take someone to win the Super Bowl. I might ride the Bills with you.
But does that mean like betting, or like you're actually going to root for them? Like you're going to watch their games, you're going to be emotionally invested?
I would bet on them to win the Super Bowl, which would then make me emotionally invested.
Got it.
And I would watch every game.
Wow.
Maybe even get a jersey. I'd get some sort of merch.
Really?
If I bet on them to win the Super Bowl?
Who'd you get?
Isaiah McKenzie's still there?
He's the man.
Georgia.
Oh, wait, they just drafted the dude from the running back, the guy that I was going to announce. What's his name? Suggs? Duggs? Diggs? No,
none of them.
Stephon Diggs. Wait.
Stephon Diggs one.
JaVale McGee? No. What's his name? I'm going to love this guy in like a month. I'm not in real
James Cook. James Cook. Dalvin Cook's little brother.
Wait, you just had to look it up. I heard you typing.
No,
I was sending you a Slack message.
Oh. Why were you trying to get me to say it? Let me see here.
No, the message didn't go through.
Oh, okay. Sketch.
You're really going to bet on the Bills?
Yes.
You want in? You want in, Frank?
No, I do not like to set money on fire.
Wow.
Wow. Hey. We got a Let's Go Buffalo penny thing right over there.
No, I would go to a Buffalo game and jump on some tables or something.
You know, I still haven't been to a game. I was going to go to a game October 10th. They're playing the Steelers. Afternoon game.
Wow, in Orchard Park?
In Orchard Park. I've never been. I thought, this is the time. There's rumors that they're going to leave. They're going to move, all this stuff. But I don't know.
That's prime time, man. Middle of the fall.
I know I should go.
Upstate New York. That would be fantastic.
Should we make a pilgrimage?
Yeah.
I just really don't like traveling.
Because
have I stressed that enough?
Lose.
No. What? You're thinking about like the 2004 Bills.
We can ignore this negative Nancy.
Yeah.
Here,
like what's going on? I've never been closer.
Circle the wagons.
That's right. I feel like I have not been this close to experiencing a Bills championship since
last season.
Well, yes.
You want to know something?
Uh-oh. You bet against them?
No.
Oh.
What do you think I would do? Take the field?
Are they still the favorites right now?
They're the favorites, yeah.
I hate that. The Blue Jays were the favorites too, and they're playing good.
Always.
They're playing good right now, but it's been an up and down season. What do I want to know?
That was it. That they're the favorites.
Oh,
when I saw Georgia as the favorites last year, it was like I couldn't stop staring at it because I had never seen that from my team before.
Right. They were the favorites as of, I feel like, the night of the Super Bowl.
Good team.
I maintain this. They beat the Chiefs that night. They're winning the Super Bowl. I will believe that till the day I die. They beat the Chiefs that night. They host the Bengals at Orchard Park. They beat them. They beat the Rams.
This is the year it happens.
God, I just want one. All I want is one. I feel like my heart would be so full. If I could just experience one Bills championship, one Knicks championship. Of course, I'll never see my Expos win a World Series unless they come back. Doesn't look like it anytime soon. Just give me that. That's all I want. And you see, I would never, I wouldn't even think twice about this question here. I would for sure pick the fighter if I, really like that guy. I know you're relatively new to the Kai Kara-France experience, but you got your one. Who cares about the second one? I would not even care. I won't care if they go 0-17 in the following season.
That actually is true. That's how I feel about Georgia.
You got it.
I don't even know about our roster this year.
They probably would go 0-17 the next season.
Can I just circle back to something because I'm feeling like a little froggy right now? The question about Anik reminded me of something. There's this dude on his show who does betting things. You know this guy? GC, I feel like you might know him.
No.
There's this guy who looks like a kid, to be honest, but I guess he's not a kid. And I see him talking smack about me all the time.
What's his name?
I can't remember.
What did he say? What did he say about you?
Well, he's talking smack about me a lot. And then I went to look and I was like, oh, I muted him. So I guess he's been a hater for quite some time. And then I got tagged in this video where this guy posts this video about these are the reasons why I hate Ariel Helwani. And he goes, yes. And he goes through this whole thing about how he emailed me one time to do an interview. And I laid out all these stipulations. He said, don't ask me about my heritage. Don't ask me about this. Don't ask me about that. Never happened.
Sounds not like you.
Then, yeah, because I love talking about that stuff. I looked up his name and I found the email exchange, and none of this was true. Now, it got to the point where in the email thing, I was like, sorry, I can't do it right now. I'd be happy to do it. And he's like, I'll email you in a week or so. And then it just never happened. And now this guy's talking mad shit about me. I was like, what leads someone to do something like that? What prompts them to just be such a hater like that and make up this shit? I looked everywhere. No sign of this. Now, if this happened, and by the way, this email exchange, 2010. And this dude's making a video about all the reasons why he hates me.
He posted it online?
He posted it on his YouTube, yeah. And
I gotta find this.
He's like, he's the Anakin Florian betting expert guy. I was like, damn, what's up with that?
Was the actual title of the video all the reasons I hate Ariel Helwani?
I don't remember.
That was just a segment within the video.
Let me try. It was very weird. I got. I looked up his name and I found this video and I was like, this is just bizarre. This is like stalker stuff. And I'm sure he's going to see this and I'm sure he's going to do another video that, will be seen by 50 people and talk about some other weird stuff about me. But I looked him up and I looked it up in my my GChat or Google. And I got the receipts, bro, and you're sitting there making up stuff about me. Very strange. Not only that, was very complimentary of me in the email exchange. I don't know. Just weird. What should I do about this? I was going to respond when I saw it, and then I was like, meh, ignore it.
Ignore it. Who cares?
Yeah, you're right. All right. I just wanted to get that off my chest. Just listen, if you don't like me, you don't like me. That's fine. I could live with that. Just don't make up shit about me. What prompts them? Especially something that happened supposedly 12 years ago, and you're still, well, not only that, I'm going to say you're still hung up on it. It never even happened. And if it did happen, shows the proof. Shows the proof that I was a dick to you on email. Where's the proof?
Crazy, baby.
Was he like, these are the reasons I hate Ariel Helwani, and that was the only thing he had?
I didn't watch the whole thing. He's done this, he's done that. All right. Xavier, 514. Salut Ariel, 514 Montreal. A while back, you seemed flabbergasted that someone would exclusively listen to the audio version of the show. We exist. I've been a regular listener for the longest time, but I have no idea what New York Rick or any of the new crew look like, especially Mysterious Frank. My top 3 MMA Hour memories are Rick's Ronda pick, the yearly Rick email readout, as well as when you cold called Rampage's ex on the air after you had previously broken them up in an interview, crushing his final chance at his one true love. Do you guys know about that story? Rampage claiming that I asked Rampage Jackson if he loves his girlfriend, and he didn't really know what to say. But it was just a very innocent question because he was talking about her so much. And then apparently, unbeknownst to me, she was with him when we were doing the interview. She didn't like his answer and broke up with him.
I think you guys referenced that the last time it was on.
Yeah,
right?
we did. Yeah. Anyway, Lewis adds, I found this fascinating. A longtime regular of the Substack, Matt in Montreal, is also audio only too. Matt in Montreal writes, I only listened to the audio version of the show. I've never watched the video of it. Crazy. I downloaded it on Spotify, put it on, off as I choose throughout the week. I also think it's funny to not know what people look like. Weird. I would look there. I would look them up right away. I like to have like a visual. But hey, we appreciate you. Whatever floats your boat. David, hi Ariel. What was your reaction to the news of Vince McMahon retiring from WWE? And how do you think things are going to play out with Stephanie McMahon and your former agent, Nick Khan, being co-CEOs and Triple H being the head of creative and EVP of talent relations? I'm so happy someone asked me this question. Thank you for the hot tag, my friend. So, can I tell you guys a little story? I'm driving from my home to Boston Friday afternoon with my wife and daughter. We had just stopped off at TJ Maxx for way too long. Whole shopping spree. When I go on a road trip, I like to get to the place that I'm going to. I don't need to stop off for 3 hours and go on a shopping spree, sit down. Like, I just like to stop, get gas, and if it's a 5-hour trip, we're going in 5 hours. My wife, on the other hand, likes to turn it into a 10-hour extravaganza. This is constant,
Did you just wait in the car?
No, I walked around. I went to McDonald's. I got a coffee. We bought a whole bunch of tchotchkes. It's just, I'm like, can we just get to where we're going? It's way better over there. Why do we have to stop here in the middle of nowhere? I think we were in Southbury, Connecticut. It's weird. Anyway, as we're driving, I get a message from someone saying, oh my God, look at this. And it's the Vince McMahon tweet. I'm retiring at 77. Holy smokes. So then there's a bunch of stuff. So what I actually did as I was driving was I had my wife like text people and even send out a tweet about it. If you actually look at the tweet, it's formatted all weird because she was doing it. She was all nervous. She's like, wow, I'm sending this out to 1 million plus people. What if I screw it up? She read it over a bunch of times. But it was like, holy crap, Vince McMahon. Like, I thought Vince McMahon was going to die before retire. Now, we can't ignore all the reporting out there, especially from the Wall Street Journal. I don't believe for a second that this is the end of this story. And I don't believe for a second, this is like when a coach says that he resigned as opposed to getting fired to save face. This feels like a saving of face. They have made a big deal historically over like a bunch of things. Rey Mysterio's 20 years, this, that. They've got hours upon hours of programming every week. They're not going to do a Vince McMahon retirement party. They're not going to turn this into some kind of angle. They're not going to write him off TV. They're not going to blow up his car like they did way back in the day. They're not going to drag this out for a ratings thing. Like, really? Come on. There's more to the story that has been reported now on multiple occasions about this money, using of personal funds and all this stuff, relationships by the Wall Street Journal. I would urge everyone to go read it and check it out because I'm not doing it justice talking about it off the top of my head here. So that was the first thing. Like, oh, when's the other shoe going to drop? I mean, even look at, I love Big E. He doesn't want to say anything, and I get it. I had to ask the question, but I understand why he wants to kind of plead the fifth. So it feels like there's more, and I'm very curious to see how it all plays out. Feels like a massive fall from grace for one of the greatest promoters in the history of combat sports. It's a very unfortunate turn of events. But here is my initial thought, if I could be honest with everyone. I think this is a net positive for WWE. I think that he is completely out of touch with the program. I think the program, the product has suffered tremendously because he's a 77-year-old man who's stuck in his ways, who hasn't evolved with the times. I think when Stephanie and Triple H, Paul Levesque, had, their fingers on the pulse of the company was in a much better spot, including NXT. NXT a few years ago was one of the best promotions in wrestling. Now it's somewhat of an afterthought because they had less to do with it, especially Triple H. Now he's the head of creative. I wouldn't be surprised, and I have no insider knowledge, wouldn't be surprised if names who were unceremoniously let go over the last couple of years come back. I wouldn't be surprised if the morale was boosted. I wouldn't be surprised if the product improved tremendously. This ain't 1987 anymore. It's very rare for a business that is catering to that age demographic to be run by a 77-year-old man. It's just, people change, tastes evolve. It's just not the same. So I think this is a net positive. Obviously, we don't know the full story, and you want to see how it plays out in terms of ultimately why he's not there. And I've heard some people hypothesize that he'll be, a presence behind the scenes. He still owns his shares, majority shareholder. I can't imagine them letting him run things from behind the scenes. I can't imagine what his life is like. This guy, 24/7 on the road, living this life, intense, living and breathing all things WWE, doesn't take breaks, doesn't take vacations, and now all of a sudden he's just stopping. That's going to be a crazy shift in his daily life. In fact, right now I'm reading the new book out by Brian Gewirtz, who is a longtime former writer for WWE, now works exclusively with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson on all his different projects, and it's just a fascinating look at that life. He's a great writer. It's a great read. I think it comes out in August. It flies by, and it's just really, really interesting. He's very entertaining. Former Syracuse grad, Newhouse grad as well. I actually went to see him speak when I was a student there. He came to talk to the school, to Newhouse, and I went. I was like one of 30 kids there. It was very cool. But I think it's a net positive. And yes, I can't, I don't hide from this. Nick used to be my agent from 2015 to 2020 when he moved over to WWE. And he's an incredibly bright guy, incredibly smart, incredible with his insight and knowledge of media, sports media, business, media business. I mean, I don't know if I've ever met a smarter guy than him when it comes to all of this. So feels like the two-headed monster, if you will, of Stephanie and him leading the way, Triple H, talent relations, feels like a net positive. I got to be honest with you. I'm actually excited. I feel like I've said this. I feel like the product has suffered greatly, has been very stale as of late, and I'm now very interested to see where it goes. Please bring back Bray Wyatt too. I want him back, and some of the other people who unfortunately left. But I feel like morale is going to go up. And look, I think it was time. Obviously, we didn't think like this, and I don't think this would have happened if not for the news that came out. Let's just be very clear. And I also think the way it went down, this is not just some guy waking up and saying, you know what, on this Friday, I am retiring. No. If you think that's the truth, you don't know Vince McMahon. You have not followed his story. Guy like that, devoted everything to this business, ain't going to happen. There's more to the story, and it's going to be fascinating to see how it all plays out. But as far as the new era, I'm very interested, very positive, and very, optimistic is the word that I'm looking for about what they're going to do. I'm a big fan of Triple H and Stephanie. I think that they, for the most part, people seem to feel like they treat everyone with respect. They're, good bosses, good eye, keen business sense. And obviously I know Nick on a personal level and think that he's going to do a tremendous job as well in that role. So let's see. Matt, hey Ariel, first time, long time here. I was just wondering if last Saturday's fight night was the first time the UFC gave a fighter, Patty, the blackout treatment to someone not in a title fight or main event. No, they did it for Conor against Max Holloway in Boston way back in the day, 2013. Lewis, Mega Millions is up to, or Luis, Mega Millions is up to 1.02 billion. What's the crew doing with the winnings? Also, is there any news on Dustin Chandler coming soon? No, someone asked Dana about it, and I know they haven't really finalized anything, but I think that's the direction. Feels like that's the direction. I would put it at MSG. But no real news as of right this moment. Mega Millions up to 1.02 billion. Frank, what are you doing with that money if you win?
I'm going to consult Crypto Joe.
Oh, wow. I thought crypto's done.
Yeah. I mean,
isn't it dead?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Nothing you want to
Just
do?
buy and don't sell. So that's the thing.
Right.
No, I would probably get a yacht with a really nice audio system in it. And anytime I want to just get away, I'd go sit in my yacht and listen to music. What about you?
I'm just going to donate it all to charity.
Okay, really,
Well, I mean,
really. I didn't. Oh, okay. The yacht would be
yeah.
after it's done transporting food to children around the world.
I'm just donating it all to charity. I mean, I feel like that's right. What about you, GC? Anything you need to get? Anything you want to buy?
I'd buy a house.
A house?
Yeah.
All right.
Apartment here. FIDA. Right by the office.
FIDA.
Somewhere close that I can just walk here.
Yeah, that would be sick. Yeah, a house in I don't know, some island. Oh, you know what's the first thing I'm buying? This thing right over here.
The desk?
This right over here.
The
Oh,
black-
the
This
Volkswagen
shot?
Beetle?
This shot right here. Camera 3. There it is. Bang. That. My Volkswagen. Someone sent me one from Scotland yesterday. A picture of some beautiful location with the Westphalia. Look at that.
You could get one of those for $200.
Yeah, I know. Simon. Hi, Ariel. On Monday, you said that the only time you did a pre-recorded interview on your show was when ESPN made you do one with a controversial fighter. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you also do one for Ben Askren because he was flying home when the show was on after the Lawler fight? Simon came correct, and here's the receipt. Episode 36, March 2019 of the ESPN era. Okay, this is a very... Yes, you are right. You are right about that. However, that was because it was literally 20 minutes. Like he was about to board a flight and we had to do it 20 minutes. So yeah, we were able to do that. Technically, you're right. I'm talking about consciously having, knowing the day before, consciously having to pre-tape for different reasons. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, it's fair. You want to say that I'm wrong on that one? Fine. I just didn't put that one in the pre-record bucket because it was something where he was like, oh, I got to leave, flight. Can we do this, 30 minutes earlier? Jamal, 2020. How do you take your coffee? Black, just cream, cream and sugar, sweet and low? All right, Jamal, that's a great question. My favorite type of coffee to have is a cappuccino with either oat milk or almond milk. However, I'm very particular about said cappuccino and especially the milk. If you're going to break out the almond breeze, don't even bother. It tastes like burnt styrofoam. There are certain coffee. I will never get a cappuccino from, say, a Starbucks. I think Starbucks sucks, by the way. I'm sorry. I hope they're not a sponsor. I mean, I know they're not a sponsor of ours, but it is bad. And I'm not really that much of a snob, but Starbucks, McDonald's, Dunkin' Donuts, not a big fan. I like the local coffee shops. There's a place here. One of the best parts about coming back here was getting to go back to the Black Fox. Ugh, I look forward to this Black Fox coffee like you have no idea. They make a cappuccino there with oat milk that is just to die for. It's smaller. It's not too frothy. It's just got that. It's just the perfect amount. That's my favorite. There's another place next to where I live. They do a tremendous job with it. Now, if I can't have that, and I know that the coffee is going to be ruined by the milk or whatever, I'll just either get a straight black or iced coffee black. I don't take it any fancy. Definitely don't put cream or sugar. Definitely don't put sweet and low. I like it as, au naturel as possible.
So when you drink coffee, I mean, do you try to get all the fruity notes out of it? Do you like it more bitter? I'm always curious.
Yeah, you're curious about my coffee habits?
Yeah, if you're tasting for flavor or if it's kind of I just like a bold coffee that melts your face off.
No, I don't like it super hot.
I'm talking the flavor.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not very particular about that, to be honest. I just find that from the big chains, it just tastes watered down and there's no flavor whatsoever. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
Why? How do you like your coffee? I like it crisp. You're supposed to say, I like it crisp.
I like it crisp. No, I like
you know
it
why?
Why?
It's a commercial. I like my coffee crisp. Oh, yeah, you guys don't have coffee crisp in America, right? It's one of the all-time great chocolate bars.
Tim Hortons.
Sorry.
We do have a Tim Hortons.
Yeah, you do.
At UBS? Where?
No. There's one.
There's a couple. There's a couple
Brooklyn.
now. Yeah.
Yeah. I passed it the other day.
I've seen one at a train stop before.
Gotta get some Timbits.
Yep.
So the temperature has to be right when you serve coffee, and I think that's what you get a lot of times with the more bespoke type coffee places, is they actually properly.
I like that you call it bespoke.
Yeah.
All right. Keep going.
I mean, that was a lie.
That was it?
Water is important.
Well, do you like cappuccino? Do you like
cappuccino's
Americano?
are my go-to.
Yeah.
But then, you go into a place and you're like, I'll have a cappuccino. And they're like, what size? I'm like, we're already done here.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, because it's supposed to be one specific. Yeah.
Thank you, Frank. And what do you like? What kind of milk?
Honestly, I'd just do whole milk.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm actually starting to move away from, well, first of all, like all dairy. Don't like any kind of dairy. Starting to move away from that. In a perfect world, I don't have what it takes to pull this off. I do fantasize about a world where I'm vegetarian, vegan.
It's not that hard to do.
It's tough. Kids. I'm actually on a pretty good run of not having any bread right now.
Good for you.
That's a big one for me. I hit like a bit of a...
So you don't eat cheese?
I'm trying not to. Now, I will admit, it pops up here and there, but I'm trying not to have like ice cream or like coffee with milk or like that kind of milk, cow's milk. I don't know. It doesn't feel natural to me.
We talked about the orange juice and espresso, and you guys kind of turned your nose at that.
No,
I do
not really.
recommend
I was curious about it.
Is it Black Forest? What was the name of the place?
Black Fox.
Ask them for a tonic espresso.
Now,
not like the tonic that you'll find at some dive bar. Like it's usually like a Fever Tree or a nice tonic.
Okay.
Oh man, it's a good summer drink. In fact, I want one now myself.
You like a good iced coffee?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what's weird? I prefer an iced coffee over just like a straight black coffee. Why is that?
Makes sense. I got curious about that too because I was like, is this a modern invention? Like they were just drinking iced coffee all the time. And I looked it up. Like iced coffee's been around for a very long time.
Really?
So you could almost 1-to-1 with just the idea of drinking coffee in general.
I don't like when people nurse their iced coffee. Like when you're with someone and then for like 8 hours they're still holding on to the same iced coffee. Like let's move on.
Let's move on.
That's actually a great point.
It's enough already.
Let's not stop at TJ Maxx with the coffee here.
No.
Like when the cup starts sweating and all the ice
enough.
melts into it.
Yeah.
You just got to get rid of it.
Yeah.
There should be ice intact.
How do you like your coffee?
My favorite is iced coffee with some sort of creamer in it.
Really?
Like a flavored creamer, yeah. I can still do like a hot black coffee. That's all right.
No cappuccino?
I love cappuccino, yeah.
What kind of milk?
I usually do whole milk.
There we go.
Wow, both of you with the whole milk.
Wait, are you going to
What are you,
shame
oat
us?
milk?
For
No.
I mean, I understand.
I like oat or almond.
Almond.
God,
But then you had the stipulation about the almond, where
it's
it's
a
like,
nut juice.
No. I go to the
Shouldn't even
guy
have milk in the
or
name.
the gal at the counter and I say, can I see your almond milk? Can I see your oat milk? And they show it to me and I'll either go like, no, I'll be like Dana White at Contender Series. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up, down.
Are you lactose intolerant?
No,
Did you just ignore all the part of him trying to get dairy out of his diet?
Yeah. Where have you been?
Sorry, I'm doing work back here.
Oh, what could you possibly be doing?
Vegetarian?
Putting together another banger tweet that almost got us in trouble. Almost got us banned from the
How
Sugar
close? How close were we to actually getting banned from the Sugar Show?
A little
No,
bit of
I don't-
behind the scenes that you just reminded me of.
Yeah. I don't think close at all, by the way. Go ahead.
GC, while Jordan Levitt was fighting, made an entire graphic for if he won.
Oh my God. Wow.
And it was like
God, it
a
was
full
so good.
animation.
It was so good.
I was actually really proud because I was like, he's watching the fight.
What was it? Could we still see it?
I think that's 2 BTS there.
Why?
Because just wait to see.
Because he didn't win. He was supposed to win, and it was going to work perfectly.
It's like
and
at the
it was
Super
gonna be
Bowl.
so good.
Was it him twerking?
No.
It had to do with someone doing a split, but it was so good. I'm so disappointed. I'm making this graphic while I'm sweating the over 1.5. I'm standing up with my laptop in my hand making this thing.
It's like when there's a Super Bowl winner and they have to throw away all the merchandise for the team that didn't make it.
I have a whole trash bin of unused memes.
But they've never printed.
Some I look back on and I'm like, this doesn't even make any sense.
They've never had to print a Buffalo Super Bowl merchandise.
Sorry, I was just.
They've had to print 4 in a row.
Yeah. There's some kid in Brussels. Well, not anymore. It's been a long time. I was just chatting on the. Sean O'Malley is still streaming, by the way.
Are you in the Sean O'Malley chat right now?
Yes, I just said hello to them.
Oh, I'm about to hop in too.
Yeah. By the way, Regarding the video, I think it would be a big hit if you peek behind the curtain and let people see that. But if you don't want to do it, it's okay. Think about it.
Maybe we'll do a B-sides at some point. I'll slowly.
You know what you should do? You should do the super follow. You should do the super follow on Twitter.
Nope.
No? You're not going to charge people?
No.
All right.
Absolutely not.
By the way, speaking of Substack, welcome to Ben Folks. He's now doing Substack. Go subscribe. Go support one of the greatest writers in the history of mixed martial arts. This is from Curly Fries. Hey, Ariel, do you think it's a mistake for Sean O'Malley to fight Petr Yan? I understand Sean has looked good lately, but so did Kevin Holland when he won 5 fights in a year. But once he fought the top of the division, he no longer looked like a world beater. Same with Edmund Shabazian. Everyone assumed he was the next champion, but now he's on a 3-fight losing skid. Do you think Sean should have taken his time before fighting Yan? Will losing hurt his reputation? He is much bigger today than he was 2 years ago when he lost to Cheeto. No, I actually think TJ got it right. If he wins, boom. If he loses, big step up. You now go. I think go for the gusto. I like it. Big money. Ariel, I really enjoyed the GC and Frank sleepover / UFC London recap from you and the boys. Hopefully we can figure out the origin story of Frank's mysterious stain in due time. Any update on that, Frank?
Dude, it was either that I got from working all night or from just like sleeping really heavy once I was on this couch. Like,
that's it.
I mean, just
let's move on.
I don't normally sleep with a knitted shirt, so like I don't know. Maybe I sweat every night. I never noticed it. It was just funny that GC wasn't like, "Whoa, what's going on there?" Like, or from Billy Madison, like, "Goo." Well, do you see the first reaction?
Yeah.
Instead,
good.
He's like, "What's that?" As if it's like, "Well, I'm glad that you asked."
If peeing in your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
If sweating through your shirt was cool, consider
I mean, I had that all locked down.
There's more. I'm wondering if you ever feel any FOMO for these extracurricular hangouts, though, or can you not be bothered? Who wrote this? I'm guessing that the content and humorous discussion that comes afterwards is much more worth it from your journalistic perspective. For the boys in the back, would you welcome Ariel with open arms to one of these bro downs, or is it better to keep the relationship in studio? Wow, I can't wait to hear how you guys answer this.
He's invited every single time.
I have not been invited. That's actually incorrect. Anytime that I've been invited to anything, I'm literally the first one there. Not only that, I've asked them to hang out after the show multiple times, and I keep getting excuses. Oh, I'm going to a Yankee game. Oh, this, oh, that.
We're really breaking back the curtain here.
Yeah, the guy asked.
I purchased dinner on Monday night, and you and Rick just walked right out on me.
What?
I'm standing there, salad in my hand.
Wow.
I'm just going to eat this real quick. I could use some company. Nope.
Listen, my kids just came back from camp. You think I'm going to sit there for 30 minutes watching you eat salad?
Who takes 30 minutes to eat a salad? It could have been 10 minutes.
Oh, my God. If this is something that Frank, can you back me on this? We stopped by the marketplace just to show it to him. I didn't know he's going to have a whole meal there.
Yeah, he did the whole thing, and he was like, "Are you still coming down here? I'm leaving in 10 minutes."
Who, me?
This is what Connor told me.
Wow.
Ariel was like, Frank might join you. So I hit him up. I was like, are you actually coming to the market? He was like, maybe.
After the comment was, we would never go to the market without you.
Yeah, and I didn't.
Still have the receipt on that.
By the way, I didn't go to the market. I showed him the market, but I didn't have a meal there.
Hey, it's fine.
My first meal is...
Very underwhelming. Wouldn't get it again.
Wait, so you were sitting there kind of like munching on your salad and being like, these MFers, they left me high and dry.
Yep.
Was it a sore spot?
Left me high and dry with a bad salad.
Wow. Listen, I didn't know that you were going to sit there. I thought you, first of all, no joke, no cap. I thought you were taking it to go. I'm not going to sit there and watch
you. Eat it on the subway?
No, eat it at home.
It takes an eternity for me to get home.
Now I feel like we're deflecting from the actual conversation, which is not being invited to the bro downs.
We would love you to come to the bro downs.
You're invited every time.
Yeah, UFC, you can make it to Midwood.
UFC Long Island. I didn't get an invitation for tickets.
Birthday.
Yeah, I didn't get an invitation for tickets. Taylor Serrano. Where was my invitation?
Wow.
Paul Rahman.
This has all been noted, and we're going to put the ball into your court.
I even invited to go to the Jake Paul fight, and you were like, "Oh, you'll be going by yourself."
That's
your words.
Wow, that's a lot of lies happening.
I'm planning a mega party for UFC 280. Go ahead and clear your calendar.
What is 280? Oh, that is Abu Dhabi?
Yeah.
No, I can't be. The meetup, I was there. right? The one in New York.
Oh yeah.
I showed up to that. Of course, it was like sort of organized by. I was at the meetup in Vegas. You guys were nowhere to be found. Where were you? Everyone was asking about you. That being said, it is great content, so I enjoy learning about it on the show. So it's, these are the sacrifices that one makes. Grant, hi Ariel. On Monday's show, you were empathizing with Nathaniel Wood because he didn't get a fight of the night bonus. Instead, the UFC decided to give the bonuses to each fighter who got finishes, which seems like a reoccurring theme this summer, and an idea you've championed recently. So my question is whether you still feel the UFC should only hand out bonuses to the fighters who get finishes, if it means the potential fight of the night like Wood and Rosa are left out. As a result, yeah, you know what? I'm okay with it. Did they give it to all the... I guess there were so few finishes that it didn't seem as, impressive. But yeah, how about this? Can we settle on this? Finishes and one fight of the night. How about that? Is that too much? Is that being greedy? All the finishes and a fight of the night. All the finishes and a fight of the night. That's my final offer. Angela Higgins. Hi, Ariel. No question, just a comment to say, and of course we love Angela from Scotland. No question, just a comment to say huge thanks for all that you do and for bringing me into a wonderful community. How nice is Angela? Mensch of all menches. I'm clearly still on a high after attending my first UFC event in London and want to shout out everyone I met there, Amber, Troy, Nim, and Ross, our guy Pizzi for the post-show show, and pals in the Telegram chat. Love you all. Angela's one of the best. All-time great. And we appreciate her support and love very much. Now, Lewis added a comment. Should I read the comment or should I skip the comment?
Do it.
He just added, my invite must have gotten lost. Not really sure what to say to that.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything to be said.
All right. Brett K. Hi, Ariel. Non-MMA question today. What do you think of people who recline on airplanes? Do you ever do it yourself? I personally only recline when the person seated behind me is reclining, only so I can deliver some sort of karma. If the person behind me is not reclining, I will never recline, even if the passenger in front of me is reclining as well. Personally, I think the option of reclining should be removed entirely. There's nothing worse than someone invading your precious legroom for the entirety of a 10-plus hour transatlantic flight. Curious to hear your GC, Franklin, and Richard's thoughts on aircraft reclination as well.
Franklin.
Is your name short for Franklin?
No.
Can I be honest for a moment?
You don't care?
Well, no. It's, how should I put this? It's a lot of business class flights lately for, old Helwani. So this problem doesn't, it's hard to,
It's hard to relate to. Must be nice. No, like I, as you may know,
yes,
booked a flight for a trip soon.
Where are you going?
It doesn't matter.
All right.
But, got the tickets, they were great. And then they're like, oh, but do you want to upgrade your seat for 7 more inches of leg space?
Yes.
No, and I've seen pictures going around the internet of like some airlines are trying to do maybe like bicycle seats so they could put more people into a plane.
Yeah.
I'm like, we just gotta, like, to me, I understand that this is a not public transportation, but riding in subways and everything. It's like, look, dude, like someone's reclining, it sucks. Someone's crying, who cares, right? Like, just deal with it. Not that they were asking my take on this. Well, no, they were, right? They asked for all of our opinions, right?
Yeah. They actually specifically asked for your opinion. GC, what about you?
He can't be bothered right now.
All right. I would always look back and look if the person behind me has reclined first, and then I'll do it. I'll be honest. Because yes, there is nothing more annoying than that. So I understand where Brett is coming from here. It's very, what's really annoying? When someone reclines before you even take off. And you're like, really? And it's after the stewardesses have done their thing where they go up and down. They go up and down, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, golly, now you're going to do this? So no one's going to catch you, and I'm going to be, stuck with you all up in my grill. So I understand. It's very annoying. Moritz, Hey, Ariel, greetings from the Netherlands. 2 weeks ago, I made it to the On the Nose breaking news about the signing of Glory Kickboxing welterweight champion Cédric Doumbé. Today, I have news about his promotional debut. Oh, thank you, Moritz. Last weekend, it got announced that Doumbé is set to fight Darren Weeks at UFC Paris on September 3rd. What do you think of this matchup? I love it. New York Rick, our resident kickboxing expert, says that the sky's the limit with Doumbé, and he may be the next great kickboxing / MMA fighter to come over to the UFC. Moritz says, I think Darren Weeks is a pretty good wrestler. I attended UFC London last weekend and had a great time meeting lots of fighters. I even made it to the international television broadcast, standing behind Michael Chandler, Joanna, and MVP. Yes, I saw MVP there. The atmosphere at the O2 Arena was like I've never seen before. I'll go to UFC Paris as well. Hopefully, I'll have a good time again. Looking forward to it. Viva Helwani. Yes, I hear they're almost sold out over there. Should be a great scene. Can't wait for that main event. Cyril Gane against Tai Tuivasa. Also, Robert Whittaker, Marvin Vettori is tremendous. And Cédric Doumbé. It's a good main card. Nassourdine Imavov also on it. Ola Ariel from Dalton, just 3 more left. I was wondering if you have any thoughts on how Chris Curtis has handled the loss at UFC London. I know you tweeted that it was 2 of the biggest mentions pre-fight, but he's been extremely odd on Twitter. Him and Shale even got into a bit of an argument. I didn't see that. I did see his tweet afterwards, and I retweeted it with him and Jack. And then like 5 hours later, I looked at my Twitter, and there was maybe 45 tweets from him, if not more, where he was getting into it with different people, and I was still tagged in all of it. I was like, golly, this is a lot, man. Just let it go. So I didn't see the argument. Probably best to stay away. Easier said than done. I don't know. I think that's probably why people might like him, because he connects with the fans on social media, but yeah, it's a slippery slope. But I didn't see that actual argument, so I can't really speak to that. But I was tagged in a hell of a lot of tweets. No soup for you. I got the guy right there. There's probably no one in this sport, bar Dana, that I dislike more than Matt Serra. And you quite correctly refer to his pod as UFC Filtered. What a sham of a thing. Oh, my. Okay, fine. But let's not pretend DC and Helwani wasn't equally filtered. Wow. Man, you and DC couldn't say anything controversial in the slightest, and that sucked. I know that's how it works at ESPN, but the product suffered greatly, in my opinion. Golly. My question is, how filtered were you guys exactly, and was it as much as Matt Serra? And also, how much you get paid extra for those dreadful Modelo adverts every damn time? Again, much love, no offense. I've got a doozy for next week. Stay hydrated. No soup for you. Didn't get anything extra for the Modelo adverts, A. B, definitely weren't as filtered as Serra and... not Norden. Golly. Who is it? The comedian. Norden and Matt. Matt, Sarah. I know you guys listen to it too. No? Oh, it is Jim Norton. All right. Wait, is it Jim Norton? I guess it is.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Let me go back to the question here. Yeah. Were there certain things that there were certain topics that we were asked not to speak about, but my opinions, like I never had to run through my opinions with anyone. My main issue was I didn't like that the show was just an hour. I felt like we could go so much longer. I was always told to wrap and move on to other topics, which annoyed me. I like to go long. I like to let it breathe. I like to have fun. And the best moments in the history of DC and Helwani were the tangents. Those were the best moments. Helvani, Dahlia, all that stuff. Those were the best moments. And so I felt like by structuring it too much, it kind of ruined the essence of the show. Also, what I didn't like was in the early goings, no one really paid attention to it because it was the early days of the pandemic and we were just trying to figure things out. Then once it got really successful, more people paid attention to it, and then it got a little more structured and produced. And I didn't like that as well. Yeah, and it was tough. We were doing it on Zoom. Wasn't great. But overall, it was a fun time, man. I mean, how could you even compare the two? Really? You're going to, give me one great moment in the history of UFC Filtered. One memorable moment. Name me one. Just one. And I wouldn't be so hard on Sarah. Sarah's a legend. Does he like to cozy up to the boss? Sure. Is he a little much sometimes with that? Sure. But he is funny. And he's a legend of the game, and he has paid his dues, and he's a great coach as well, so I wouldn't be so hard on the guy. I've got love for Matt Serra. He likes to rag on me. They take pot shots at me all the time on that show, but I'm not going to do the same. I think that actually Jim Norton one time and screwing this up. Robert, what's his name? Robert, Jim Norton and Robert. Who's the other guy that he's always with? You know him, Frank. Robert
De Niro.
No. Golly, does anyone listen to the show? Robert. Oh, what's his name? Bob Kelly. Robert Kelly. Do you know Bob Kelly? Comedian. Really nice guy.
Yes.
They were once in studio. AOL days of the program.
That's exciting.
Yeah, they were great. Yeah, thanks. New York Ricky just sent me that. Unfortunately, we're on a delay. Olajuwon Dream. Afternoon, Ariel. Did you see DC's latest YouTube video of a bunch of UFC guys, including himself, hooping? DC got that post-game like Barkley and Hakeem. If you were to 1v1 him, how would you lock him up on the block? And if you were to 1v1 DC, game to 11, using ones and twos, what would the final score be? Have a great show and keep up the amazing work. I did see one clip where he did the reverse with Bilal Muhammad covering him, and pretty damn good. DC, obviously, physical guy, heavy set. He's got the caboose. I would piece him up left and right. People don't know this about me. I'm very physical on the block. Tremendous box out game. Tremendous elbows. I can hang with the best of them behind the three and in the post. My guess, 11-4. Helwani, of course. I feel pretty confident in that. But yeah, I saw one clip or two. I didn't see the whole thing. I don't know who was filming that, but my guess is 11-4. For me. All right. Them's the questions. Thank you very much to everyone. Appreciate you all. UFC 277, it goes down Saturday night. A little to be desired on the prelims, certainly the early prelims. Then you got a preliminary card on ABC and ESPN, according to what I'm looking at right here. That's pretty cool. Drakkar Klose, Rafa Garcia, Dontel Mays, Hamdi. Great lineage of Egyptian Olympians, so that's cool. Drew Dober, one of the best-looking human beings in the history of the UFC. Alex Morono against Matthew Semmelsberger. But, the main card, I like the main card a lot. Juliana Pena versus Mandy Nunes, Brandon Moreno versus Kai France, Derek Lewis versus Sergey Pavlovich, Alexandre Pantoja, I love saying that name, against Alex Perez, Anthony Smith versus Magomed Ankalaev. I'm off to Nashville. If you see me there, say hello. I'm looking forward to that. But I'll be back by Saturday morning for all the 277 festivities. And I'll be back on Monday to recap it all. And Monday should be fun. And next week should be fun. That's when the Jake Paul show comes to New York. So stay tuned for all of that. Also, there's PFL in New York. New York, all of a sudden, the epicenter of the combat sports world. So stay tuned for that. For now, though, we're out of time. It's time to go home. Again, thank you for the nomination. Fighters Only, we appreciate it very much. We weren't even a thing last year, and now here we are being recognized. It's good to be alive. I enjoyed this show very much. And I'm looking forward to seeing how Saturday plays out. Can Juliana Pena strike twice? Remember how confident she was the first time I spoke to her about all of this. She was campaigning for the fight. She was supremely confident, and everyone laughed at the idea of her winning. And then she went in there, and she slayed the giant. Now can she do the same? I saw a photo that I think Jedi posted of Amanda. She appears to be in fantastic shape. So we'll see how focused she is. New camp, new team, new management. Doing it on her own. Interesting. Also, Kai France rematch of a fight against Brandon Moreno 2019. Moreno won that night. Will Kai France be the third member of City Kickboxing to win a UFC championship, interim or not? Remember, Izzy first tasted gold by winning the interim belt. Will he be able to do it? Come Saturday, we shall see. Big fight for Anthony Smith. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it, my friends. Also looking forward to SummerSlam. It's a nice little card there with Logan Paul and Brock and McAfee and all those guys. Thank you very much to all our guests. Thank you to Megan Anderson. Appreciate her time very much. Thank you very much to Big E. Much love. My best to him. Thank you to TJ Dillashaw. Good luck to him on October 22nd. Thank you to The Sugar Show, Sean O'Malley, and his bodyguard for joining us as well. Back on Monday. Same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out of here.